Welcome, everybody, to episode 6 of Crystal Bears, a Final Fantasy podcast. I'm Drugal.
I'm Ridsy Shoepuff.
I'm Easily 18.
And we are the Crystal Bears, as are you, if you're watching right now at twitch.tv/Drugal. Or maybe you're listening on podcast services like Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Either way, we appreciate you guys being here. I also want to, of course, welcome our very, very special guest. We have SweetheartAlyy here.
Hi, everybody.
Allie, we are so happy to have you here, not just because it's a Final Fantasy X retrospective and you are a master expert in Final Fantasy X, but also you are a fantastic streamer, and I want to give you a moment to take the floor and tell everybody a little bit about yourself.
Hi, everybody. I'm a little nervous. Hello. My name's Allie or Allison, whichever you prefer. I'm a huge Final Fantasy fan. I don't know how much you can see of my background, but I have a lot of Final Fantasy stuff. Final Fantasy X is my absolute obsession. I also really love Zelda, anime, survival horror games like Silent Hill and Resident Evil. And I really love to make friends. Yeah.
That's what we're all about. How long have you been streaming, did you say?
I started streaming July 2020, so this July it'll be 4 years, which is crazy.
Were you a COVID baby?
Yes.
You were a COVID baby.
COVID baby.
Yeah.
That's what I call them, the COVID babies. Well, we're so happy to have you here, and don't be nervous because this is your territory. Final Fantasy X is your territory. But that's not all we're talking about tonight. It's actually a really great show tonight, you guys. We have so many great news stories to discuss as well, whether it be Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or even some little speculation on what 17 might someday be. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be a great episode. Also, of course, let's go to our main hosts here. We have Easily 18. How you doing, Easily?
Hi, not too bad. How are you doing today?
I'm doing awesome. You had a really special day yesterday, didn't you?
Well, I decided I was going to do some more speedrunning of Final Fantasy X, and I PB'd not once, not twice, but 3 times over the 12 hours. And I only planned on running once. So
That's amazing.
And I ended up, if the time gets approved, I will be 18th to go with Easily 18.
That would be amazing.
Go.
Until you then ruin it and become Easily 17 and 16 and 15 and 10 and then
So
1.
tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, tomorrow. I mean, you did three runs last night.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane. That's like 12 hours.
I've completed 11 speedruns in 16 days, and I've PB'd 10 times.
That's absolutely insane. You are insane, actually. We might need to stage an intervention. If possible.
I'll need a break after this month.
And of course, we have lovely Shoop here. Ridsy Shoepuff. Perfect name for tonight. How you doing, Shoop?
Hi, everybody. I'm doing great. I'm Ridsy Shoepuff, but most people just call me Shoop. Lately, I've just finished going through Final Fantasy IV Pixel Remaster. I'm currently doing my very first playthrough ever of Final Fantasy V. And then after 5, I'm going to be playing Earthbound and then playing Final Fantasy VI. I've never played 6, although I've heard amazing things about it. It's just one I never got to play as a kid. And same thing for 5. So it's really nice to be able to go through all the games that I missed out in the series for the first time. It's been a blast. It's been really fun. And Easily, I'm scared. Dude, Easily wants me to speed run Final Fantasy X so bad. But
I think you'll find it easier than 9. Honestly, you get the notes and follow it step by step. There's no variance.
It's just crazy. I'm thinking about doing it. I am. And I do want to do some challenge runs in the future. So, yeah, glad to be here.
You said you might want to try the new skip they found last year as well.
Yeah, I do.
The Me and High Road one?
Yep.
Yeah.
We're not Me and High Road,
Mushroom Rock. Yeah.
How many tries did it take you to actually get that right, Easily?
3.
Really? That quick?
I still messed it up a little bit. Like yesterday, it took me 3 pushes instead of the 2 standard that you go for. Because I thought I got pushed through the first wall in one little nudge. Because there's these 2 invisible walls you need to get through. And I got through the first one. And I went to get through the second one. It pushed me 3 times. And I was like, cool, I'm through. Nope, I wasn't. So I had to wait the minute for it to come back and push me again. But all you need to be in is the right place on 2 occasions. You can get 1 pushed, but it's very, very, very hard.
Okay.
I do have a quick, I see a request in chat that I want to answer. It's a big meme in my community.
Mm-hmm.
And later on, we're actually going to be playing Final Fantasy Jeopardy, and it's going to be centered towards Final Fantasy X. Separate from the Crystal Bearers, we did do a Final Fantasy Jeopardy once on Drew's channel, and I didn't know any of the answers to any of the questions. We finally got a Final Fantasy question, and my answer was Final Fantasy X! And I'm
breaking the mics already. Let's go.
Really sorry that if I've just peaked your eardrums. Sorry.
Let's go. As for me, it actually has been 2 months or so since our last episode, so I feel like I need to talk about Echo S7 again just for a moment, because last stream I was just talking about how awesome it was to start it. Now that I've completed it, I have to say my favorite playthrough of Final Fantasy VII I've ever done. The voice acting was overall tremendous, especially the ending. The way it added to the emotion of the ending cutscenes was very special, specifically the final line of the game, which I'm not going to say, but Shoop knows what I'm talking about as well, because she got a little teary-eyed as well. Like that final line, which isn't in the original game, they just added it with a little bit with the voice acting at the end, really hits. There's so much special about that playthrough. And then when, of course, you add on all of the other mods, the visual and the audio mods that I added on, it was like a new, fresh playthrough of my favorite game of all time. And that's pretty crazy.
That's amazing.
It is.
You did literally
I really need to
everything,
try it.
didn't you?
You should definitely try. Anybody who loves Final Fantasy VII, even if it was like a year ago that you played it, I still highly recommend trying out Echo S7. And great news, they're working on Echo S8. They're working on Echo S9. They're supposedly doing Legend of Dragoon and maybe even Xenogears. So they are very busy over there. And I think they're even trying to get out Echo S8 or 9 sometime this year, which is very ambitious. Yeah,
I think
very,
they're trying
very
to get both out
ambitious.
of
They
the
want
park.
to both.
And as well for the voices.
They might still have some left. Yeah.
I got a little part of
I
me.
Did you really? I did too.
Yeah. I love it.
believe they have more for 9 left. I don't think they have any more in 8 left.
Allie, can I ask which NPC you're going to be voicing?
So I'm on the monitor in the school computer room, and I'm talking to Zell about hot dogs.
That is awesome.
Oh.
Yeah, and my name is S.A. That's all. S.A.
That is really cool.
It's amazing.
That
You-
is so cool.
You know the guy in Timber that you mistake for Zone? Do you remember that guy?
Maybe.
He's right at the start
A
of,
little bit.
Timber. When you go down the steps, he looks like Zone, but he's not actually Zone. I'm that guy.
That's amazing. I love that.
Yeah, so
Drew
goofy.
is zone, not zone.
Yeah, I'm not Zone. Yeah, hashtag not Zone. I would love to be in 9 as well, though, of course. But otherwise, I've moved on to a no leveling run of 8, which is really, really cool so far. I've never done any type of challenge run like that before, so it's really interesting. It's very grindy, but in sort of a comforting way. I've always considered 8 sort of a cozy, comforting game
It's so
for that
cozy.
reason. Yeah, I think the grindiness of it works for me for that specific entry. It doesn't always. There's certainly a line where Final Fantasy becomes too grindy for me, but 8 is just kind of in that sweet spot for some reason. And then otherwise, I have started, of course, another run of 7 Remake because gotta get on that hype train. Ain't no getting off this hype train we're on, not till we get to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which we're going to talk about a little bit tonight. We got, not only do we have the TV spot that happened very recently, but it's been so long since we've had an episode, we actually need to talk about the Game Awards a little bit as well. But before I get into all of that, let me just say welcome to everybody in the room. I see Allie is in there talking with everybody. Thank you for doing that, Allie. And of course, we have lots of redemptions active. You're already taking advantage of. Easily is in the lead with EXP tonight. You guys are giving all your experience points to Easily, but just keep in mind that you can do the 50, the 100, and the 200, one each. Make sure you utilize the redemptions, you guys. And a big one is the Moogle mailbox. That is the final segment of the show. Throughout the entire length tonight of the episode, you can submit your questions that we will try our very best to get to at the end of the show in the Moogle mailbox. I recommend trying to make those questions about things that we didn't get to in chat, or maybe things that are completely unrelated to what we talked about tonight. Of course, I'd recommend keeping it about Final Fantasy. That's what we want to talk about. But you can go off the beaten path a little bit if you would like.
Just we ask that you don't abuse it. I know we had one episode where someone was just asking, like, what's your favorite vegetable?
Yes.
Things like that.
That does make it a little bit difficult because then we got to sort of filter through them and it slows things down. And this is already going to be a very long episode. And that's why we should just move on right now to the level update, you guys. All right. This month in the level update, we have a lot of exciting news to talk about. First up, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth trailer was at the Game Awards. I know this was like, how long ago now at this point? It feels like forever ago. I think it was early December, right? But let's talk about it now.
It feels like forever ago. It doesn't feel like it was just like a month ago.
I think a lot of us were really hoping to get like a Final Fantasy IX remake reveal.
I would scream.
Did you expect it though, Allie? Were you at all expecting a 9 remake to be revealed?
Honestly, no.
No.
If they do though, I'm going to cry so hard.
There was one moment that we're going to get to where Shoop and I both thought it might happen. It, of course, did not. But we did get a 7 Rebirth trailer. And it actually was meant to spotlight the new musical theme of 7 Rebirth. They're going back to another vocal theme. In remake, we get Hollow. And in this one, we have a theme song called No Promises to Keep. I actually want to read off the lyrics real quick for you guys, because I feel like we might be able to speculate a little bit based on what is said here. So, I won't say that it was fate. I won't say that it was destiny. But if not, what could it be that drew you towards me? Could it be chance? Till the day that we meet again, where or when, I wish I could say. But believe, know that you'll find me, promises to keep. We won't ever need till the day that we meet again. In our place, just let me believe. In the church, know that you take my hand and never let me down. Take my hand and believe that we can be together after all.
Oh my gosh.
Allie, let's go to you first, actually.
I know it's so...
When you hear all that, what does your mind go to?
Honestly, for me, it's like Zack and Aerith.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I feel like, I don't know what we're going to see. I haven't watched the newest one, the newest trailer, so I don't know what shows in there. Mm-hmm. But we did see a little bit of Zack and Aerith. And I'm like, okay, Crisis Core destroyed my soul. So if there's some kind of like reuniting going on in Rebirth, I'm going to lose it. Oh my gosh, I'm going to cry so much.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised by it. I certainly think it could be that. It's interesting in the trailer that they played it like as Cloud is looking at Aerith, but it could be interesting that he's like confused, right? He could be like hearing these words thinking, maybe he's thinking it's about him, but maybe it's about Zack instead. Yeah. What do you think, Easley?
So it depends. I can't say too much because it would be big spoilers, but my head goes to a certain scene right at the end of the game where Cloud thinks he's grabbing a hand. And he thinks it's Aerith, and obviously it's not. The end line of that just sings to me that particular image in my head, and I don't know, it could say that there's a difference in the way they want to take the story, and I want to see what they want to do.
Yeah.
That's where my head's going. I'm not thinking Zack, which is kind of weird.
What about you, Shoop? Are you thinking Zack or?
I don't know. So like, there are certain lyrics in the song that make me think it's about Cloud, but then there are others that tell me maybe not, that it is about Zack.
Yeah. They're gonna be playing with that a lot. I think they already are. I mean, when this trailer came out, it was very strange to see the reaction to it. Most people were obviously very excited, but there was definitely a portion of the fan base that was like, "Why is it so Aerith focused? Why is it so Aerith focused? Where's Tifa? Where's Tifa?" But then we just got the TV spot, and I feel like everybody got their Tifa moment, as we're gonna talk about in a little bit. Definitely got their Tifa moment. This was an Aerith trailer, and there's nothing wrong with that. Give us an Aerith trailer. She deserves it. Why not? Why not? Especially considering where this game supposedly ends. I think having a strong Aerith-focused trailer sounds great. But that's not the only thing we got. We got our first look at Cid. We got Matt Mercer as the voice of Vincent. Ease, let's go to you. What do you think of Cid? We got a very small glimpse of Cid, but what'd you feel of that line delivery and his look and all that?
Can I just say it's thankful to see Square giving Cid the not 50-year-old treatment?
Yeah.
He actually looks his age.
Yeah.
32, I believe, right?
Yeah, he looks in his 30s in that, as opposed to looking like he's 50. And I absolutely loved the way he was introduced in that little brief bit we saw. Absolutely loved it. And I'm very hopeful to see a Cid which is hopefully not toned down too much. I want to see.
That's what I want to talk about a little bit.
Actually is.
So that was some of the feedback I saw as well, is fear, a little bit of hesitancy that he is too soft. He sounds too soft in the trailer. He talks to Aerith about how he wants to help her, and somebody like, that's not my Cid. Cid's gruff and mean and abrasive. Allie, what would you think if they did sort of take back that aggression, especially that he has towards Shera in the game? He's very, very angry and mean to Shera for a reason that we won't go into. But do you think that they might tone that down, and are you okay with that?
I feel like they honestly would.
Mhm.
I feel like maybe things that maybe not deemed okay back then, I feel like presently they would be more considered offensive in like the time that we're in. I don't really want them to change him too much, but he definitely is kind of a jerk to her, and I wouldn't really mind seeing that toned down a little bit. But I don't want them to change him too much.
I agree. And I think kind of a jerk is probably being generous to him. What do you think, Shoop?
I mean, I would love to see how sit down and drink your goddamn tea ends up playing out in the remake, you know?
I hope they keep it.
I hope they do too, but I wonder, like, I don't think that he's too soft, first of all. From what I've seen in the trailers, I think his voice is perfect for Sid. But I would like to see, like, the context change. Like, maybe the way he says it is for a reason, rather than just him being a jerk to his wife, who clearly just doesn't want to get a divorce.
To be fair, one thing to keep in mind, if I remember right, easily correct me if I'm wrong, but the sit down and drink your goddamn tea, I think is actually directed at Cloud. I don't think it's directed at Shara.
That bit's directed at Cloud.
So maybe they keep that
Shara
line.
to go and make them a drink.
He says very rude things to Shara and says some, he calls her things that he 100% should not call her.
I think he's very patronizing of her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do think
He's like really like bitter towards her.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. And I do think they tone that down. And in my opinion, I think they kind of need to, because there's a big difference between reading those lines back in the day with the chibi looking models and having it presented to us in these beautiful cutscenes and wonderfully voice acted, to hear him say those lines against Shara, to have the emotion that we can see on her character model as opposed to nothing, just reading it. That's completely different. It's just a completely different experience, and it's going to land differently. And if they go too hard with Sid and keep it faithful to the original, I think there's a chance that they alienate a certain group of people from liking his character at all, where there's just no coming back from that. Like, I can't look at his character the same way after hearing him treat her that way. So I think they do need to find a delicate balance with that character without also alienating the people that want him to be faithful.
I think they need to be really, really careful, given that, as you guys who have played it will know, that for a while you need to control Sid.
Of course.
And if that actually is a thing, you have to be able to like the character that you're playing to some degree, because if you hate them, you're just going to hate that part of the gameplay. So I feel they're going to have to tread that line incredibly careful.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. But let's move on to the second TV spot that just came out, I believe, early this week, if I remember right. Short little 60-second TV spot, but I enjoyed the heck out of it because we did get some glimpses of exciting things without it being too spoilery. That was what I was afraid of. I remember the 7 Remake launch trailer was so spoilery, so I would advise everybody, come launch trailer, don't watch it. But this wasn't too bad. Easily, what did you think? What did you think of this little TV spot we got this past week? Or this week, I should say.
I kept it very brief. I didn't want to dive too far in yet. Because I know, one, we'll talk about it here, and two, I've got all these thoughts coming in my head as to what I expect the game to be. And the trailer that we're seeing, thankfully, isn't ruining what I'm seeing. It's giving me a lot of excitement for the game coming out and saying, look, this game is actually huge. It's going to be a lot of playtime, a lot to explore, a lot to do with incredible visuals and story. Yeah. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I actually love that they only kept it a minute long, because like in one single minute, you can really pick something apart, which is what I did when I watched it. I was like, what's that big floating thing with a big green ball on his butt? Why is this person yelling? Like, and I mean, I was like pausing it every few seconds, but like there was nothing in it. And so far, none of the Rebirth trailers have spoiled anything, which is actually beautiful.
Yeah, I feel like they've been pretty safe so far. I wonder if they heard the feedback from
I bet they did.
Those 7 Rebirth trailers, because they did get ridiculous. I don't know if anybody's watched the launch trailer. I fortunately did not watch it back when Remake came out, but after beating the game, I watched it and I was like, oh my God, if I would have watched this trailer, that would have been so unbelievably spoilery. So I'm happy they didn't. And now also, look at this on screen. We got recreations of the original key art.
Stunning.
Yuffie recreated, looks beautiful. Not sitting or standing on the finger. I wonder if they'll save that for part 3. And this beautiful recreation of Kate Sith
The
in the
zipper.
gold
I
saucer.
love the
This is my
zipper.
first time seeing it. I
Oh,
love
really?
it.
Oh my god, it's
Yeah.
so good. It looks so good.
Oh my god.
We
We
got
get
more
Allie's live
information
reaction.
on Yuffie and Kate Sith as well. So with Kate Sith, it's kind of interesting that in this one, you are controlling the cat in battle unless you summon the Moogle mount. They are not always together. So I thought that was very interesting. Like the cat is really the character. The Moogle is a mount that he can summon. So in cutscenes and all that, I have a feeling we're going to see the cat a lot without the Moogle.
Look at him.
Easily, you seem sort of like
cute.
flabbergasted by this.
I didn't actually realize that you don't control both.
Yeah.
That bit's actually news to me, and part of me going, it's a bit confusing given what case it is.
Mhm.
So
Exactly. It is very confusing. I wonder if they even try
Yeah.
to explain it because it's always been confusing. But if you look at this screen
Yeah.
right here, if you notice in the previous screen, Kate Sith was there
Someone-
without the Moogle. And if you look next to Kate Sith's name down in the menu down there, you can see a little icon. And when the Moogle is summoned as a mount, there's a little Moogle icon next to his name. And when it's not summoned, it's Kate Sith on his own. No Moogle icon. So it's a thing. It's a literal ability that you can use in the game. I think it's called Let's Ride, actually. The ability is called Let's Ride, and that summons the Moogle mount. And when you have the Moogle mount, of course, a lot of luck-based abilities are at play. You can buff your party with certain luck-based abilities. So they're staying true to the nature of Kate Sith, but they definitely are surprising me a little bit with how they're going about it, but not in a bad way. I thought that the Moogle was always going to be there, I guess, is where my mind was at. And
Well,
that's not the case.
I see in the photo the way like he's holding his megaphone and it's all bright and lit up. And a Effector in chat said the cat controls the mount with his megaphone, I believe.
That is correct. I think that's how he calls them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
And going over to Yuffie, one of the coolest screens is right here. Real quick, we'll pause on this. Yuffie has an ability called Doppelganger. And if you look at this, it's literally like a stick dummy
Whoa.
of Yuffie.
Yeah.
That she calls, she's still in the field of battle as well, but she has a dummy version of Yuffie that also fights alongside her when
It looks
she
so weird.
when she uses Doppelganger. So pretty
I
cool
wonder if
ability
it's-
for
I wonder
Yuffie
if
there.
it's used as a decoy too, that like enemies will focus on it and try and attack it instead of her.
Exactly, it's a decoy.
Yeah.
You can use it that way as well. Allie, did you play Intermission, the Yuffie DLC?
Yes, and I loved it so much. It made me love Yuffie, and I just cannot wait to see her meet up with everybody. I need it. She needs it.
She needed, I agree, because Yuffie in the original, as much as I like her, she's quirky and bratty and funny. We already, just based on Intermission alone, we have so much more. There's just so much more depth to that character already based
Yeah.
off what we saw in Intermission. So it's great how they're fleshing out these characters. They're no longer side characters that are missable. They are truly a part of the main cast, which makes them more special. And lastly, just a quick little showing here of Elena. We have Elena's kind of going to replace Reno in this one, it turns out, because the voice actor unfortunately died, the Japanese voice actor for
my
Reno, and
gosh.
they did not want to recast him so quickly. They decided to instead focus on Elena as the replacement. Reno, I'm sure, will be back in part 3. This is Captain, I think, Vitor, if I remember right. He is the captain of the ship that transports you from Junon to Costa del Sol. And what's really exciting is it's no longer just a cargo ship in this game. It is now a cruise ship.
Cruise
Oh my
ship.
god!
And it has a
That's
card
amazing.
tournament on it. It has a card tournament for Queen's Blood.
Where did I miss this?
Yeah, I know. Like,
That's amazing.
this is what you can see here is kind of decorated like paradise and stuff inside the cruise ship. This is what I was talking about on my stream earlier this week. It's just they didn't have to do this, right? Like they did not need to go this hard. Like they could have just had it be a cargo ship and have this be this very quick moment going from continent to continent, hitting those story beats. But no, why not make it a cruise ship? Why not put a card game on it? Like they're going so hard with this series, and I really respect it. I don't
I
know.
wonder if there's
Love
going to
our
be like
card
a
games.
casino on the cruise ship. There's a casino in every cruise ship, right?
It's like
Yeah.
the gold saucer.
yeah.
Right,
I've
it's like a
gotta
little
wonder-
mini gold saucer. Yeah.
I gotta wonder if the singing scene actually becomes on the cruise ship instead of in the God Saucer. then.
That's.
I
a
bet
good
you're right.
point. Yeah.
Because if it stays on a cruise ship,
It could be. I think that's the play, though. I really do think that's the play that we're
Yeah,
seeing in the
most
Gold
likely.
Saucer. And it's probably Loveless. They're probably trying to merge all this together at this point into one cohesive package, get Loveless introduced and all that kind of stuff. But I'll stop there. I don't want to go too crazy talking about 7 Rebirth all night. But I think this is probably the most excited I've been for a game in like a decade.
Me too.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I'm playing through 7 Remake, I mean, there's just so much to be excited about.
I do have a question for each of you. Are you guys all going to be playing Rebirth like upon release?
I don't think I will.
You don't think you're going to stream it on release?
I think I'm going to wait a little while and let everyone play it. I'm going to probably finish like my Kingdom Hearts situation I'm doing right now, and then start it.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it's going to be, or maybe I won't wait at all and just start it because I'm going to be so excited.
I was wondering what you were going to do with it because both Drew and I we both took some time off work.
Yeah, I get it. Like, I know why people are waiting. I know that it's going to be a viewer killer. I know that everybody's going to want to wait to play it themselves, or maybe even wait until they have a PS5, which who knows how long that's going to be. Anybody that played 16 at launch knows that it was pretty slow for most of us playing 16 when it first came out. But here's the difference, and I don't want to disparage 16. I liked 16, but 16 had some really slow moments. And when you got to those 10-hour slow moments and your chat is also slow, it's like, oh my God, this is a tough night. But I don't think that's going to happen with me with Rebirth. I don't really care how slow chat is. I think I'm probably just going to be grinning from ear to ear the whole way through, even if chat is slow. So I'm not as concerned about it.
I honestly think there'll be points where we basically ignore chat not because we don't want to interact, but I think we'll just get lost in the game a little bit. I know full well there'll be parts where I'm just sat there going, all right, bye chat.
You got to zone in.
Yeah. Just because I kind of heard you agree there, Allie, I'm curious. I know you played 16. I watched you play some of 16, and I noticed that even for you, there were parts where you even talked about playing it offline. I did not hear your final thoughts on 16. Of course, no spoilers, but I'm just kind of curious. Did it turn around for you? Did it end up being? It did.
I love it. I love Final Fantasy 16. I think the biggest downfall for 16 is like the side quest.
Yeah.
And some of the main story quest feels like side quest, and you just have to run back and forth, fetch quest for like a few hours.
I'm gonna ask the icon of fire to go get me some garlic. Why?
Why?
But overall, I loved that game. The ending was like amazing. It really hit me, and I give it like maybe like a 7 out of 10, which isn't great, but a lot better than I was like starting to feel like halfway through.
When I was watching you play it, I probably would have guessed 5 out of 10 at that point. So it did climb up by the end. That's good. I'm glad. And I would say it probably did for me as well. That game was a roller coaster when it comes to like my review scale. Like there were parts where I was like, honestly, in the first 2 hours, I was like 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. And then it went down to like a 9, and then down to an 8, and then down to like a 6, and then back up to an 8. It was like, it was just, it kept going all over the place depending on where I was at in the game.
Me too.
I wonder how I would eventually feel if I replay it, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon for me. I'm kind of okay distancing myself from that world for a little while. It was a heavy world to be a part of.
Have you done the DLC?
No, but I will definitely do that. And we're going to talk about that, actually. I think it might be coming up right now. But if you guys don't mind, I did notice if you guys could just talk for a moment about anything. I have one little thing I need to fix in OBS on my end in the background, just to fix something.
You fix things, but be careful of that static electricity. I won't be able to see my right monitor.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I'm not going to be playing Rebirth on release. First of all, I do like Final Fantasy VII. I do not love it the way that I love like 9 and 10. And that's okay. And I think Drew does. Drew loves Final Fantasy VII. Like it's his favorite of all the games in the series. I want to be there throughout his entire gameplay. I'm going to be experiencing it, and yes, I'll technically be spoiling myself as a streamer or whatever, but I'm going to be there throughout his entire gameplay as a viewer and a moderator, because the problem with like these big games, if you want to stream them on release, is sometimes you get some jerks that just want to ruin the fun, and I would rather him have an unspoiled, unmassacred gameplay. Like,
I appreciate that so much. I really do.
Yeah. I want to be able to be there for him to have a good time. And I do plan on playing it But I want to play things in a certain order. I've never gotten to play Crisis Core or Crisis Core Union, so I want to do that. And I want to play OG7 because I've never streamed OG7. And then I want to do Remake and then Rebirth. So I think that's going to be like the fourth quarter of the year. I think that's what I'm going to be doing, is focusing just on a 7 journey.
And I can't wait for that. The way you're going to be in my Final Fantasy X streams is the way I'm going to be in your Final Fantasy VII streams.
Like, look, I have an addiction.
What were you going to say, easily?
So I haven't played Crisis Core Union either, but I had it bought for me a few weeks ago. I'm going to play through it through early Feb because I've finished another remake playthrough. I'm doing an OG playthrough of 7 as a challenge run at currently one. I'm not speedrunning, which is rare. And then I'll do Crisis Core Union so that I've done all of them just in time for Rebirth. That's my plan. And the main reason I want to stream it on release is I cannot physically get spoiled if I'm the spoiler.
This is true.
This is true. You're very smart, very clever.
I mean, I played 16 on release, and I think the one thing that was definitely like a wide consensus across the platform was that everyone that I came across were all kind of on the same page of like, nobody spoiled 16. Like, you didn't see people going in other people's chats to be toxic, or randos that would just pop in to like say, oh, this person dies, or this person does this person does that, like you typically see in big release games. Not a soul spoiled a single thing in my 16 playthrough, and I didn't see anybody spoiling 16 playthroughs even months later after release, and I thought that was really cool.
Mine was safe too.
Yeah, that was special. And speaking of 16, actually, let's jump into our next topic. It was about the DLC that you brought up, Allie. One of the DLC is actually already out. That is the Echoes of the Fallen, I believe. That's already out. And Easily, I think you played that already. Am I incorrect on this?
Nope.
You haven't played it.
I'm waiting for the second DLC, and I'm going to do both together along with a new replay through of 16.
I'm doing the same. I'm waiting to play all the DLC
Me too.
Together.
We're all doing the same thing.
I also haven't played it.
Awesome. Well, Echoes of the Fallen is going to unlock a whole new story, battles, weapons, accessories. Players will follow Clive and his friends during their investigations as they encounter a group of suspicious traitors. Special bonus items for Echoes of the Fallen. Expansion pack include the Buster Sword. I saw that around a lot. That's pretty cool. So that iconic weapon. And there's the Away Orchestrion Roll, which allows a chiptune version of the song Away, which is one of my favorite songs.
Away? Oh, yeah.
Away is beautiful.
It's the Phoenix's theme.
But I think...
A chiptune version?
Yeah, chiptune version of it. Yeah, it's called Away 1987. It's in a chiptune version of Away.
Cool.
Cool.
But I know myself, Shoop, and Easily, at least, are most excited about the second DLC coming in spring. No date yet. Excuse me. The Rising Tide. Because it will have Icon Leviathan. Easily.
Leviathan is my baby.
Tell me, why do you like Levi, Allie? Go ahead, Allie. You can go.
So I just remember playing Final Fantasy VIII for the first time, or maybe it was my second playthrough, and I summoned Leviathan. I was like, oh my gosh, this is my freaking baby right here. And I just fell in love with Leviathan, and all-time favorite summon, any game, Leviathan. I wish Final Fantasy X had Leviathan. Oh.
That animation for Leviathan in 8 is definitely one of the best. I still say Diablos is my favorite, but the tidal wave going down the mountainside, really badass. Easily, I know you're a huge Leviathan fan, but I don't actually know why.
So the Final Fantasy VIII demo, which I have, and I still have it, right? It's in my Final Fantasy VII case because that's what it came in. When you get to the Dollet mission, you can summon Leviathan.
I remember hearing about that.
And it was the first actual summon I used, because I didn't use Ifrit at this point. I didn't use Quetz. I literally just summoned Leviathan, and I remember losing my shit. Sorry, I absolutely lost it. And
wasn't it Renoa's summon?
Yeah.
Oh, right, because Renoa was in the demo, right?
Renoa was in the demo.
Yep.
Yeah, and I loved it, and then I played the actual game, and I was like, where's Leviathan? Why don't I have Leviathan? And got through, and obviously was really happy once I got Leviathan, used it, realized that in the game it's not a strong summon, but I loved it. Absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
But as Shoop could probably tell you, I was really angry when 16 didn't have Leviathan. I was really angry at
Well,
There
they
were
teased
certain
it so
reason.
heavily. So yeah, obviously, I
Yeah.
think we were all upset because it was just like, it was there. It was obviously supposed to be in the game, it felt like, and it just wasn't.
They called it Leviathan the Lost. It should have been Leviathan the DLC.
Yeah. I mean, do we all think that they planned this from the start? They said that they didn't plan DLC, but it kind of feels like they planned this. To
I
me.
don't feel like they planned it like as DLC. I think they planned it for if enough people were like, where's Leviathan? Where's Leviathan? They could put it back in the game. I think it was something that it was supposed to be in the game originally, and then they cut for time constraints.
That's a very strong
Like a
possibility.
statue or something.
He is.
He
yeah.
is. Yep.
Yeah.
I think they originally always planned on having Leviathan in the game, realized time was too short before release, cropped that section out, refined it for DLC, and decided they were going to do it as DLC, but said they were never going to. Because if the game flopped, then they just wouldn't have released it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I do think it's kind of cool that Easley and Allie both said that their most like memorable experience with Leviathan is both from Final Fantasy VIII, and mine is too. Like as soon because well, 8 was my very first Final Fantasy. I played it when I was a kid with my aunt, and that was the first summon I saw. The very first summon I saw was this like monstrous sea snake going up like slithering up this big old pile of rock and then coming down with a tidal wave down a waterfall, and I was like, what game is
I love
this?
that.
Yeah, I was like, I want to play this. Like Leviathan was like really my very first visual introduction to Final Fantasy as a whole, and I was just a little kid. And then I remember like I played 9 and I got Leviathan and I went to summon him and I was like, where's his waterfall?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah. Definitely. He's definitely one of the OGs. He's one of the cool ones. You know, we've always had him. So yeah, I think we're all excited for the 16 DLC when it releases. We'll have to wait and find out what the spring release is for Rising Tide. But another cool little news story, quick one for you guys. Final Fantasy VII Advent Children Complete is returning to theaters in February, probably as a little hype train for Rebirth, and there will be a new interview short film included. So have all of us here seen Final Fantasy VII Advent Children Complete?
Yes. Well, I don't know what completes. I'm not sure.
So Complete was the one that came out a year to 2 later for the Blu-ray release, and it had probably a good 20 minutes or so of extra footage, a little bit better story pacing than the original release, some better action sequences as well.
I think it's the one that most people have seen, though. I feel like adding the word complete always confuses people, but then like once you see it through and you're like, oh yeah, this is the one I watched.
Advent Children Complete is the one to watch without a doubt. It's actually a much better movie than the original release. They're both great for like fan service, but I think anybody that has seen Advent Children, the original, kind of will admit that as a film, it's not like high art. It's just kind of really good action sequences and really cool to see those characters again that you love so much. Whereas Advent Children Complete actually made a little bit of an effort to make Denzel, the little boy, matter. And so I do recommend it. If you haven't seen the full complete version, I do recommend it, and maybe even go to the theater to see it. Looks like everybody in chat actually has seen it. Yes, I loved it. Yes, it was all right. So everybody, we all got a bunch of Final Fantasy fans here.
It was kind of funny. So I didn't see Advent Children at all. I had seen like, I don't know if you guys ever did this when you were kids, or at least I don't know, but I would watch like AMVs on YouTube.
Yes,
of, like,
I used to make them.
Are you
all
really
the time.
asking me if I've watched
Yes.
AMVs when
Yeah,
I have
Drew
like
made
6 of them I've
Drew
made myself?
Too.
Yes.
But so I knew a lot of the footage from Advent Children, but I had never seen like the movie itself. So I watched on Drew's Discord with it was like a watch along, I think. When was it? I want to say
It was
spring
several
of
months ago at this point. It's
yeah,
been a
spring
while.
or summer of last year was the first time, and the only time that I've seen it. And throughout the movie, I was like, "Oh, this is cool," and I would have voted for like, "Yeah, it's all right." But I personally voted for yes, I loved it because the ending, and I don't want to spoil anything, but like the end of Advent Children is phenomenal. It's beautiful, and I was in shambles, and like the whole
I couldn't
Discord
believe how
chat.
hard you cried. I was
I
like,
was crying so hard.
because you don't really have like the connection to 7 that I have. So I was like, wow, I really do think that this 7 journey you're going to go on is just going to be so different than the first one, because you've connected now emotionally with some of the characters in a different way than when you played it, whenever it was. I'm not sure when it was, but
Yeah, I was crying my little heart out, and it was just beautiful. It was really beautifully done.
yeah, the music
Ready for
especially.
Crisis Core.
Yeah.
Oh no, I know. I was with Drew during his playthrough of it, and I know the story anyway. But like, I was sitting beside him in the chair, on stream.
It's too much.
It's a lot.
It's a lot of tears.
It's a good hurt though. It's kind of that pain that makes you feel alive.
Yeah.
Right?
Isn't this why we replay these games over and over so we can just like cry again?
Speaking of Advent Children, director of Advent Children, Tetsuya Nomura, talked a little bit about the action in Rebirth recently. He was talking specifically about why he didn't want it to be, quote, reflex type action. Some people took some grievances with this quote here because they feel like maybe he was targeting 16. Here's the quote for you guys. I do have this idea of how Final Fantasy battles should be and should feel. We want to keep the strategy element intact, in which the player will consider the elemental weaknesses of enemies during battle, while using these action moves and being engaged. That was always the core belief in how we should approach Final Fantasy battles. I thought this was truly vital to this game. I didn't want it to be a game where it's a reflex-type action or reflex-based action. We wanted to combine all of these elements. So specifically there, it's him bringing up the elemental weaknesses that are kind of everybody's targeting that line specifically because I speaking for myself here, that was one of the things in 16 where I was like, why don't you have elemental weaknesses? Why don't you have status ailments? Why don't you have poison? Like if Marlboro does poison gas on you, why aren't you poisoned? Like it was, yeah, right. Like where's Minnie? Where's all these things? They're mainstays in a way of Final Fantasy, and it felt like it wasn't there for a reason that I couldn't understand. Like I felt like it could have been there, I guess is what I'm saying. So a lot of people are feeling like he's targeting 16 here easily. What do you think? Just Tetsuya Nomura being himself, or do you think he's actually responding to 16 complaints?
I think he's actually responding to 16 complaints. I think they wanted to test out how it would be received doing an action style game, which they did, and it was good in that sense, but it was also not. I think he realized just how much people did miss elements, how much they miss status effects, and how in 16 you can button mash and you'll eventually beat something. Might not be first try, but you can do that. You go and just slam your head into the brick wall that is status ailments and elemental effects. If the bosses are hard enough, then you won't beat them. So. Right. I think he's responding going, this is what was in Final Fantasy. This is in my memories. This is in everyone else's memories. Maybe we should put it back in because people don't like that it's not.
Yeah. Shoop, what do you think? I know this is something that bothered you as well.
Well, okay, so let me kind of clarify why it bothered me. I only played 7 Remake once, and I was very stubborn and refused to like listen to the tutorials because I was like, it's Final Fantasy. I know what I'm doing. And I did not play the game as it was intended to be played for the better part of a year. I was just like, this game sucks. And then, yeah, I know.
Imagine how I feel.
Drew's reaction. Like I had like a notebook where I wrote down everything that I disliked about it. It was really bad. and I felt like that was just it. That was the end all be all. And then I came to realize that I was foolish because I just didn't learn the mechanics of the game. And I bet I could have been really good at it had I just followed pretty simple directions that are given to you at the beginning.
Honestly, I think you're going to be great at it, especially at 16. You did great at 16.
Yeah. I'm so used to like, I'm a very turn-based gal, and on top of that, any other action games that I had ever played were just button mashy games. I had never experienced like the in-between, so I was very confused as to like why this turn-based thing doesn't make sense. Why isn't my ATB charging when I'm rolling? Like I'm dodging and I can't do anything but attack. Like when you're rolling on the ground, your ATB doesn't charge. And I was like, I can't do anything. Why can't I do anything?
Stop dodge rolling.
Yeah, well, I didn't read the manual.
Yeah.
And so I never got to play the intermission either because I played on PS4 when it was first released. So I think, yeah, a big part of my 7 journey is going to be getting to play Remake again and in a way that I understand it rather than being a stubborn little shoe puff and demanding that everything be turn-based.
Yeah, Allie, I mean, if you look at chat right now, we had a poll and 4 out of 6 think the hybrid system of 7 Remake should be the new standard, and another 2 said it should be used occasionally just moving forward. Like it should be one of the mainstays. I know you're a big turn-based fan, I think as all of us are. What do you think? The hybrid action of 7 Remake, do you want it to stay isolated to the Remake series, or would you like to see it become something that's used maybe in 18 or 19 or 20 or something like that?
I actually really like it. I feel like it's a really nice balance for people who like turn-based, but also maybe new gamers who are just getting into Final Fantasy and they don't really like turn-based or like slower style games. I really like it because I feel like
Yeah.
I get like a little bit of everything.
Mm.
And it's kind of like fast paced, but I also really like slow paced. So if they ever like sprinkle in another like turn-based game,
Hmm.
that's very good with me too.
I was talking with Shoop about this recently, about the possibility of turn-based coming back, and I actually think it does sort of fit right into our next story here. Yoshi P, who is producer on Final Fantasy XVI, and of course beloved for the revival of Final Fantasy XIV. A lot of people consider him to be somewhat of a savior in the Final Fantasy space based on what he was able to accomplish with 14. He talked about Final Fantasy XVII, actually, this past week. He was responding to an interview question, but for what he said here, for us, Creative Business Unit 3, I think is what it's called, we really want to further develop 14 and perhaps put the experience we had cultivated while making 16 to use on a different game too, to which the interviewer responded, so I guess you won't be directing Final Fantasy 17 then. He said, I'm on the board of directors now, so I really need to watch what I say here. For the moment, I'll just say nothing's been decided yet. That said, if I had to say anything about that, I've had the chance to work on 2 of these, 14 and 16. So maybe it's time for someone new, you know? Instead of having the same old guys handling the next one, I think in some ways it would be good to look to the future and bring in a younger generation with more youthful sensibilities to make a new Final Fantasy with challenges that suit today's world.
Just like when we were talking about this the other day, Drew and I, that like Nomura was the young blood, if you will, in Final Fantasy VII.
He was,
brought
yeah.
a
So
lot
you
of
had
good ideas to it.
Kitase, of course, and you had the father of Final Fantasy working on 7. He was the young guy, and they had to rail him in a couple times. If I remember right, I could be misremembering if he was the one, but I'm pretty sure Nomura was the one that wanted to kill 60% of your party at the end of the game when you parachute into Midgar. So this is a little bit spoilery, but it also doesn't happen in the game, so don't worry. In 7 OG, at the very end of the game, you parachute into Midgar. And Nomura's idea at that time is that you choose 3 party members. He said that he wanted those 3 party members to be the only ones that survived the parachute into Midgar. Everybody else that you didn't choose in your party at the time would have died.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah. And Kitase was like, okay, take it easy, guy.
Like the power of choices, it's very powerful, but do you have any idea how many people would be like, all right, well, I just automatically killed Red 13, so I guess I'm not playing anymore.
I think they made the right call, though. Kitase, in his wisdom, was like, no, there's a much more important death in this game that we don't want to overshadow or take anything away from. And if you do this at the end of the game and you destroy 60% of your party, it lessens the impact of that moment.
Yeah.
So he was the young blood there, though, right? And that's, I think what's important is if they do go with young blood, that's cool. I love people coming in with new creative visions and all that kind of stuff. But you know, I would love Sakaguchi to come back around and give his mentorship to somebody, or Kitase stay on as a mentor. Like, you can't get rid of that old blood at the same time, because they have the experience, and they have a nostalgia that we have, I would imagine, for where this series started. And like you, Allie, I would love to see them look at the landscape of RPGs right now, realize that Baldur's Gate 3 not only is Game of the Year, but also one of the best-selling games of the year as a true turn-based dice roll RPG.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Persona 5 has sold almost 10 million copies at this point. Persona 6 will probably beat that, I bet you. Turn-based is still
back. Relevant. That's the thing.
It's cyclical. These
said
things
they
are
gotta do
cyclical.
it.
We went so long with things being so action-focused that I think a lot of us started to form a real fond nostalgia for, the way it used to be back in my day, turn-based. And I think we're getting to that point now. Even the ones that for a while they were like, now I like action, I think even them are like, you know what, maybe I would like to see turn-based again. Maybe we're finally back at that point. And I wonder if Square Enix recognizes that. Because based on what he said in this interview here, easily, I don't know tell me what you think. It sounds to me like they really have not started 17 much yet.
No, I don't think they have. I think that there's testing the waters with a few little ideas, and I reckon we'll see a couple of little mini games done from them, like some small, it's like indie in quotation mark games before 17's even fully realized. And the thing is with the turn-based, you got to factor in majority of their audience are going to be the people that were playing the games 20 years ago. Or are in that age bracket now, so they're going to want more turn-based. It's not going to be your 18-year-olds that just want us to have an action-based game. Not in a lot of ways. If you want that, you'll go play Soulsborne game.
There's a reason why like so many people are so hyped for 7 Remake, and why people get all excited when they hear even like the hint of a possibility of any of the other Final Fantasies getting remade, is that we're all big kids now. Like we still love these games, but we want more of why we loved these games to begin with.
Yeah. I think if anything, what we're going to see with 17, if it does go in the direction of 16, I think it's going to be that they recognize they went too far in one direction and they need to rein it in a little bit. And you're going to see if they continue evolving, let's say what 16 did, there's ways that they can stick with that mindset, but also have a little bit more strategy involved with turns and status elements and weaknesses and a party that you can actually control. Like there's ways that they can take what they built with 16 and incorporate some of the mainstays that we know and love about old school Final Fantasy and do another hybrid of sorts. Not 7 Remake, but its own sort of hybrid that's new to Creative Business Unit 3, whoever takes the reins moving forward. We'll have to wait and see. But going back to old school Final Fantasy, let's talk a little bit about Final Fantasy IX. A long time ago, feels like years ago at this point, there was the announcement of a Final Fantasy IX anime series.
What happened to it?
Exactly, right? What happened to it? Honestly, I was really starting to think that it was just dead. A French studio, from what I understand, was supposed to work on it. And it actually turns out that back in October, they did an interview, and it's just now this month that somebody found the interview and realized that they brought up Final Fantasy IX in this interview from October. So it is not dead. Here's what it says in the article. Also on tap is the upcoming animated adaptation of the popular PlayStation game Final Fantasy IX in partnership with Square Enix Co. Quote from the studio: "I think what our studio has done so incredibly well is to be flexible and super smart about the way in which they develop content and the kind of projects they choose. Final Fantasy IX, for example, is one of those IPs that ticks a lot of those boxes and is what a lot of buyers are looking for." It's not a lot, of course. It's not giving us any information, but it does seem to be confirmation, at least, that it's not dead. So that's kind of exciting in its own way. Allie, you're excited though about an animated series?
Yes. Oh my gosh, that would be amazing. I feel like we haven't seen, unless I'm mistaken, Final Fantasy IX in a really long time, like any form of it, right?
Outside of that Memoria project, which was entirely fan made. I don't know if you watched that.
It's so beautiful.
It was beautiful.
It was really stunning.
Allie, did you cry when you saw it?
No, but if it happened, if I was playing it, I would cry my eyes out the entire time, like every place, all the songs, everything. And oh my gosh, can you imagine, like in the anime, if they have the same music?
Yeah, like melodies of life and everything too.
Yes.
Imagine them embellishing in that world as well, like not even just following the main story, but just giving us more in that world, because it is definitely one of my favorite worlds in all of Final Fantasy. It's the one I like to go back to most often because it's so cozy to me. I love that world. So if they can nail that about the animated series and give us more in that world, I don't care if it's meant for 10-year-olds. I'll watch it. Like,
oh yeah,
yes, me too.
Yeah, I would definitely watch like a sort of like Legend of Korra, Avatar: The Last Airbender, like target demographic age group, but for Final Fantasy IX.
I eat that up.
I would eat that up too. And it looks like chat thinks we will not see the Final Fantasy IX animated series until 2025, but they do think it is alive. Only one person voted that they think it will die.
I think
it's not too far off.
I think it's going to happen. I just think it's a matter of time. I just like to think about the way that Square likes to introduce like big, exciting news to us. And it seems like when there's something big on the horizon, they really want to keep their focuses on that so that way it can have its spotlight, just like 16 was. Like we didn't hear crap about 7 Rebirth until well after everybody had their hands for the most part on 16, you know?
Yeah.
And the same thing goes for Rebirth. I think they're going to let Rebirth have its time to shine. And then if this animated series is still in the works, which I really hope it is, then Final Fantasy IX and its newfangled thing can get its own spotlight and all of the rumored, remake stuff and whatever. But,
yeah, we actually didn't bring it up. I forgot to during the Game Awards discussion. Allie, that's what we were actually talking about is during the Apex Legends part of the Game Awards. I don't know if you saw that. Like they had this moment where they had the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth trailer, and then Jeff Keighley comes out and he's like, and that's not all we have from Final Fantasy. He said Final Fantasy, and we all, Shoop and I lost our minds. We were like, oh my God, this is it. They're going to announce Final Fantasy IX Remake. And then it goes into the next teaser, and it starts off with like doves flying by the damn screen. And,
oh my gosh, I would scream.
Yeah, like come on, like you're going to start the next thing with like birds flying by. Like we were so sure. We were so sure in that moment.
It was the crossover event that's actually current right now. I believe it's 9 more days left of Apex Legends crossed over with Final Fantasy VII. I've been playing it. I've been playing it daily because I do play Apex off stream. And I've been collecting all the skins and limited time event stuff. But the problem is right when we saw the birds go by and we were like, maybe this is a Final Fantasy IX thing. But then I heard a voice actor of one of the characters in Apex, and I was like, wait a minute, I know that voice. This can't be. And then it showed the Apex characters, and I was like, you are joking right now.
What kind of crossover is it? Like, is it just characters from Final Fantasy you can play as?
It's a fun event. So you play as like the standard characters that are already in Apex, but you can collect skins. Like there's a Tifa skin for a character named Wraith. There's an Aerith skin for a character named Horizon. There is a Cloud skin where he's wearing like the black soldier outfit with like Aerith's yellow flower. Yeah, so you can play, and then you can go around and collect. You can actually pick up a Buster Sword and run around and hit people with it. It's really amazing. Great.
I need this.
And you can pick up materia to power up your weapons too.
Yeah, no, it's cool that they did it, but it felt like a troll for a lot of us.
And it's also a little expensive, I'll be honest. There are a lot of event skins that are very, very low in chance of actually receiving them. Like
you need like
get really
$300+ right, to buy them all?
If you choose, 360, around 360 American dollars if you choose to buy all of the items in the event. But there is a small chance that you can get some of them as long as you play the game enough, but not a lot of them are separate. It's unfortunate.
All right, well, we have one more story in the level update, and we want to make sure we don't fall too far behind because we got a lot to discuss tonight with Final Fantasy X, but we also received a full trailer for Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail this month. I know that you are going through Final Fantasy XIV as well, Allie. How far have you gotten?
So I finished Realm Reborn. I really liked it, especially the second half of it. And then I was like, oh yeah, let's go. Heaven's Sword. Everyone said it's the best one. Then I started it, and I was like, I don't know. It's okay. Like, I'm not in love with it. So, but I don't know. Maybe I just feel a little bit burnt out because I was playing a Realm Reborn every Saturday for like 9 months.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, maybe I need to take a break. So right now, I'm like stepping away for a little while.
Yeah.
But I do want to come back and get through Stormblood and then do Endwalker and what's the other one?
You got Shadowbringers.
Shadowbringers.
Stormblood. Yep.
Those two I hear are out of this world, and I really want to experience those.
Heaven's Sword is really good, I will say, Allie, and I think you're smart now to take a break because that is what I did. I did a Realm Reborn, and then I took a break, and then I did Heaven's Sword, and then I took a break, and then I did Stormblood, which is what I'm wrapping up now. Excuse me. Heaven's Sword gets really good. It kind of like a Realm Reborn. It starts a little bit slow. It really picks up though, and the final act of Heaven's Sword is fantastic, and the music gets really, really, really good. So I do recommend getting back to it. But Dawn Trail, I'll give just a little bit of information here. We're gonna go through this quickly. It takes players to the new region of Toril. It includes 2 main cities for players to explore: Central and South America inspired Tuliolal. I don't know if I'm saying that right. And then also a futuristic looking Solution 9. There are also many new dungeons in 14 patch 7.0 that will feature some of these areas. There's technically three new job classes. The first is the Disciple of War job Viper. There's a melee DPS class, shares gear with the ninja. The second is the Disciple of Magic Pictomancer, which we'll see in the trailer we have up on screen. Wait for this. It looks so cool. The Pictomancer looks awesome. Clearly inspired by Final Fantasy VI, which is pretty freaking cool. He shares gear with other ranged DPS magic classes like the Red Mage and Summoner. And then there's also a limited job called Beastmaster, and it's also on the way. Won't appear at launch. But there's going to be new actions for all jobs, new characters, updates to existing jobs, new fates, treasure hunts, side quests. Kryl will join as a duty support. Graphical update, which actually looks really impressive. I don't know if you guys have looked at the side-by-side images. Really cool stuff they're doing with the graphical update, which makes me really happy in a way that I've waited so long to finally play Final Fantasy XIV. I feel like I'm reaping all the benefits of waiting like 9 years to actually start this thing. So that's good for me. Futuristic 8-player raid, updates for various content, including Blue Mage, Hildebrand, Gold Saucer, which is in 14, by the way. New futures, rewritten Ultimate Raid, new field operations, and as I said, the Beastmaster limited job class in the form of the Blue Mage. And I'm curious to those in chat, I'll put up a poll for you. If you are a 14 player, do you think you might try out one of these new job classes? Allie, what job are you?
Oh my gosh, what am I? Oh, I'm a monk.
You're a monk, okay.
I'm like a little Tifa.
That's cool. I like that.
Yeah.
I started off as a dragoon, but now I'm messing around with samurai. And here you go. It's up on screen now. Look at it. It's so cute. Look at all the like the paintbrush
Is that the
effects.
Pictomancer?
That's the Pictomancer. Yeah.
I love that.
It's so pretty. Freaking cool. I love it. So if I were to switch a job class, I probably would try out the Pictomancer. But I'm one of those people that gets like stuck in my ways. Like,
yeah, me too.
Once I'm like, it was really difficult for me to even try out samurai. I was like, no, I'm a dragoon. And it actually worked out really well with Heavensward because dragoons are like center of Heavensward. So it felt like, oh, this is awesome. This is like built around me. Whereas, okay, then Stormblood happened and clearly Stormblood is like samurai focused. And I was like, okay, I'll do it. I'll try out the samurai. And it was cool. I'm glad that I took the risk and got out of my comfort zone and tried out the samurai. And I would recommend it. If you had any other job class you might be interested in, Allie, do you have one?
So in Heavensward, everyone's like, you gotta be a dragoon.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, but then I didn't. I stayed as a monk anyway because I was like, I don't want to try to learn something new. I just felt really intimidated.
Yeah.
And then I was also thinking about, I don't think I have that unlocked yet, but samurai. I think Dark Knight sounds really cool in the future. I think being a mage would be fun too, but I feel like I would be kind of scared. I wouldn't do a good job as a white mage.
Some of them are supposedly very difficult. Yeah. And I didn't even realize I was doing it, but by choosing Dragoon, supposedly I was like being a noob and choosing like the easiest class, and everybody makes fun of me for it now.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I didn't know that. I didn't know. I just thought it looked cool. Wanted to be a Dragoon. All right, come on.
I don't play 14, so there's no judgment from me. I haven't played it yet.
Well, everybody in chat wants to try out all of the new job classes.
Easily, what do you play in 14?
Well, when I first played was when Heavensward first came out, and I played a white mage, and then I leveled. When I first started streaming, I started playing 14, and I leveled. I think that was a monk, or I'm doing a monk now.
Yeah,
It's fun.
But
It's very fast paced.
I love playing more melee classes now, which is weird considering when I played World of Warcraft, I played as ranged all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's the furthest I've gotten. I've created a character. I've never played, but I did make a character that looks like Drew, and I named him Bow Boy Woe Boy, and he's gonna be an archer.
That's because my character's name is based on Shoop, and her name is Dagger Wagger. Yeah. What's your character's name, Allie?
SweetheartAlyy.
Oh, that's cute. That's really cute. I love that. That's actually adorable. Well, anyway, that is it for the level update, you guys, and that means we can move on to one of our community-focused segments of the show. It is called the Equation of the Month. And it looks like I wasn't able to fix what the problem is. For some reason, the audio on my sources is not playing for me at least. I don't know if you guys can hear it in chat. I hope you guys can hear it in chat. It's not playing for me. I'm not able to hear it. But Equation of the Month is on our Discord, you guys, at discord.gg/Droogle. We have a dedicated part of the Discord for the Crystal Bearers, and one of those channels is Equation of the Month. We will post something every month for you guys to answer and potentially be featured live on the show. This month's question: what would you want most for the future of the Final Fantasy X universe? If you could, it could be a prequel, a sequel, a remake, film, TV show, or more. For whatever it is that you choose, make your pitch on how it could be done right. I'll read the first one coming in from Killer Draco. He said, prequel for sure. Show us the Bavel-Zanarkand War, especially seeing the histories of Yunalesca and Yu Yevon, and how it led to the birth of Sin and the rite of the final summoning. Having just gone through 10 this year for the first time, the game still holds up incredibly well, so I don't think a remake is needed, especially with its availability on modern consoles. And we already have a sequel for better or worse if they're going to re-explore Spira. I think the prequel is the best place to touch on since there's a lot of rich lore there already that could go into more detail about, which would give us a better appreciation for the themes of death that are pervasive in Spira. I'm not surprised to see this as literally the first answer because I've seen so much clamoring for a prequel in this world, especially surrounding Yunalesca and Yu Yevon. So what do you guys think? Let's go to you, Shoop, first. What do you think of this idea? Would you be down for this?
I am 100% down for this. I know a lot of people say that they want like a prequel based around Jecht, Braska, and Orin's journey, which I think would also be fabulous. I mean, we only got to see tidbits of it throughout the journey in 10. But I've always wanted like a prequel. Like I want to see Yunalesca's story. I want to see what it was 1,000 years ago. And without spoiling anything, we get to see it again briefly in 10-2, what things were like 1,000 years ago. But we don't understand why Bavel and Zanarkand went to war. We don't understand how Yu Yevon came up with this whole system, like how he even knew it was possible. Like how did he discover it? Like I've always wanted that. I've been asking for that since I was a little kid to get Spira 1,000 years ago. Its own story 1,000 years ago.
Yeah. Easily, can you take our next response?
Yeah, it is from Taser. Taser responds, Final Fantasy X. Hey, the thing is, we obviously already got the remaster, but that was on PS3 and released later on consoles as well as without changing much. I'd be happy with another remake/remaster that doesn't change the game but improves the game and its sequel visually. What would I want a remake of the same vein as Final Fantasy VII? No, I don't think 10's story would necessarily lend themselves to that kind of reimagining the way 7 does. And I'd rather that treatment reserved for 8, if any others were to get it. If the rumored 10.3 ever happens, I want the audio drama and the post-10.2 novel to be entirely disregarded from canon. There's some really bad writing in those, including Titus kicking what he thinks is a blitzball, only for it to be a mine that blows him up, killing him with his head landing on Yuna's lap.
We went all the way with this, didn't we? Wow.
Yuna then unknowingly beckons him back to the land of the living without him knowing none of what happened. If he ever finds out, he'll fade away again.
Oh my god.
They create everything they created for post 10.2 is a travesty.
Jesus.
Oh god.
I hate it. Allie, please elaborate. I'd love to know more of why you hate this.
No, it's like I hate it, but I also like would welcome it. I don't know. Like, like I hate it because it ruins everything that happened in Final Fantasy X2. And also, I just feel like it's so different. Like, why is Titus's head being blown up? Like, I don't know. It's weird. But at the same time,
big happy festival fireworks, yeah?
Yeah, boom! But it's like, at the same time, like, if that's the route they wanted to go to with Final Fantasy X3, I'd be like, sign me up. Give me more Spira. I don't care.
You know what? I can understand that a little bit because I remember when Intermission for 7 Remake was announced and they showed off, like, the deep, what's it called? Deep something. I'm drawing a blank on the name with Nero and Weiss and all that. Everybody's like, oh my god, they're taking Dirge of Cerberus stuff and putting it in 7 Remake. This is going to be a disaster. We all hate Dirge of Cerberus. And honestly, like, I enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty good in Remake Intermission. I thought they were cool boss battles. I feel like they found a way to make it work in this new reimagining. So you never know. Maybe with like the right minds behind it, they could make this crazy blitzball mine idea work. I don't know. Personally, I wouldn't want to see it, but
yeah, like, because I feel like it connects to the audio drama cool. Because like, imagine being able to have everybody from the far plane back. You could have like Braska, Seymour, you could have Jex, you could have like the whole crew.
I'm going to try not to comment on your love for Seymour throughout this show tonight. gonna
I
do my
love me some
best.
Seymour.
I'm gonna do my best not
Ali,
to
I
bring it
think
up.
we need words.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pretend it's not a thing. Shoop, can you read the next response, please?
Yes, the next one is from Chief Buttercup, dear friend and mod here. As much as I would love a Final Fantasy X remake, modern graphics, mechanics, added content, it doesn't need one. Final Fantasy X still holds up to this day the way it is. I have always been one of the fans who wants a Jecht or Braska prequel. 10 touches on their journey. Didn't I just say this? 10 touches on their journey with the Jecht spheres and lore, but there's so much to see with what they went through. Game starts in Xanarkand, Blitzball game day. Jecht wins and shows off the way he does, goes home and brags about being the best, and young Titus, gets mad at him. Next day, Jecht goes off to sea for training and ends up in Spira. We get to meet Braska and Auron from his cell, just like in the Sphere, and then get to explore a full-sized Bavel, meeting young Yuna before departing on the pilgrimage. They have a strange start from Bavel to the Moonflow, where Jecht infamously gives up drinking, rides Ishu Puff, and the rest of the journey is them bonding all the way to the final battle with Sin. Endgame has Auron returning to Spira's Xanarkand to confront Yunalesca, falling in battle, and meeting Kimahri on Mount Gagazet. Game ends with Auron struggles with the events that happened, while the rest of Spira is celebrating the calm, and he finds a way to travel through Sin years later. Final cutscene of the game being Auron meeting Titus. The amount of detail potential that could be added to their part of Spira's history would be the same effect as Crisis Core adding to the main story of 7, in my opinion, and I would love to experience that. I'm very much on board.
Sold.
Yeah, I think Chief just wrote us the next Final Fantasy X experience.
Yeah, it seems usually if a prequel idea is brought up, it's either Yunalesca, Yu Yevon focused, or it's Jet, Braska, Auron focused. Like, those are the two prequel ideas. But I kind of, in a way, if they were to do a prequel, I would actually like them to go even like further back, like really, really far back, and not to the point where it's like the origin of it, but I'd like to see some like very early summoners, hundreds of years ago or something like that, to like understand what Spira was like then, how things had changed. I feel like Jet, Braska, Auron is just like too close to the main storyline as far as time goes. I'd like it to be a further gap than that. So I guess Yunalesca, Yu Yevon would be fine as well, but I kind of would like somewhere in the middle personally. That's just my opinion. Allie, are you able to read the next one from Zarkano? It's okay. I'll read this one. Why don't you take the next one after that? I can read this one. Zarkano responded, Final Fantasy X is a Final Fantasy that doesn't really need a remake. If they want to do a graphical overhaul, that's one thing, but it's not needed. If they want to create a new game based in the Final Fantasy X universe, create a prequel with a story of Jet. I can so see an action game with Jet slashing and blitzballing through fights, along with his snarky personality. If Final Fantasy X was to be brought to a new form of media, make a TV series about it. Final Fantasy X has such an approachable storytelling where the characters have their own identities that are easy to read. The quirky Riku, the stoic Auron, the silent but caring Kimahri. Easily presented in a TV series. Heck, there was already a kabuki theater play portraying Final Fantasy X, which is true.
It was.
First one to bring up the potential for a TV show. I think 10 would work really, really well as a TV series because the game is so linear. It's got the story already like played out perfectly. I don't know how many seasons. I would say 3 seasons, 10 episodes each is what I would go with personally. What about you, Allie? If you were to see a TV series of Final Fantasy X, how long does it need to be to encompass that story? How much time do we need?
It kind of depends. If they really want to go in with like all the details, I feel like 3 could probably cover it. They could even add in like a few extra things. But I also feel like it'd be possible to do like just one good length, one season that just covers like the whole story.
You'd
The
have to
base
tighten it up for
pilgrimage
sure.
of what
Yeah.
you see just strictly in Final Fantasy X.
Yeah, I feel like that could work.
I don't think a movie could work. I don't think there's not a singular movie at least.
Yeah,
I feel like
there'd be too much going on.
Yeah, it's too much story to get in there. And even if you were like to do like a trilogy, even that I think would be pretty tough. Like 3 2.5 hour movies, and I think we need a little bit more time than that. I feel like one full season, like HBO season of Final Fantasy X, an hour each episode. Yeah, maybe you might be able to make that work. We have 2 more responses. Allie, if you would like to take next one from Nerd Smash, you're welcome to.
All right, let's see. So, The reason I think Final Fantasy VIII deserves a remake is for Rinoa. Yes. She's oh, was this about Final Fantasy X? My bad. Hashtag Rinoa's Bay. Final Fantasy X is easily my second favorite in the series, and I do not think it needs a remake at this time. I find that it holds up extremely well even now, regardless of the regular HD remaster versions. As far as what direction to go for any future works within that world, I'm not sure. I'm sadly not as equipped to say, so since I've not played the sequel or heard the future audio drama. X2 is on the list for my journey, so perhaps instead of commenting on what comes after, I would love to see the world before, perhaps Xanarkand in its prime. Looking at you, Final Fantasy XIV FanFest New Zone Theories, with a young Jecht going on his journey, or even a Unalesca origin with the Church of Yevon, etc. Such a rich world I would love to play in again in video game form. Miss you guys, have a wonderful podcast. Hashtag remake Final Fantasy VIII.
So here's a question for you, Allie. Going back to Unalesca there. Spoilers, of course, for 10, but Unalesca ultimately turns out to be, let's call her an antagonist. I'm not going to call her a villain, but she ends up being an antagonist. Is that the story that we want if they were to go back? Do we want to see like the downfall of this person, or do we see them as a hero and know that it ultimately becomes different?
I think it'd be really cool to see like maybe like her upbringing, relationship with Lord Seon, and then kind of like as the story goes on, like getting more and more corrupt. I don't know how we feel about, I'm not gonna like say it, but R equals U, Final Fantasy VIII.
Mm-hmm.
But like if we kind of like mix in that, like kind of see someone, you know, slowly start to lose their like humanity.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'd be really cool.
Completely different series, but if anybody knows, it'd be kind of like Big Boss, like the origin story of Big Boss, who started off as this hero that everybody admired, Solid Snake based on him, but we get to see his downfall, kind of like that, like seeing how it happened, but also making it this path that we can be empathetic towards as well, like understand how it happened, their downfall, and feel for that person, and maybe they were manipulated.
And I imagine that she was quite young during this time too, because let's face it, her sprite 1,000 years ago didn't age much.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. We have one more response. Easily, if you would please take this one.
Yeah, this one's from Via Final Fantasy.
Via.
I find it hard for me to justify that Final Fantasy X needs a remake because the story and the gameplay still holds up very well nearly 23 years later. I'm a sucker for Origins, and I'd love to see the history of Spira, as there is so much to expand on. I'd love to see where Yu Yevon came from, how he became to be the ruler of Xanarkand, how he became to be a leader in the Machina War, and how his initial intentions slipped out from underneath him, which resulted in the continued cycle of destruction in the form of sin. With the prequel, there is already a great setup with Bavel under the rule of a religious authority that gave them control over magic. The Bedhold tribe, Al-Bed, shook things up when they invented Machina, which achieved things that were previously only possible with magic, which then only prompted tyrannical manipulation over Bedhold to build more Machina or face extinction. The need for control eventually leads to Machina war between Xanarkand and Bavel, where everything unfolds with the creation of the Faith, Dream Xanarkand. Unalesca sacrificing Lord Xeon. There can only be an expansion on Shuyin and his attempt to infiltrate Vegnagun
cool.
to end the war. That'd be quite interesting, yeah.
Yeah, that would be cool to introduce that. They could merge them together.
Yeah. Lastly, it would give insight on the cult establishment of the Yevon religion and how the followers blamed the Bedholds and how the followers blamed Bedholds were blamed for the war, resulting in the genocide of a tribe and eventual exile from society.
I think that was supposed to say Bavel.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
When I was looking at it, the history of the premise of Final Fantasy X is very glazed over, but still offers enough to be, context to go off and expand the story of Spira even further than what Final Fantasy VII Rebirth did in its own development.
Mm-hmm.
I love a good history lesson, and a prequel would be, and a prequel would ever be considered. I believe a Final Fantasy X prequel would have a great potential of redeeming the Final Fantasy X series after the fiasco that 10-2 was.
Ooh.
I said what I said.
She said it. She said it. She went there, you guys. So it seems like overall a lot of focus on prequel, not sequel. It's curious, like nobody's even tried to like present an idea really on what a sequel could tackle. And like the audio dramas and stuff like that, I think the reason we dislike them is because it takes what ultimately was sort of a neat, tidy ending with 10-2 and takes it all back, takes it away from us, and it's like, nope, never mind, pull the rug out from under you. It's Sin's still here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and it feels I guess it feels like a betrayal a little bit with the way the direction they went it in, but I honestly don't know what else they could do. Like, what else does this world have to offer if not Sin coming back or something like that? So I understand why it seems like most people want to go with a prequel instead of a sequel, but my mind, for that reason, does go to I would rather see a sequel because I want to see how they could actually do it. I want to see what could you possibly come up with that could make this world continue to be interesting, outside of what we already know from the past. I think that would be a much more interesting thing to tackle, and it'd be certainly a lot more challenging than going back and exploring and sort of embellishing on what we already know. And I'm sure that will come up a whole bunch now because we are about to get into the topic of the month, you guys. And of course, our topic of the month is Final Fantasy X Retrospective. We're going to celebrate this game. Came out in, I want to say, December of 2001, right? Is that right? Am I going crazy?
So.
I thought it was November.
We're 22 years out from the initial release of Final Fantasy X. That's absolutely insane. And that's why I want to start off this little retrospective by going round table style. I want to know where each of us started. So Allie, tell me, like, what is your resume with Final Fantasy prior to playing 10? Like, how old were you? Which ones had you played prior to that, if any? And like at that time, like what space were you in when you played Final Fantasy X?
I'm pretty sure my very first Final Fantasy was either Final Fantasy Tactics or Final Fantasy IV. And I was very young, so I had no idea what I was doing. I was like, what is this? How do I do anything? And I always tell the story with Final Fantasy Tactics. I remember that the characters just march in place. So I was like, oh my gosh, Dad, this game's broken. And he was like, oh my gosh, it's broken. And we returned it because we thought it was broken because we did not know how to move anybody. And that was like all I had in Final Fantasy. But then in Christmas 2003, my dad had spotted Final Fantasy X2. And he was like, hey, this game would be perfect for Casey and Allison. So he got it for us and we adored it. We played the heck out of it. And we were like, wait a second, this is a sequel. We got to play Final Fantasy X. So we went out to like EB Games, got Final Fantasy X, and then like everything just changed. Ooh. And I was like, I think I was in like 5th grade. No, 4th grade summer. We finally played Final Fantasy X. And like I became obsessed with it. Like I got like a Yuna haircut. I did Yuna for Halloween in 5th grade. Like I was just bananas for it.
That's so cool. And I actually really want to delve deeper into that about playing 10-2 before 10, because that's really interesting. But Shoop, let's go to you. Tell me, same question, like your history, your origin story. Where were you when you played Final Fantasy X?
My origin story with 10 is a little sad, if I'm being very honest. So my dad passed in November of 2001, and I played this game not long after he passed, like literally weeks after he passed. And I spent a lot of time in my room alone. You know, I didn't want anyone to talk to me or bother me, and I isolated myself a lot. I was 10 years old. And this game gave me a place to escape. And mind you, I have already played 8 and 9. I don't think I had completed 8. I had completed 9 prior to playing 10. But 10 got me through a point in my life as far as like grief and hardship goes. It really taught me how to cope with grief, especially as a child, because, you know, your brain is just not quite ready to grip that kind of stuff as a kid. And this game helped me get through a lot. But yeah, prior to 10, I had played 9. I spent a lot of time on 9, and I had played 8. I had not played 7 or any of the games prior to 7.
The laughing scene's got to mean something entirely different for you.
It does, and it really does hurt when people are just like, "This is so cringy," da 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 da. And even what kills me is even once you get context, like when you're in the Albert home and you get context about why that scene is not cringy and why it's not funny at all, and people still say it's cringy. I'm
I
like,
know.
okay,
Like,
what?
y'all stop. Do you not understand?
Yeah, it's a
So
lot
good.
deeper than people realize.
At
And
the least,
Yeah.
recognize that it's intentionally cringy. Like
Yeah.
it's what it's supposed to be. Like they're
Yeah.
having a moment of levity amidst all of this. They're forcing themselves to let that go in that moment. Like that's kind of the whole point of it, is that it's supposed to be a little bit cringy. Not in a bad way, in a good way.
I did used to do
Yeah.
the same kind of thing that Allie did. I never like cosplayed her or dressed up as her until I got older. But I would go in the backyard when I was a little kid, and like we had like like a long pole, like pool skimmer that you can like skim the leaves out of the pool.
Yeah.
We had one that broke in half, like it was like a metal pole, and so I would go in the backyard and like twirl it around like unistaffs, and I would
Aw.
bring out like little gems and stuff because like that's how you summon in Final Fantasy IX. So I'm like, I have my gems and I have my unistaff, and I used to think that I could make the wind blow.
That's so cute. Oh, a little baby shoe.
Easily, let's go to you real quick. Where were you in 2001?
So 2001, it would be a touch before I'd have to go. So I was a Legend of Zelda fan before Final Fantasy. I got bought an N64 in Ocarina of Time, and that's where it went. My brothers eventually got a PlayStation 2, and I got past their PlayStation 1. And I was walking through town and went into Game Store, and I saw Final Fantasy VII. I looked on the back of it. I went, "Oh my god, this looks really cool," and I bought it. I can't remember how it was. It was not long after release, and then in there came the demo for 8. So of course, after I played 7, I went and got 8. And then I actually found the walkthrough guide for Final Fantasy IX before I found Final Fantasy IX. And I was very curious what was in it, so I opened it and I was like, I really need to play this. I got that as well. And I got to this point where I couldn't play anything further yet because I was a little bit late on Final Fantasy X. I think it was 2004 I played it. My older brothers, one of them got a PlayStation 3, so I got his PlayStation 2, which actually is still behind me. It's on there. And I went and bought Final Fantasy X the same day. And I played it through, and I think I spent out of the next 3 days about 4 hours out of my room.
Oh, I love that.
I just played it through, and then I went and bought 10-2 as soon as I could. And I actually didn't hate 10-2 at all. I really enjoyed it. Didn't think it was as good by any means, but I did love it.
Yeah,
I love X2 Love.
I specifically remember. It's funny when I think of Final Fantasy X, I think of Christmas, because it came out literally days before Christmas, and I just remember I sort of associate like holiday spirit with Final Fantasy X now for that reason, in a weird way. It was I remember going to GameStop like days before with my mom, going to get it. I remember the Game Informer cover like literally on the shelf, like Final Fantasy X like featured on it because it was reviewed that month when we were picking it up. I had played 7, 8, and 9 prior to 10, so my excitement was through the roof. I mean, 79 was like my glory days. Like that was my life when I was a kid. So 10, of course, being the first one on PS2, being the first one with voice acting, I ate up everything, every article, every video, every trailer I could find. I was all in on Final Fantasy X. And I was talking to Shoop about this, how I don't know if you guys can describe it the same way, but whenever I think of like a past Final Fantasy game, I don't know if you call it, maybe it's just called nostalgia, but I get like a feeling. Like I can go back exactly to what I felt like when the game released, and it's almost like a sense. That. It's like a scent or like a smell, or it's so hard to explain. But like thinking about Final Fantasy X right now, I feel that. Like I can feel the way I felt when I was there picking it up, days before Christmas, and then playing it over the entire Christmas break nonstop. And I played it twice too, all the way through. I love 10. There were certain things that we'll talk about that was like hard for me to like remove from 7, 8, and 9 because I was so attached to 7, 8, and 9, and I was like, ooh, this is doing it differently. You know what I mean? And we'll definitely get to that later on. But overall, I was just sort of enamored with that game especially with the presentation of it. I just thought it was so beautiful.
Did anybody
the
else,
world.
like when you first had a PS2, if you played this around the time it released, did anybody not have a memory card? Because we didn't have one for a little while, like for the first, I want to say like 3 or 4 weeks of us having a PS2 in the house. And so, and I also didn't own Final Fantasy X. We were renting it from Blockbuster. Rest in peace, Blockbuster.
Aw,
But
I missed it.
yeah, I had to play the opening like a good handful of times. And then like when we finally got a memory card and then we finally bought, Final Fantasy X, then I could actually like, play into it. But I played the opening sequences like a number of times because we had to keep renting it over the weekend and then returning it
that
after
brings me
2
back.
days.
Did you guys play the demo disc for 10?
No.
No,
Anybody?
I didn't know there was one.
Yeah, the official PlayStation magazine included it with their demo, and it was 2 different demos. One of them was the opening, like it was the whole Xanarkin opening, starting from the Blitzball cutscene all the way to him being sucked into
Wow.
Spira. And then the other demo was Besaid. It started with you traveling along the road and getting ambushed by Kimari. And I did love the Xanarkin demo, but I played the Besaid demo a million times because of the music. Oh my god, like I was just so
yeah.
attached to the Besaid music, and to this day it's still one of my favorite cozy themes in Final Fantasy. So once again, yeah, I'm feeling nostalgic right now. I feel very
I
nostalgic.
have another question. So I still have my copy of Final Fantasy X, my original copy. It's here. In there comes a disc. I don't remember what's on it. I haven't watched it in that many years. I don't remember it. However, see this blue one here? My one came with a thing called Beyond Final Fantasy.
That did not come out in the North American version. That
I've
was
never
seen it
the
before.
PAL.
version.
Yep.
I don't remember what was on it. I played it that long ago, and I was wondering if anyone else had it.
I've never seen it.
Is it
No,
like
I
a
mean-
making of? What is it?
If I remember rightly, it was to do with the discussion of how they come up with ideas of Final Fantasy. But I need to rewatch it to see what actually is in it again. It's not a playable thing. It's just a cinema style thing.
That's awesome.
But I was looking through my stuff the other day, and I was like, I really don't remember what it was.
Is it a DVD?
so-
Is it a DVD?
It's a DVD. Yes, yeah, it is.
I would love to do, as Sean just said in chat, I would love to do a watch party with that.
Yeah,
if,
if you're down, that'd be cool.
Yeah, if I can get that to play properly through my PC, I will absolutely do a watch party at some point. It probably has to be a Discord thing because I don't know if it's something I can stream.
Go in the chat real quick. Allie responded too. Wait, did Don just beat Final Fantasy X?
No, I'm telling him, Don, beat Final Fantasy
Oh, you're
X.
telling him to beat it.
Yeah,
Okay.
he still hasn't.
Yeah.
Wait, where did he leave off?
He
'Cause
hasn't?
He's gotten pretty darn far into the
I
story.
think he beat you in Alaska, right,
Yeah.
Don? I
He
think
he has the airship.
Yeah, I think he maybe just beat you in Alaska. I
Okay.
think.
So you're pretty deep.
Yeah, you got like half an hour left. You're fine.
Well, spoiler
You're
alert.
almost done.
Of course, because we're
Yeah,
going to
Don,
be
we're
diving in.
I'm joking there.
We are diving all the way in. Actually, I kind of bridged into this next question myself a little bit by talking about like my memories leading up to Final Fantasy X and also how I felt afterwards. And for me, for example, like to me, 7, 8, and 9 was Final Fantasy. Those were like the ones I started with. So to me, it was ATB. It was like a world map. It was an airship that you could control. Like all these things are what I associated with Final Fantasy. And I just thought that was what Final Fantasy is. Like, this is what it always has been. It's always what it will be. So 10 did obviously deviate from that. I'm kind of curious. We'll start with you easily. Like, what were your like expectations for 10 before you played it? And then after it, like, I know you were a Zelda fan, for example. Like, after 10 was done, like, did you want to go back and play other ones? Did you want to play the ones after it? Like, what was your experience?
So I was unable to get hold of any of the older Final Fantasies as a kid, which is why I haven't played them. I own them now on PlayStation 5, so I can go back and play them when I want to. But I was sat there like, oh, I've beaten 10 and 10-2. New ones hadn't come out. I didn't have a PC at the time to play 11, so I couldn't play that. And I was like, I'll just keep replaying. So I kept replaying 7, 8, and 9 for a while, and 10. And then as soon as 12 come out, I bought 12, which is that side of me. It's there, same one.
I love 12.
And I loved 12, even though a lot of people hate it. I absolutely loved 12. And I I was addicted. I got 13 when that came out, and I didn't get true disappointment in any Final Fantasy until I got Final Fantasy 15.
Oh wow. Okay.
That's where my actual disappointment came.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I like 13. 12 was actually my first disappointment. And I wouldn't say I hate 12. I still, to this day, I will not say I hate 12. I don't hate 12. I played through 12 3 times. I wouldn't play through 12 3 times if I hated it. But it's my least favorite. That was my first disappointment, just because, kind of like 10, but in a different way, it was this major deviation for me that I just couldn't get behind, and it made me really nervous for the future of Final Fantasy, actually, when I played 12, whereas 13 sort of then brought it back to what I sort of knew and love, which is a little bit more of like a narrative focus, more melodrama, more ATB, more control over your party, in a different way. Obviously, it wasn't like the ones that came before, but still. And Alyy, going to you real quick here. You said you had played 4, but like didn't really remember too much. You did 10-2, and then you did 10. So you had like no real like experience with the series that you remembered prior to 10. Like, what happened after you were done? Like, did you go backwards? Did you go forward? Like, what happened?
So I remember me and Casey played like Final Fantasy X2 over and over and over again, but in Final Fantasy X, we were actually stuck on the extractor fight for years. We were like, okay, because unknowingly we were doing a no sphere grid run, so we did not pay
You
attention
didn't know
to
I
sphere
did the
grid.
sphere grid.
Yeah.
I did it all the way up until Mihan High Road too. It's okay.
Yeah.
When I was a kid,
I love that.
And it was just too hard to get through. So we dropped that for a while, kept playing X2, and then Final Fantasy XII came out. My dad got it for us for Christmas. Loved it. Got stuck. Couldn't beat it. And then I was like, wait a second. Hold on. Okay. Oh yeah. So we were making AMVs at the time, and I kept seeing all these cutscenes for Final Fantasy X. I was like, oh my gosh, does Yuna get married? Oh my gosh, like Titus and Yuna kiss? Like, holy crap, I gotta play this game. So then we went back to it and actually got through the extractor fight, and then I soft locked myself in Makalania Temple. And then yeah,
Oh, no.
I don't know. Then started the whole game over, beat it, and then did like Final Fantasy VII, 8, 9, 6.
Yeah, you went back.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How was that for you to go from 10 and then experience like ATB and obviously the overworld and airship and the earlier graphics? Like, were you into it?
Yeah, I feel like for myself with like all of Final Fantasy, I can never really dislike it. I think that I can kind of appreciate it for all of its differences, or like the retro games are all unique as well. And then the newer ones, like I know a lot of people don't like Final Fantasy 12, but I love everything it has to offer. I still need to beat 13, 15. I like the battle system, and I like the battle system in 16. I just kind of like whatever they come up with, I feel like.
I feel like you would have had a fine grasp on ATB going back through, 9, 8, and 7 because you played 10-2 so much. Like there is
Yeah.
ATB in 10-2. Like you already knew how that works. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
Well,
Shoop, I feel like you kind of already touched on this, but after 10, like, what did you play after 10 actually?
I played 10-2.
And after 10 too?
I did. I probably went back to 9 first because I loved 9 so much. That's my comfort game. And what else did I probably play after 10? More 10. Like
Yeah.
after I beat 10, I was like trying to fill out the sphere grid. I think I had my first original save file on PS2, like the one that I like maxed out like crazy. I think I had like 900 hours on it because like I didn't know about things like how to max people out quickly or like any tricks that you can do. So I was like 11 years old, moving everybody one by one, 900 hours of just going around the sphere grid and trying to beat all the monsters in the monster arena and stuff and doing it the slow way. And I remember like specifically sitting on the floor playing it, and I would like get so tired of the battle music in the monster arena that I was like, okay, I've heard this for hours. I got to put something else outside. Like I had a little boom box on the floor next to me, and I would put in like my CDs and I would listen to like Pink Floyd, like while I was grinding out battles in the monster arena.
That's cool.
So I just spent a lot of time playing more Final Fantasy X.
Yeah, it seems like I was kind of alone in my experience where like I love 10, but there were certain things where I was like, oh man, the airship, you just pick and choose where you go. Oh, you don't control it anymore. Oh, there's no overworld. Nowadays, like I don't care about that at all. Like I love that about 10. I love how structured it is. I love the linearity of it. I feel like it's just so focused.
That's what Hackasack said in chat too. Like he was like, "Oh, I forgot that I hated that there wasn't an overworld because it ends up being so like, oh, it's still really good."
This is what happens, and I feel like it always is at like the start of a new generation. Like a lot of people look back and they think 7 was like beloved from the moment it came out, and that's actually not true at all. There was a lot of people that hated 7 because it wasn't on Nintendo. They hated that it went to PlayStation. There were a lot of people that hated that it ditched like traditional fantasy and went like this sort of garbage punk aesthetic. They're like, this is not my Final Fantasy. Like it happens every time there's a major departure, and we just saw it with 16 as well. Every time there's this like major departure, it takes a while for people to come around to it, and then they forget that they hated it at all. And I think we're seeing that also with 13 now. I'm noticing that there's like this resurgence of love for 13 suddenly, where people like are forgetting entirely that game was absolutely slaughtered in like user reviews back when it first came out, and everybody's like, no, I always loved 13. It's like, no, you didn't.
Yeah, it's the new gang with all the hate.
Yeah, it's funny the cycle it goes through.
This is a really interesting thing I find. 13, in my personal opinion, and a lot of others, is too linear, right? 10 is equally as linear, but is not too linear.
Right.
Because 10 doesn't make me feel like I can't go anywhere. Whereas 13, I felt like I was on this path and that's all I could do, had to go there. And I don't know why the difference was. I think it was to do with story breakups. But 10's linearity is something that can be very easily overlooked because of the story and because of how it flows.
And how it feeds the structure of the story. Yeah.
Yes,
the narrative really works well for a linear approach. And I think it's actually a perfect segue into really the heart of this game, right? The story. We just kind of set up our experiences leading up to 10. But now I'm kind of curious, like, let's start with the characters. What was your first impression of Tidus and Yuna? I say Tidus, sorry. Of Tidus and Yuna when first meeting the characters. I'm curious to start with Alyy, actually, because you started with 10 too. So, like, you experienced Yuna, but the game was about searching for Tidus. So, like, what was your, like, feeling there?
I don't even remember. It's probably like, who is that? Why do we care about this person? like my favorite thing about X2 was Riku. And Casey would always be Yuna. And we'd always pretend to be them and like act out the scenes. I don't even know if I really like knew Tidus. I feel like I wasn't like comprehending it when I was that young. But when I did finally play Final Fantasy X, and especially as I got older, like Yuna and Tidus, I love their relationship. I love the connection that they have. I love that Yuna like believes in him like from the start. She has no doubt about him. I think they just have a really beautiful connection.
I'd say it's kind of funny that she, I feel, has the connection with him before he has the connection with her. Right? Like that bonfire scene, the way she's looking at him, like she's like, I don't know if you want to say she's like crushing on him, but like she has some connection to him from the moment she sees him.
Yeah, I think
she feels something.
I think at first she kind of looks at him like a really cute lost puppy.
Maybe.
Yeah.
There's something there. He's like, doesn't he say like, why is she looking at me like that? Doesn't she say that?
In Kilika, he's like, why is she smiling like that?
Yeah. Yeah, so there's something
part
there.
Of that is because she recognizes the Xanacan logo on him.
Ooh, that's a good point, right?
Jack had it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if she's able to read into that at all. Like, maybe even... So I'm trying to think here. She had met Jet, right? Like,
yeah, they
when she was a little
10.
Yeah, when she was a kid. So I mean, father son. I do, now that you bring that up, this is kind of getting off topic here, but it does make me wonder. Like, does she maybe see something there? Like, does she recognize maybe that he might be related to Jet? Does she have like this memory suddenly that comes back to her? Like, ooh.
I think it's not just about Jet either, though, but maybe her own father. Like curiosity of like, just she was a little kid when Braska went off on his pilgrimage. You know, maybe she was like, maybe Tidus knows something about my dad.
Yeah, that's possible.
I think like the stories that Jack would tell her, like she knew immediately. Like after Tidus saying Xanarkin, she's like, okay, it's real. Like Jack told me all of that too.
Yeah,
it's good. She immediately believes him.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, she doesn't. She never doubts him for a second.
I mean, imagine how many people thought that Jecht was crazy, you know, and little Yuna just listening to his stories, and then out of nowhere, 10 years later, somebody describes the exact same stories that she heard when she was a little girl.
Right, and like Jet wasn't like Tidus. Tidus is like, oh, I got too close to Sin's toxin and my head's all foggy, like. Whereas Jet's like drunk off his ass, like telling these stories, like no shame at all. Like everybody thinks he's insane, but he doesn't care. He's just gonna keep going with it, right? But Shoop, I'm curious, what was like your first impression of Tidus and Yuna? Like, what were you feeling?
My first impression of Tidus, it was very like. I thought it was cute, first of all, because I was a 10-year-old girl and I was so into blondes in middle school and high school. So I thought it was cute. And I did think that he was going to be like a typical jock, if you will, like a mean boy in high school kind of thing. That was my first impression of him. Like the
I can understand that though, based on that first scene.
Well, it's not. That's the thing, is that I played that first scene over and over again because we were renting the damn thing from Blockbuster every weekend, and I never got any further. So it was like, okay, this dude's kind of a douche, but at least he's cute. And then like once I got to play further in, and my first impressions of him just being very much like a fish out of water, like really lost and confused, and I don't know anything, and I don't know anybody. I felt for him. I was like, oh my God. I mean, of course he's having this like childlike reaction. And then once you get to know his character deeper and you find out why he's so childlike. And then with Yuna, I just thought that she was my first impression of her was, other than her falling down the stairs, was that she was so like poised and so like put together. And before I knew anything about the brave journey that she was going to be facing, I just thought she was so, like, I want to look like that when I grow up. I want to be like that when I grow up. I don't know. I just thought, and she was so soft spoken, but at the same time, her words held meaning and power, but she didn't have to yell to get that point across, or she didn't have to be aggressive to speak her mind. Like, she still spoke her mind, and that's what I loved about her.
Well, specifically for our ladies here, Shoop and Allie, not even just like wanting to be her when you grew up. Did you feel like you recognized parts of her in yourself?
Like, yeah, I felt like there were things that I wasn't allowed to talk about, and that I kind of just like had to hold in to make other people around me feel better, if that makes sense. Like make the comfortability of other people. And I feel like Yuna does that throughout like a lot of the
very
first
selfless
half of the game.
Definitely. What about you, Allie?
I feel like when I first played Final Fantasy X, I was maybe too young to really like recognize myself in her. But I feel like, I don't know, maybe growing up with Final Fantasy X and having Yuna as like a role model, I almost feel like she like shaped me a little bit. And I can see a lot of her and myself now.
I totally understand that. I feel that way about so many characters that I was attached to when I was younger, whether it be Chandler from Friends or Squall, from 8. I felt there was a part of me that was very loner, like Squall when I was younger. I was definitely a little bit of a wallflower, so I recognized parts of myself in Squall. And yeah, I think without a doubt, like when you place yourself so strongly in these worlds and become so enamored with these characters, you can't help but pick up parts of them. It's, hopefully the good parts,
Allie,
and take them with you.
I'm kind of curious, Allie, what's your favorite, if you had to pick one, just like what comes to your mind first thing off the top of your head, like what's your favorite line that Yuna says in the game?
So I can't exactly remember word for word what she says, but it's something near the end of her speech with Yunalesca. And I cannot do you remember what she says? I can't recall the end of her speech.
I will do it without false hope. That part.
Something like that. I can't quite remember, but
I will I will live with my sorrow. I will live my own life, kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a good scene.
I will defeat sorrow in its place.
Yes.
What does she say?
What's great about that line is she's accepting the sorrow. She's not like it's funny that like in the same breath she's saying that she's going to defeat sorrow, but she's not defeating sorrow. She's recognizing that sorrow never goes away. But by defeating sorrow, what she's talking about is she's accepting it. She's accepting that sorrow is something that you live with. That's how she defeats it. That she perseveres beyond it.
It's when Yunalesca says that your father chose this path, and she said, "My father wanted to make Spear's sorrow go away, not just covered up with lies."
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a good one for sure. easily, since we're the men of the group here, did you connect with Tidus in any way? Did you see any of his douche bro sports guy? No.
You didn't want to be Titus when you grew up?
No, I hated him. I absolutely hated him.
A lot of people did. No, I mean, let's be honest. A lot of people did not like Tidus when the game first came out.
I liked him towards the end of the game because I felt he matured a lot through the game. But how he was at the very start, and it's probably the wrong take, but I was quite young at the time. I felt he was whiny for not a lot of reason. But I was used to seeing these male Final Fantasy characters that even when they were whiny, kept their mouth shut through the parts that they really couldn't deal with. And it was a very different kind of main character. And not in a bad way. It worked very, very, very well for this game. But I was sat there going, I don't like this character.
Yeah. No, I think there was definitely parts of myself as well. I think especially because coming from 7 and 8, 7 Cloud to me was like so badass and cool. And then Squall, I connected with for his sort of loner personality. And 9, I love Zidane. He's kind of like Tidus in some ways, right? Where he's definitely outgoing and the life of the party, I guess you could say in some ways. But what I love about Zidane is his confidence was placed in lifting people up. Like I felt like he was a really great leader, the way he supported Vivi, the way I truly believe that he supported Dagger. A lot of people think he just does it because he wants to get with her. Like, I don't see that at all when it comes to Zidane. I think he truly believed in her. And I love that about Zidane. I think he's a fantastic leader. So after those 3, going to Tidus, it was like, all right, I don't know about this guy. Like, he's definitely, he's kind of whiny. But the way he sounds in the beginning, like that monologue, like his voiceover, it's almost like you're listening to a completely different person. But then it all comes together, right? Like, you understand why he sounds so different in those last scenes as the narrator of this story, because it is about his coming of age story, his fish out of water, growing to become the person he's meant to be, type story. So it works. Like, it starts off like, yeah, okay.
But you also get to learn why he comes off as whiny, as like so many people and so many blogs like to describe him, is because the serious parental neglectment. Hello. Like,
yeah,
his mom didn't give him enough hugs, and his dad did his best, but he was an alcoholic and an active alcoholic, and didn't know how to do anything except for toughen his son up with some toxic masculinity. Like,
makes sense.
Well, as I got older, obviously you sit there and you realize, hang on a minute, he's like a 17-year-old kid essentially.
That exactly.
And
very important.
His entire life is ripped apart. He's sent somewhere that he has no idea where he is. He's abused by the first humans he finds. Mm-hmm. And then he's thrown back into this water, and he's in another place he then doesn't know, where, oh wait, I know what they're doing. I can speak to them. And then he just basically gets told, no, you're still wrong. You're doing this anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I understand the whine, and it makes sense when you look back on it as someone who actually has a bit more emotional maturity than a child.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when I played 10, I was 13 years old. Like, but
I thought he was quite mature, and I was 10, so that,
Yeah, so for me it was the opposite. Like, I was 13 and I was recognizing the 17-year-old as whiny, but not the whole way through. I grew, and Tidus grew on me by the end of it all. But we talked enough about Tidus and Yuna for now. I actually want to jump over to our other cast of characters. Aside from the 2 main protagonists of Tidus and Yuna, which character you feel like you connected with the most? Allie?
Oh, goodness. Dang, would it be weird if I said Seymour? Like, not that I want to to destroy the world.
That's all, folks.
I mean, I would love to hear you elaborate on that. Go ahead.
So it's not that I really relate to him, but I feel like I can feel some kind of emotion towards him and his story. Because we see him as some crazy villain who just wants to destroy everything, and he's just bent on destruction. But if you can really feel for him when you see, I think it's actually in Xanarkand when they see the Fireflies in the past. You see his story of just crying to his mom about not wanting to be left alone. Like, he doesn't care what anyone else thinks. He just wants to be with her. And then the last person who was supposed to be there for him just abandons him too. And he has her as a summon, but he no longer has her physically with him. And I feel like he just went through so much. And unfortunately, I think that there's like, you can go through a lot and come out of it stronger. And then some people will go through a lot and just be broken. And I feel like
turns into like the hurt people kind of thing.
Yeah. And I really feel for him.
He's a sad story.
Yeah. It makes him very likable to me.
Yeah, I think I don't know if I would go as far as saying likable, but I certainly can feel empathy for Seymour, and that's the mark of a great villain. Almost all the time, honestly. I feel like most villains that don't have some type of empathetic path, I can't quite get behind. There's a place for the anarchy type Joker characters that you don't need any reason for why they are the way they are. They're just madness, personified. But I do love a villain like Seymour where they do show me a scene like that, and I'm like, oh, you're gonna make me feel for this guy, aren't you? Come on now.
I didn't feel that same thing with him. Very first scene I saw of him, I went, this guy's a creep.
I mean, the music is so
lying. That's the first words I said.
The music is creepy. Like
it was his face.
You know what's funny?
He's a creep.
My daughter Evie is playing through 10 right now, and she just got past the part where you first meet Seymour. And I honestly was expecting her to be like, ooh, he must be the bad guy, because the music is so obvious. Like, it's like he's so obvious, like a creepy villain guy. What are you going to do
when your oldest daughter thinks that Seymour's cute?
Well, Evie asked, like, is he a good guy? And I was like, damn it, she doesn't pick up on it. She didn't recognize that he's obviously a bad guy based on the music. So I told her, what did I say to her? I didn't tell her that he's a bad guy.
You told her basically, well, like, you have to kind of think about that yourself. Like, who looks like a bad guy to you, who looks like a good guy to you, what kind of, feelings
I didn't want to ruin it for her. So we'll have to wait and see how things turn around. Yeah. But what about you, Shoop? Who did you connect with the most, outside of Titus and Yuna, obviously?
It was said in chat, and I'm so glad, because Drew and I were discussing this over dinner. I was like, I'm going to be the only person I feel like that's going to say Kimahri.
Aw, I love Kimahri.
I do too. I think he's brave, yet gentle. I think he has a lot of like underdog experience in his life, if you will, just based on his own heritage. But also, spoiler alert, Kimahri is the best secret keeper / loyal. Like, he knows everything, but he's not going to tell you because it's none of your business. Like, I love that about him. I really do. Yeah. Like, he was Auron's dude. And like, you even see it like towards the ending sequences, like when Auron is like giving his little nods to everybody, and he just gives Kimahri that little like chest bump. Yeah. And it's like Kimahri is not only incredibly loyal to the people that he cares about, but there's a big soft spot in him where like he can be that person that nurtures as well as protects. And I just feel like it's really hard for, even especially with the limited dialogue that he has, it's really hard, I think, for games to make a character that portrays the balance of protect and nurture. And I love him. I love him.
He's
and
great.
I feel like I relate to him a lot.
That's cool, especially considering I would argue most people don't. It seems like Kimahri gets the shaft a lot. Like,
I hate that people feel that way.
I know.
It's so good.
I guess some people think he's like underdeveloped, or I guess, but if you're going to tell me that, then don't tell me you love Lulu,
lines,
or I'm going to call you out on it.
No, I actually love this character because as an introvert, their energy made me feel a bit more enjoyment in the game, which was Riku. I loved how outgoing and how upbeat she was, even when everything was utterly awful. And she was even though she would act like a bit immature at times, you could see when it comes to the serious points, she was mature. Look at the scene in Home, how she talks. She has such good energy in the game. And as I say, I'm very introverted. I'm not going to be someone that's out screaming outside, that's not me. But she's the sort of person, if you met them outside, you would find that they're naturally probably popular because they have a fantastic vibe to them. And that's what I felt, and that's why.
She's so down to earth too. Like you think that she's like gonna be some ditzy blonde in the party, but she is wise beyond her years. And like God forbid, just because you're outgoing doesn't mean you're a ditz, you know?
Yeah.
Is that your choice then too? Easily, you would choose Kimahri as your character you connected with?
No, Riku.
No, Riku.
Riku would be your choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
For
because
me,
of how outgoing.
you guys gonna hate me if I say Waka?
Waka,
No.
you idiot.
I'm messing. I'm not gonna say Waka. I don't want to connect with Waka. It's the obvious trite answer, but I emotionally I certainly would say Auron. I'd say he was the character that certainly got me. Actually, the end of the game, I'd say the one that got me the most teary-eyed was Auron. I just thought his journey was so powerful, and especially the way it unfolds, I think is just really amazing storytelling. To
Auron.
the flashbacks and seeing where it all came from, and really what his mission was throughout the game, to let it unfold for the characters. Like he keeps so much from them, but for in my opinion, good reason. Like he's letting their stories unfold. And I think that was really powerful. So I would have to say Auron was the one that I connected with the most. But everybody loves. I feel like everybody loves Yuna, right? And specifically,
Yeah.
I would argue Yuna is one of like the fan favorites.
She won in
nowadays.
our bracket
She won in our bracket. And when I see like polls and surveys, like worldwide, global scale polls, she is always top 3, sometimes even number 1. So I'm kind of curious, going back to Yuna, what do you think it is about her specifically that resonates with everybody, not just women, but with everybody, like on a global scale? Like, Allie, do you think there's something in particular?
I think it's her determination, and like for myself, and I feel like a lot of people I feel like she cares so much for everybody.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
And I feel like her goal is just to protect the world and everybody in it. Like she puts others before herself, but in a way that doesn't let anyone necessarily walk all over her. I think maybe when the game starts, it might seem that way. But, honestly, people say that, but I disagree. She's always standing up for herself from the get-go. Like to Donna, or I can't think of anyone else.
Yeah, she doesn't let people like walk over her. She really does not.
Yeah.
I like to think
She's
of the
very
movie Legally Blonde, how Elle Woods, like, they all just think she's a dumb blonde, right?
Yeah.
But whenever somebody's nasty to her, she's never nasty back. She stands up for herself in a way that, like, says who she is, but she never, like, stoops down to their level. And I feel like Yuna is, like, the exact same way. I feel like she does always stand up for herself, but she never puts other people down to do so.
Yeah. And it's a great contrast, right? Similar to Elle Woods, where Yuna, if you were to like listen to her voice and look at the way she's dressed and all, I think you might think that she is sort of timid and maybe even fragile or weak. And she's the exact opposite of that in like every single way.
I think she's a great example of like, don't judge a book by its cover.
Right.
She looks timid, but she's not.
And especially considering what she withholds from Tidus, for example. Like the way she knows what her fate is. Everybody knows what her fate is, really, besides Tidus. But the way she moves forward with her story without really even putting that burden on him. Like she accepts it entirely herself. Like the strength and, as Allie said, determination really comes through there. And I agree. I think that's definitely one of the reasons that she stands out this day. I would argue too, like I do think her visual design is just so... It's just spectacular. Like whether it be like her walking on the water, doing the dance, like wouldn't you agree, Shoop? Like there's something about the visual of Yuna, like her design.
I mean, there's a reason why Final Fantasy X's official logo artwork is, for those of you who don't know, it's supposed to be Sin on the other end, but right. Yuna in the mono art, it's Yuna, and something about her design is magical. If that makes sense. Like,
gorgeous.
Yeah, it's unlike anything. It's gentle but strong. She's so balanced. Like I can't stop pushing that. And there's a reason. Like I know.
And it translates incredibly well to the real world. Like Yuna cosplays are absolutely beautiful and they work. They like legitimately just work, as opposed to like Lulu, who's a dress of belts, Like Yuna's cosplay like legitimately works. It's just a really beautiful design. It really is. All the like intricate ornate details in it as well. Beautiful.
And there's something, honestly, there's something sexy about it too. Like, sure, she's wearing like heavy type robes and stuff, if you will, but like the open back, especially in Japan, like there are some Japanese schools that like they won't let women wear their hair in ponytails because the neck and the back of the shoulders and things like that are considered very sensual parts of the body. And like, you don't have to wear a bikini to be sexy. You know, I feel like there's just something very feminine about her, but like, I don't know. There's something very feminine, but yet very sexy about the way she is.
Yeah. No, I can agree with that. Yeah. Easily. Is there something we haven't said yet about Yuna that you think is one of the reasons she connects with people on a global scale to the point that she's like top 3?
Well, outside of the fact that she is obviously a strong, independent character, which you have to say she's one of the strongest female characters in any Final Fantasy you do have. That's
I would agree, yeah.
pretty much a given. Outside of those aspects, if you were to equate her use in the game as well, because some people rank characters purely on their use in game, not just who they are. She has a phenomenal use in the game, partly because of the way the sphere grid lends itself to her, but partly because of the translation towards her aeons. And you also have to factor in the fact that Final Fantasy X is not about Tidus' story. It is about Yuna's story.
It's like Tidus telling.
This is an argument people still have,
Yeah.
you know, like whose story is it? Is it Tidus's or is it Yuna's?
Well, look at the artwork. The artwork is Yuna.
Mm-hmm.
And you're telling the story of Yuna's pilgrimage. And at the end of the game, you see Yuna talking to the stadium. To the point where you have a sequel around Yuna's search for Tidus. It's all Yuna. And I think they really found a way to translate a character which was not a generic male sword-wielding character to be the main, and done it in a way where you can appreciate the fact that she is both strong and soft, that she's wise at points, but also you can see at points she is somebody who recognizes that she has essentially a cursed fate. The story just develops in a way where you actually get to feel her experience through the game, which is one of the reasons why I feel through an entirety of a Final Fantasy X playthrough as a first playthrough, you really get to feel the way the characters are. And a lot of that is through Yuna.
Yeah.
We talked about this the other night. Last thing I want to quickly touch on about Yuna's tragic fate is that she has been carrying this knowledge of having a tragic fate and the sacrifice that she's willing to make for such a long time. And to be able to still kind of try and make everyone around her be more optimistic towards things, that's, I think, a lot harder, is carrying the burden of knowing you're going to sacrifice yourself over a long period of time versus like a last minute, like when they get to, spoiler, but when they get to Xanarkand and they find out, oh, well, you got to pick one of your guardians to be your faith. And everybody's like, all right, well, I volunteer. There's so much more pain behind knowing the path that you're going on the whole time, rather than like a sudden I'll sacrifice myself, I feel like.
Right.
And I feel like that's why it's more Yuna's story.
Yeah.
There's more time to feel the fear. If it's that long.
There's a big difference between a premeditated sacrifice.
And how long had she been feeling that? We don't really know. Like, when did she decide that she was going to go down this path? What was it, when she was 10 years old? Like, you know, like she knew the fate. She knew what her father had done.
Right.
Like, and if she was going to pick up the mantle of that at that point in her life, like she literally for 7 years, from 10 to 17 years old, she accepted that and worked towards it. Like that's pretty wild.
Longer than that, because that was 10 years ago. So she was 7 when Braska.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she already planned on becoming. I'm sure it's mentioned somewhere in the game. She planned on being a summoner like her father when time came to it. So I'm pretty sure it's from the age of 7.
Yeah, immediately, I think.
Yeah. Draco in chat says, also worth noting, who was it that helped Yuna realize what happened to her father? Kimari.
And Kimari was the one that consoled her and took care of her when she realized that her father wasn't coming back. Yeah.
And Auron as well.
I love him.
Unless I'm misremembering.
No,
he's the one that finds Auron.
No, it wasn't Auron, because Auron went back to Xanarkand to throw his hissy fit. And
who was it that found his injured body, though?
It was Kimari.
Okay.
But I imagine that was after, because Kimari was with Yuna and when everybody was in the streets of Bevelle celebrating.
Yeah. Just saying that he took care of not even just Yuna, but also Yarn as well. So yeah, he's I can understand your perspective on that one, Shoop, without a doubt. I wasn't expecting us to dive into villains with who we connected with most, but we kind of already went there. Thanks to Allie.
I promise you, I don't connect with him that way. I just like connect with him in like I don't see him as just like a terrible person.
And that's
He's
kind of
not
what
there
I want to
just to create destruction. He actually has a whole story as to like why he does what he does.
I do want to go to the other end of the spectrum, though, about the villains. I mean, I would argue that 10 has multiple memorable villains. You know, Seymour is just one of them. But considering the whole entire game, like, who or what is the ultimate, like, the major antagonist of Final Fantasy X?
I feel like Yevon.
Okay.
I feel like Yevon's just like, and honestly, just making everything terrible, like from Sin to you, Yevon, and Seymour, and I feel like everything is just like all ties back to Yevon.
So religion.
Yeah.
Anti-religion. Is Final Fantasy X anti-religion?
I'm sorry that I'm smiling at your answer,
I know exactly why Shoop is smiling. Go ahead, Shoop.
No, I'll let Easley go first. I'll go after Easley go first.
I think at the start of the game, you go, right, Sin's the enemy. Then when you find out who or what Sin is, you kind of put that to the back of your mind. And then next thing you know, you met with Seymour. And Seymour is then the problem child of the next half of the game, essentially. Because you get the first quarter, then half with Seymour. And then you get to the end. I never really feel like Yunalesca's treated as a villain, such you get in, you fight her, you're over it. It's nice and quick done. And then you just come up with, you get through the story, and then it's you, Yevon. It's Sin, Seymour, Yevon. To me, that's the order of which the enemies are.
Yeah.
My thing is like, Drew and I were out to dinner last night, and I was like, I feel like I'm going to see chat say Seymour, you Yevon, Yunalesca, and Yuna, or I called you Yuna. Allie just said,
thank you.
Allie just said Yevon. You didn't say you Yevon, and my face just lit up because I was like, if I had to choose one major antagonist, it wouldn't be the religion of Yevon, if you will, but it would be the establishment, which I feel like the final summoning, Yunalesca, all that fun stuff. I'm going to sound very like conspiracy theorist here, but that's all just like the propaganda of the establishment. Oh my God, I sound like an anarchist. But like,
well, you're not wrong. Mr. Micah knows about it all.
Yeah, that's the thing.
You're not wrong.
They're all in on it.
They all know.
So the game isn't anti-religion. Like, religion isn't innately bad. It's really the utilization of it by what has been built up as the religious structure within the world over the course of thousands of years. That is what is bad.
Which is far more like cyclical harm than good, clearly.
Well, religion can be a terrible weapon if
of course
used in certain ways. And I think this game fully shows that.
And it's not even just religion, though, either, because like, and it's often compared to religion, but it's also a way of life, right? Like if you think about the way they are praying to the temples and things, that could be construed as religious. But the banning of like Machina, for example, but yet in the temples, they have the exact same Machina, the like villainization of the Albed people. But then
they're exactly the same.
Yeah, but they're exactly the same.
Funny you mention this. Somebody, while I was streaming yesterday, they said, for how smart Yu Yevon truly was, it's amazing how much of an idiot Yu Yevon was. Because the biggest area that caused opposition to Yu Yevon is Bevelle, the Machina, yet he never attacks Bevelle.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm in agreement, though. I think we can all agree.
I feel like this is going to be a silly theory, but I've always wondered this. I don't know if I've ever said it out loud, but I feel like this current Sin, like I imagine that Luca had been attacked previously, especially because it is right on the water, but it's also a major city. But I feel like Jecht, like there's still a big piece of Jecht inside of the Sin Jecht has been Sin for the last 10 years. He knows a Blitzball Stadium is there and he won't hurt it. Like
that's true. I never thought about that.
That's so
turned up
funny.
to watch, didn't he? He was nearby. He was watching, but he never did attacked.
Yeah, he was just off the coast of Kilika, and Kilika's not far from Luca. Like, you could see it on the map.
I mean, it is confirmed that there's more than just a piece of Jet inside Sin. Like, he literally goes and listens to the Hymn of the Faith. Like, Sin will hang out there. So, yeah, without a doubt, I think Jet is in there. Like, he can't control Sin necessarily, but he's in there.
He doesn't really lose himself until the final battle, I feel like.
And he explains that too. Like, once this happens, I'm going to lose control, or I won't hold back, as he says. Yeah. So there's a part of him still in there for a while. So I like that theory. And I think you're probably right, honestly. I think that probably is exactly why he's never attacked Luca.
Because they always talk about how, like, when cities start to get a little too big, they end up getting destroyed, you know? And they were like, well, thank God we have the Blitzball Stadium. And I'm like, I wonder why the Blitzball Stadium has lasted just fine these past 10 years.
Speaking of Blitzball, this is actually not a question I had on my little queue here, but I love Blitzball.
Me too.
Not playing Blitzball necessarily, although I don't mind playing Blitzball. I just love Blitzball. I think it's a really spectacular thematic element, symbolic element. I think it works really well within the world from like an aesthetic standpoint, and it's what has, in my opinion, was missing from something like 16. And I've talked about this on the show before, but I'll reiterate. In 16, like pre-release, in interviews and all, they literally came out and said, when they asked, like, what kind of mini games are going to be in 16? They're like, none. They're like, is there going to be fishing? No. Is there going to be card games? No. And they're like, why? It's like, no, that just doesn't work in this world. Like, this world, these people don't have time for fun. These people don't have time for meaningless things like fishing and cards and all that. And it's like, no, that's the opposite. Like, that's exactly wrong. Like, this is what they would do. They would find something like Blitzball to take away all of the pain, to distract themselves from the sorrow. Like, that's exactly what Blitzball is in this world.
To give them something to look forward to, even in daily entertainment.
They absolutely needed that. And me as a player in 16 needed that. Like, I was desperately like, give me something like Blitzball, because I needed release. Imagine the people of that world constantly, the bearers constantly being beaten down on. Like I love Blitzball and what it represents in 10. And I think it's coming back now. Like, we're looking at 7 Rebirth, and I feel like it's sort of antithesis of 16. And it's like, yeah, it doesn't matter what the hell is going on in this world, how dramatic it is or dangerous or depressing. It's like, no, we're gonna go to the Gold Saucer and we're gonna go like play with stupid mini games and race chocobos and have a good time.
You're so hype.
Yeah, I love that about 10 though. I just wanted to say I love Blitzball real quick. And Shoop, I'm glad it's come around on Blitzball.
I was a big Blitzball hater for many years.
Yeah, were you always a fan of Blitzball, Allie?
I love it, but I did not understand it at all until my platinum run of Final Fantasy X. And I was like, all right, let's try to beat these goers for the first time. And then I had to do all of the battles for the Jupiter sigil and attack reels and the Auroch reels. So it was just like Blitzball.
You have to go through like the leagues and then the tournaments and more leagues and more tournaments.
I was like, should I just soft reset this? I was like, oh, and then I did that again on the PS4, all over again. So I feel like it's kind of comforting now.
Mm-hmm.
Now that, like, I feel like my first experience with Blitzball was the Aurochs suck, and I don't know what to do with them to whip them into shape. And then I found out that you could recruit players. So like brother, I'm sorry if I'm not allowed to say this. The dude does like a whole bag of cocaine before he jumps in the sphere pool. Dude is quick. But yeah, like once you can actually get decent players on your team, and especially a good goalie, you're pretty solid. It's not difficult as long as you have good players. But when the game starts you off with, I think, a tutorial that doesn't clearly explain what really needs to be explained and just gives you too much information all at once.
I think that's a big problem.
Yeah. And then the story game that sets you up to fail too. You're really not expected to win the first game, you know? Easily.
As a speedrunner, do you hate Blitzball?
No, actually. So when I first was playing, before I speedran the game, obviously I'd win and lose probably 50% of the time in the first game. It's different now, but I'll say in a moment why. But the only thing I dislike in Blitzball, the only thing, is the fact that the enemy players do not level up at the same rate you do. Because you level up every single game that you play, and they do if they're playing against you. They don't level up when they're not playing against you. So you very quickly, after 3, 4, 5 games, even if you've been losing, are suddenly stronger. with the base team than the enemy teams, aside from like the initial Albed Sykes, and it's about it, because the goers end up being really bad. Keelaka ends up being really bad. The Ronsos are too slow.
The Ronsos are tankies, but they just
Ronsos
sink to the bottom. They're just so slow.
I mean, they're furry. Of course, they're going to be slower. Got all that resistance.
They're just very beefy.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't realize how easy the first game actually was to win. And I've been speedrunning the game now since start of January, and I've lost twice out of 26 matches.
Nice.
Of the first game. And it's because you manipulate the way the AI moves. You tell it to mark characters, and then you change it to go to a certain side. And Grav will do one of three things if he catches the ball. He will either break and dribble past Letty, going in, and then either no break and shoot through two defenders, or he will do the same start bit and pass after breaking through one at the goal. And the third option is he won't break, he will just pass to Bulgara, which is really weird and slow. That's all he does every time you try it. It'll be one of those three things. The only time it does a really random thing is usually if you score first, because the game wants you to lose the first match.
That's what's kind of crazy is you told me that, and it makes sense. But it frustrates me at the same time. Like the game wants you to lose that first tournament. And me as a kid, I have never played through 10 and let myself lose that tournament. I always will literally turn off the console and restart the game because I'm like, no, I refuse. I'm beating this. Like I was always so stubborn in that way. And knowing now that the game is literally designed to make you lose, I'm like, that's just so frustrating to me. Like, why would you do that? Let us win. Well, I guess it makes it more satisfying that you can beat it still, though.
I think that's why you only get such a essentially poor reward if you're casually playing the game for winning. You get a strength sphere.
And like a little extra scene of the Aurochs holding
nothing
a trophy.
really changes.
Yeah, so it's a bit. You'd want. I would have to say that's why, because it expects you to lose. That's why you get so little. But it'd be nice if they gave you something for it.
Yeah, I agree. It's almost like they didn't expect people to do it, so it's like, all right, just give them a strength
It's a little off topic, but I do have a quick question that's not on here that I wish that we'd put on here.
Yeah, good. But this is just a little guideline for me.
Yeah, no, speaking of things that like do change in the game, have you guys ever experienced the whole Luzu Gata? Have you experienced each of their cutscenes if both of them die?
Not until recently.
Yes.
Okay.
I always got the same one. I always got Luzu dying. Always.
You always got Luzu Gata.
I always got
dying,
Luzu.
right?
Yeah. I didn't even
Killing
know
Gata's
you could kill
worse.
Gata until recently.
Luzu's reaction's so sad if you kill Gata.
Yeah.
It's weird though. I feel like because I had never gotten Luzu surviving either until my playthrough last year. And I felt like it actually benefited the story more from an empathetic standpoint with like Waka losing his brother and then Luzu kind of losing his almost like little brother type figure in a way. And like,
The mirror.
Yeah, and this was like right after Waka just punched Luzu in the face for finding out that Luzu was like the one that recruited Chapu. And then Waka, when you get to Jose, has this like wild, empathetic approach towards Luzu after Gata dies.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just thought it was wild. I had never seen that scene before, and I was like, "Oh, shit."
I like both in different ways. I get what you're saying. Like I think it works really well for Waka's narrative to mirror that, but I feel like Luzu just. It makes a lot more sense for him to die, like as far as like a thematic purpose goes, like overall through the game. But if you're looking specifically at Waka's story, then I feel like it works really well into his specific story. If Gata is the one that dies, so yeah, it works both ways. I mean, but I didn't know about it until recently, honestly. So I thought that was pretty cool that the game even allows you to have that diverging path. And now easily saying that it affects how you go through home, I saw in chat. I had no idea about that.
It doesn't change anything from a casual perspective. But if you're talking speedrun, when you go through, there's rooms on the right that have chests in them.
Right.
and you have to enter an Albed code. Because the question was asked, does it affect the speedrun? If you don't win Blitzball, that 4 strength means you need to pick up an additional friend sphere from home, which means you have an extra 1 to 2 encounters, and you have to open the chest, plus probably get an extra encounter in the route. So it's probably a total of about 3 minutes faster to just win.
That's a big difference.
And the match goes quicker if you win.
Right.
Because I know it says 5 minutes per half. It's not 5 minutes per half. It's about 3 minutes per half in real time, but the timer pauses during actions. So that's why it's about 5 minutes.
Yeah. The speedrunning, man. It's wild to me. It really is. Never even like looked at the space until really meeting you, and it's crazy how deep it goes. All the complexities of these games is so cool. I love that about it. Even though I don't really speedrun myself, I have so much respect for it now. I want to talk about the music in this game a little bit, because it obviously holds up very well to this day. I would say, argue, I guess, that it has some of the most iconic tracks in the entire franchise, To Xanarkand being the obvious choice, Nobuo Uematsu's major track in the game. And that's why I want to say, besides To Xanarkand, which track in the game do you still feel the most all these years later? Allie, do you have one?
So I think it has 2 different names, but the one that was on my iPod when I was growing up, it was called Fantasy. I think it plays 2 times. It plays in Titus's flashbacks when his mom is like,
yeah, I know what you're talking
wondering
about.
where Jack was, and then also plays in Makalania before.
I think it's called Phantoms as well.
Phantoms, okay.
Yeah.
That song is amazing. Yeah, This Is Your Story is another really good one that plays only one singular time in the entire game, is when Titus is being lifted up to be taken into Spira.
But what's really great about that theme, if you listen behind it, it is Arin's theme within it.
Really?
Yeah.
It is.
I've never heard that. That's so cool.
Yeah.
And I also really have a squishy spot for, I think the name of the song is Rides a Shoe Puff. It's the one that plays in, it's the one that plays in the Moonflow. I love that song.
Ding, 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 ding,
And
ding. Yeah.
it's hard to
TPR
hum
does a
it,
really
but-
good cover of it. It's so beautiful.
Some good choices. I like that those were ones I wasn't expecting. That makes it even better. Shoot, what about you?
I was going to ask, is it the one that goes like, do, do, do?
Yeah, I love it so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, very very calming, cozy theme.
I'm sure that my answer is probably going to be very like stereotypical, but Tsutaki Dane. It like I remember when I first heard it, like the first time that I experienced the scene in the Makalania Spring, I just remember being a little kid and being like, oh my God, this is beautiful. And I feel like that scene wouldn't have half the impact that it had with a different track playing. And then on top of that, it's just like there's so many musical themes that come out of it too, like A Fleeting Dream. And like the one that plays when you're on the road in Xanarkand, like on your way towards Xanarkand Dome.
Someday the dream will end.
Yeah, but Tsutaki Dane, it was like one of the most beautiful songs I had ever heard. And I remember being like, I have no idea what this means. I have no idea what any of this means. I don't speak Japanese, but it's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. And
Ironically, I hate the English version.
I've never heard the English version.
It sucks.
I don't know.
It's so bad. I don't like it at all.
But it's like, and I still
Japanese
don't
version.
know like technically what most of the words mean, but I could sing that whole song.
Yeah.
Like I know like what the words are in an English translation on paper, but like do I know how I would sing that? No, but I know how to sing it in Japanese, even if I don't know how to speak Japanese. And
Man.
I just
The way it's used too, when the credits are about to roll, like the firefly going by, and then it goes to black, and you're dun 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 dun. Like it just like it gets you every time, doesn't it? It's like that's 100%. Like
that's the other thing. The
every time.
instrumentals in that song, like especially in the orchestral version that's played in the credits, are just chills. Like I've never had a violin give me chills until I heard that song.
What about you, Easily? Which tracks? Oh, unless you have another one you want to bring up, Shoop, besides Tsutaki Dane.
No, I'm just gonna stick with that one because it just has so much power for me.
Okay. Easily.
So there's the 2 main ones, which are just the standard Tsutaki Dane and To Xanarkand. But it's really strange. I really like the music in Via Pura Vico.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
so
great
good.
piano.
Oh, I love it.
And what I've had a new appreciation for it since speedrunning because the biggest menu you do is there. So I hear it probably more than I hear any other song in that game aside from the battle music.
Yeah.
But,
there's always a joke that like amongst musicians that like via Purifico it would actually take about 4 hands to play that on the piano. Like I have not been able to find a cover. Like I can't find a piano cover of it of just one person playing it naturally, like every single note. I've seen renditions, but not note for note played with just 2 hands.
Yeah.
there's a lot in it.
Viper with a good answer in chat. Spear Unplugged. Good answer, Viper.
Oh, I love Spear Unplugged.
That's a good one.
There's another speedrunner I know. He does that Final Fantasy VIII. His favorite song in 10 is the Via Purifico song, and he says it's the best written song in that game as a musician.
My favorites, outside of the ones you guys named, and I love all those as well. I already brought up one. If I'm going for like cozy, calming, Besaid every time. I adore Besaid so much. Outside of that, I love the sweet depression of Wandering Flame.
Oh yeah,
Wandering Flame is amazing.
I love Wandering. Yeah, it's either called Wandering or Wandering Flame, I think are the 2 names for it. And
it's Wandering.
I just vibe to that song. There's like not much to it, right? Like it's very simple, but just I vibe with it. It's a really good one.
It has so much emotion.
Yeah,
I love that like most of the themes that we chose were very either like cozy or sad or like uplifting. But like if we want to talk about bops, Fight with Seymour.
Oh my god.
The original version, not the arranged version.
Exactly, yep.
Oh my god. Version. Yeah, that is the boss battle bop in that game.
That has been my, you know how I have like staggers on my stream where you can stagger me with the meteor strike? That has been the song that's played after the stagger for like 7 years now. Because I just love that song so much, man, and it gets you pumped, man. Like it's so, and unfortunately, a lot of people die a lot to that battle, so they hear it a lot. But it can maybe get a little bit old if you hear it too many times. But oh man, it gets your heart racing in that scene. It's such a badass scene. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you really want to get pumped, Otherworld, which Kane just said in chat, Otherworld,
like the coolest song ever.
I used to hate it.
Well, of course you did. I was the kid that listened to metal, so I was like, "This is awesome."
to me, it was like, "This is not Final Fantasy. What is this?" Like, I did not like it when I was 13 years old. I've grown to like it a lot more today.
And I think it's not my Final Fantasy.
Music has become a lot more. Music has become a lot more diverse and eclectic in the Final Fantasy series since 7, 8, and 9. Partially because of the times, you know, that they were limited, obviously, with 7, 8, and 9 to a certain extent. So they've expanded beyond that and have gotten more jazzy stuff and post-rock and alt-rock and all different types of metal and just gone all over the place. Even a little bit of like rap type stuff in 13 and jazz, especially a lot of jazz in 13. So because I've heard so much come into the Final Fantasy franchise, now when I hear Otherworld, I'm like, yeah, okay, this works. This fits now.
There's just something about what Milo said in chat was like when Titus opens his eyes, that first guitar riff.
Burn it.
It's so cool.
Yeah, it's good. It's really good. Okay, let's keep going here. Clearly, we all love Final Fantasy X, but if you had to choose one aspect of the game in major need of improvement, what would it be?
Oh gosh, I can't think of anything.
I'll let you think on that one, Allie. It seems like you need time. Easily. What is wrong in Final Fantasy X? What is in major need of improvement?
What a lot of people don't even play. The super bosses. They are utterly awful.
Really?
I love them.
They're all the same. If you were to go, right, blank script, you've never touched them before, and you told somebody, right, you want to go and beat all of them. So quick way, go do Don Tombury trick to level. Right, done. That bit's done. Right. Okay, now you're in these fights. You don't overdrive because it's too slow. You get too slow ATB after it. You need auto life for the majority of cases, whether or not that's via Riku or whether or not that's via white magic. You need to have specific stats. Once they're high enough, you then just quick hit the bosses down.
That's true.
That's it. That's it. You quick hit a boss that's got 5 million health for 100k at a time.
They're sponges is all
and
they
you
are,
summon and you literally summon to avoid the major death hits in most cases, unless you shoot and do it the hard way.
I can understand that. Yeah.
Allie, I don't know if you were there for it, but the last time when I did the Dark Aeons on stream, I really wanted to challenge myself, so I did all of them without using Riku in the party at all. Like I didn't do any Riku.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I did.
I love that.
I did no
It makes
mixes.
it too easy.
Right. She's her. That's the thing, is her overdrives makes things really easy. So I'm a little on board with this. However, I think I would say like, oh, and I did the Maga Sisters all at once. It took me 2 tries because I always fought them separate. It was wild.
It's hard to do all at once.
That was I think one of my personal favorite like Final Fantasy X achievements that I've ever done. But there was one guy in chat he was banned, but he was just like screaming at me in all caps, like, why aren't you using Riku? Just use Riku. And I was like, do you not see the stream title of like Dark Aeon's no Riku?
Yeah.
Did you do the break HP limit for the Maga Sisters?
I didn't.
Or did you just do? How did you do it? I can't do it.
I'll have to. Oh my god! I don't think I did. I don't think I archived it. I could go back and look on my save file because I created specific armor for I think Anima and the Maga Sisters. But it was there was a big RNG factor in it too. Mm-hmm. But I think it wouldn't be the bosses necessarily that I would change, but I would change like once you're to that point, other than Riku, everybody is literally the same character. Like Riku's overdrive is really the only one, except for maybe attack reels. Riku's the only overdrive that really can change the game. And I feel like I would make the characters' overdrives just vastly better. Like,
yes.
I don't know. I feel like Lulu's, I don't know what they did to her in the remaster, but I used to be a spinning fool on PS2. And now,
PS2,
like,
you could get like 15, 16, 17.
I could at least get like 11 or 12 like Goth spells off. Like maybe not flares or anything, but like now I'd be lucky to get maybe 7 Goth spells off of her. And I'm like, what did they do to her? Like, I don't know. I feel like I would make their overdrives more special, or I would have like extended areas of the grids that like only characters of like that starting area can access, regardless of sphere locks or anything. Like certain abilities that are innate to their character,
like a personalized sphere grid per character.
Yeah, like they can still go everywhere and get everybody else's stats and abilities, but have their own special area that nobody else can go or something.
I genuinely like that.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea.
The only thing I can even think of that I feel like that could be worked on, maybe it would be, I feel like Lulu and Kamari kind of have fall off on the standard sphere grid. Like Lulu becomes pretty darn weak once like Yuna can get any magic spells. And then I feel like unless you're playing on the expert grid and send Kamari down Oren's grid, Kamari is like maybe not that great. He's a little weak compared to like Oren and Waka by the end game.
But see,
I know
Kamari,
Easley has argued that his blue magic shouldn't be isolated to his overdrive.
Yeah.
Well.
No. I have a slight confession to make.
Okay.
I find that Lulu and Kimari are useless characters in the game for combat. The black magic spells are too weak in Final Fantasy X once you get past the early game. It takes too much to get their stats higher because the magic, like when magic becomes more useful, is when it's taken too long to get to them. If you go the part to get the spells, you don't have enough damage. If you go the parts to get the damage, you don't have the stronger spells. Whereas damage, flat damage is the easiest way. I found because, and I tie this specifically to their celestial weapons, because their celestial weapons are a pain in the backside to actually get, they are damn near useless characters in the grand scheme of the game.
I struggled more with Kimari's butterfly catcher, like for most of my life, than I ever did the Chocobo race.
I love Chocobo racing. It's so fun.
The Chocobo race you can do first time if you got a little bit of RNG, whereas
it's a lot of luck.
But the butterflies can really just be annoying.
If you understand the pathing, if you understand the RNG, if you understand what birds are going to attack the trainer, it's not going to take forever. You just have to like pay attention to the mechanics of it. Sometimes you get unlucky, but whatever. But like the butterfly thing visually was hell for me. Like I couldn't quite see what was blue, and
it was. Yeah, I agree.
The wings would be this size of a pixel, and I wouldn't be able to tell if it's red or blue, and
a little frustrating.
I never got Kimari's celestial weapon all the way up until the remaster on PS4.
I think it's funny you guys focused almost entirely on combat stuff. as far as what you changed. Where for
I
me,
wouldn't have changed story at all.
The story's perfect.
not story necessarily, but like I think a couple people have mentioned in chat, Lulu is underdeveloped, and she deserves more. Great character design, I get it. Awesome character design. Love the voice actress. I love her attitude, all that kind of stuff. She has a couple moments that are powerful, but really, her entire story is like you can sum it up in like a paragraph, and especially considering that her main story moment is optional. Like you don't even have to go down there and do that to really get any of her lore, her past. Like they needed to give Lulu more content in that game. That would be one of my major complaints. I feel like they could have improved her massively. And I get a lot of people like waka 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 in waka 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 in chat. But I think sometimes you need a character like Waka. He's like
He grows a lot.
He grows. I think he probably could have grown a little more.
I think he grows more in 10 too.
Yeah, I think he doesn't quite get to where I would have wanted him to be, but he's somebody that is like the Steiner of Final Fantasy X. He's someone that starts off frustrating and annoying, and clearly their head in the sand and needs to evolve and grow. And that's their story. They're meant to be that. And you do need a character like that. At least he has development and an arc of sorts. Whereas Lulu, like what's Lulu's arc?
So I wasn't actually gonna bring up the characters when you said what could be improved, because I've had many a rant and annoyed many a people over the characters in Final Fantasy X. Because Lulu is one of the single most useless characters in any Final Fantasy you'll ever find.
Oh my god. Right. Take it easy.
Her overdrive is pathetic because you can double cast black magic, which is not much different because her overdrive makes the spells weaker anyway. You have a character who has one of the single worst base attack rates. Her speed is slow, but she has good evasion. Give her that. Black mages. Drew, stop looking at me like that.
I'm scared. I'm a little scared for you right now, like because I'm just saying when I went against Lulu,
like Lulu for looks. That's all. That's all people want it for.
Oh snap!
He said it. I wasn't gonna say it. Even when Lulu almost took out my beloved Aerith during the best protagonist tournament.
I think honestly, okay, look, when we did that protagonist tournament, Allie, I don't know if you were here for that, but I missed it. It was actually wild how high Lulu was going in the brackets, and I'm like, she has no personality. Yeah, I really do. I think it became a joke. I wouldn't say that.
She has a personality.
She has a personality, but I feel like
she doesn't have an arc. She doesn't have a story.
Her story was fridged. I think her story was fridged.
I guess I never noticed before. Lulu always felt like a strong character to me, like story-wise. Like I feel like she kind of changed and grew a lot.
She's strong for like the first hour.
I think she's strong in like herself. Like she is a strong person, right? And her attitude certainly comes through. And she has one moment, I think you probably would remember this, Allie, towards the end where when they're talking to Unalesca, she is one of the ones that comes out like, no, like this is what the teachings told us. Like she has that moment where she also she definitely has a moment there.
Her moment also, big point in that, is that she's also the very first one, like no question, that said, well, if somebody has to become a faith, I volunteer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
But like, I feel like she reminds me a lot of Freya from 9, where like her story just falls off, and it's kind of like
she's the big sister throughout the entire game. That's what she is. That's her role. It never really changes. It never really develops. She's just the big sister.
I love Lulu, but I don't know if I would have her anywhere near like a top 10 for me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I agree.
I'm surprised if she won the protagonist.
She tied with Aerith. We had to do a final decision to vote over.
I don't agree either.
Aerith is way better. Yeah. I like Aerith.
We were kind of shocked because even if like you don't like Aerith as like let's just say like you don't like her personality or something like that, the importance of Aerith, right?
Impact,
like the impact of that character, what she means to the story, her growth, what she does, what she accomplishes, how the game ends. Like Lulu just doesn't hold a candle to that. And it feels like it was almost entirely like, oh, I like her attitude, or I like her belts, or I like her boobs. Like, let's be honest. Like that's
her
kind of what
character model is iconic. I will say that, and like, there's no denying that she was like our first character that was dark and sexy and bodacious and like
no, she awakened
she was
something
stunning. She was let's face it. The gay, as Tobe said, the gays love her. She is an icon. She is. But it's like I just wanted more for her, especially again, like Drugel said about most of her backstory as a guardian, because we know that like she had 2 failed pilgrimages before Yuna. One, the dude quit, and then the other where the summoner died, and it was like,
yeah, they really could have dove into that.
They really could have dove into that. They could have dove into why the other summoner quit, or what happened. How did she fail as a guardian for the summoner that died? That could have really been. If it's optional content, make it interesting optional content, not just, here's Secret Aeon.
Yeah.
The thing for me, give me the side characters to the same quality as the likes of Vivi and Steiner more often. Like,
so that way they don't feel just like
Freya,
side characters. They feel like real party members.
Well, Freya falls very flat to me. You brought up Freya. She falls very, very flat to me. And I'm not going to say more because I will upset people, and I know I will. But the thing is why is it 10 had this potential for so incredible all-cast party members, and only a few of them really got the love that they deserved?
Yeah.
I feel like Riku is less developed than Lulu.
Riku comes in later, for starters, right?
Yeah.
And so that hurts her off the bat. Like, she's even later than Auron. You're probably like a good 10 hours. You're still like a good 10 hours into the game, right?
Yeah, you don't get her in your party until the north side of the moonflow.
Yeah. So that hurts that a little bit for her. But I get what you're saying, Allie. I get what you're saying. Like, I would agree with you that there's not like a lot of development there. Like, the way she starts is sort of the way she ends. She's always there to be behind Yuna, and to an extent where she wants to, of course, save her and take her away from her burden, her doom. Let's say that doesn't really change too much for her.
It's not just personal though, as far as Yuna goes. She was raised Al Bhed, and she joins the party saying the pilgrimages need to stop, and she ends at the game with, like, same person. She's just like, I'm just so against this stuff. This is wild to me that you guys think this is like a good concept.
As Lynn said in chat, like, I wouldn't disagree. Riku is kind of there as the I'm here to develop Waka device.
I believe she does that in a lot, and I think that's very much what Riku was for. Because her and Waka have a tremendously good relationship by the end of the game.
Right, that's where the growth comes from, yeah. Yeah, so, that gives her importance, though. Like, you can't, like, I think a lot of people would argue that she's just a plot device then, but there's importance to that as well. Like, same with Lynn saying Yuna's kind of a plot device. That doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing.
I think Riku is also good, though, for, like, because we've already been given the big sister trope through Lulu, and now we're given the little cousin trope. And, like, there's that scene where, and I know this gets Jeff choked up, and I see him in chat, when they're overlooking Xanarkand, when we've gone through the cave in Mount Gagaset, and Riku and Yuna are hugging, and she's just like, there's got to be a way to save you, Yuna. And like she's so young, but she still has so much determination to change things all the way to the very end. Like, her will doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't sway.
Yeah. Okay. I've got 2 more questions for you guys, and that'll kind of bring us right to where we want to be for stopping point. Starters, we've discussed a lot tonight, of course. But one thing I feel like we haven't focused on quite as much with like the themes of the narrative. We talked about, death, loss, grief. It's all obviously entangled in the narrative of 10. But I feel like, what would you argue is the essential message of the game? Like, what is it trying to say? It, like, some people say, oh, it's anti-religion, like we talked about earlier, but like, I wouldn't say that actually. But I'm curious what you guys think. Like, what is the message of Final Fantasy X? Who wants to go first?
Hold on, I just got a security warning. Okay, never mind. I thought there was a virus on my computer.
Oh,
okay.
no.
Go ahead. We're good.
Maybe like off the top of my head, and kind of like what we see when they're about to fight Unalesca, where it's like the world is really dark, but we can choose to keep going. We can choose to be strong, and we see that from like all the characters. Like, what is it that Auron says? I can't quite remember. He says something like, die and be free of pain,
or live and
or
fight your
live
sorrow.
and fight your
Fight your
sorrow.
sorrow.
And I feel like that's a really good message for like everyone on the planet, because life's hella hard. And I think that's really inspirational, just to like keep going. And I feel like we see that a lot in the game with its themes.
Now is the time to shape your stories.
I think I agree with that. Like when he says like now is the time to choose. I feel like everybody at some point in their life gets to a point where you're so down in the dumps. You have one way to go. Like once you hit like I feel like a rock bottom type place, whether it be emotional, mental, physical, whatever, you got to choose. Do you want to stay here? Or do you want to change it?
Yeah.
I like that. I think that's definitely a big part of it. Easily, go ahead.
I agree with those points. I also believe it's telling you that just because you feel you're stuck to one path, that doesn't mean you actually are. You have the power and the ability to change your own future, essentially, through your own actions and through your own decisions. I think it's a very big point in the game to say, you are you. Do what you feel you should do, not what you're told to do.
Yeah, it's kind of like almost trading cliche to the Final Fantasy series, but I always enjoy it anyway. It's sort of the fight your fate type narrative that's in so many Final Fantasy games, and I think you could argue that it's in 10 as well. Like now is the time to shape your story, as he's saying. Like you choose. Like your fate has not been determined for you. Your fate is in your hands. Your fate is in your hands. You know, like now is the time to shape your stories. That is another way of saying fight fate. Choose your own destiny.
I love that as like someone playing the game. It's so inspirational.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I relate to it, and I relate to that just in a very personal way, because I come from a family of, like, not everybody, but I do come from a long line of addicts and alcoholics, and I too went down that path, and it was not easy to get out of. And this game, I mean, I played it so many times over so many years, and that part really does sit with me because it is a matter of choice. Like, I remember like when I was a kid, my dad used to say that you're a product of your genetics, your environment, and your morals, but more importantly, you're a product of your choices. And at the end of the day, you have all these things that make up who you are, but the biggest thing, the thing that you have control over, are your choices. And it just, I don't know, And the other thing, and I don't really feel like 10 100% touches on this, but I feel like 10.2 does, and I don't feel like we've talked about 10.2 in this regard yet, is that a lot of 10.2, and I won't spoil anything because I know there are people here that have not played 10.2 yet, but a lot of 10.2 is really the closure, the acceptance, like, you know, like the 5 stages of grief, like denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. I feel like 10.2, as goofy as a lot of it is, and as fun and quirky as a lot of it is, most of it, especially from Yuna's monologues, are very much like coping. It's very... This game and 10.2 both got me to learn how to really cope with hard things from a very young age. And I think 10 also taught me a lot of selflessness. That sometimes you just stop worrying about yourself so much and get out of your own head and go do something for somebody else.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, the power of this entire series, really. Like, these games are so important to us because they've shaped us in some regard. We had talked about that earlier, actually, how these games or these characters have shaped us. Like we are like different people than we would have been had we never played Final Fantasy X or any others. It's
definitely, for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I've got one more question for you guys, just to close this off.
And then we get to play Jeopardy!
Yes. So we actually talked a little bit about Final Fantasy XVII tonight. New blood taking over the franchise. We also talked about Final Fantasy X and remakes and sequels and movies and TV and what we want for the future. And there's so much we love about 10, but I'm kind of curious, which elements of Final Fantasy X specifically would you love to see make their way into Final Fantasy XVII if it happens? Or a way that Final Fantasy XVII could be inspired by 10. And that doesn't have to be combat. It could be, the artistic aesthetic or the world or the music or the way you traverse it, like the narrative structure. What elements of 10 do you really hope are seen in 17? Who wants to go first?
The style of storytelling.
Okay.
I really enjoyed that, even though we felt like Titus was the main character through the story, it was as a narrative. It doesn't have to be a narrative, but a way that makes us feel like we're traveling through a story rather than just going on an adventure. I don't mind if it's linear, if it's done in a good way. But it, like, I didn't like how 16's story flowed. It didn't flow. It stop-started. It jump-started at points. I really want them to be able to tell a story of the same quality that 10's had, and not rush that aspect. Don't focus on the big flashy elements, because you'll get that anyway. Put in the good story that we can all love 20 years later.
Okay. What about you, Shoop?
I'm turn-based.
I mean, that's fine. If that's what you want to say, please do.
Look, you guys are going to be at my funeral and being like, here lies Shoop. I hope she has a turn-based slumber. Like, I agree with what Easley said about, like, the elements that the 10 had for its storytelling. Like when we mentioned earlier about how, like, we didn't miss the overworld of 7 through 9 because the story was just so good that it didn't matter anymore. But I would really want classic fantasy themes, like the White Mage, the Summoner, the return to the classic, not job. I don't want to say job system, because job system's not it. I guess classes, if you will. Like each
you want
of them
Final
having,
Fantasy 9. You want to return to the roots.
No, not really. Like, my thing about 16 is, like, while they each had, like, their own iconic power, if you will, like, you know, this person was all fire and this person was, like, ice. I would want, like, maybe, like, a D&D type concept, or, like, a cleric or druids. Like, I loved summoners so much because I loved just the concept of controlling animals, I guess, when I was a kid. But I would love to see more high fantasy, I think. Yeah. And I think 10 really delivers that in the world of Spira, whereas, like, you know, you've got the modern Xanarkand, but I would like more high fantasy in like a Spira type setting where it's more less technology and more magic, I think.
Okay.
That would be cool.
What do you think, Allie?
I agree with what they both said. Like, story, I think, like, not relying on graphics and, like, the battle system so much. Like, the story, like, to have a story like 10 again would be, like, if I can ever find a game that can hit me the way that 10 did, I don't know what I would do. But other elements that I like to see in my Final Fantasy games is something that will take my heart and, like, just destroy it. I want that again.
I want something to break me.
That's sweet depression.
Yeah. But also, I like romance in my games. Like Final Fantasy 17, give me a really good romance, like Final Fantasy 10.
You hit it. There it is. That's what I was going to say too. Beyond and a couple other things as well. But what got me into Final Fantasy was romance, honestly, and that's why 7, 8, 9 are my glory days. 7 is kind of weird because it's sort of like, the romance is all over the place, right? It's kind of a love triangle, some would argue. But 8 is without a doubt romance, and the 9 as well. 9 is so romantic. There's so much romance, not even just in, like, the romance between Zidane and Garnet. That world is romantic. And 10 as well. Like, there was romance in, like, all of my favorites. Really, were all, like, centered in romance in some way, and I've missed that for a really long time. And I think some would say 16. What about 16? It had romance, like. No, that had blue balls for, like.
There was a pretty big scene in there.
No, yeah, he didn't have it the whole game.
Yeah, he exploded eventually. Give him that, but
we win.
But man, like, it wasn't much. Like, it felt like a whole bunch of build up and then just one scene. Like, I don't know. That wasn't really the type of romance that I was really looking for. I would love to see a return to like a romantic focus. But also, as far as the world goes, I do want like very fantasy, but not traditional fantasy. Like 16 has me fulfilled in that regard for the longest time. Like that sort of like sort of medieval Witcher-esque world, whatever you want to call it, Game of Thronesy, like that type of fantasy. Like I'm done. Like I don't need that for a while. Like give me something very weird and unique like 10. Like that world is weird, and like it's like Mediterranean and tropical, and it's got all these like weird artistic designs when it comes to the technology and the airships. It's like that game's all over the place.
I want some
And I love that about
quirkiness too. Like if you look at 10, like yeah, everything's sad and everybody's dying. And it's a cycle of death.
It's got levity.
But yeah, but then there's shoe puffs.
Right. Yeah, like the world itself is beautiful. It's like a tropical paradise. And amidst this disaster and tragedy and cycle of death.
Speaking of tropical paradise, I know Drew, you've said this before that you would love to see a more tropical feel brought back into Final Fantasy, and we haven't really seen it since
That's exactly what I'm
10.
talking about. Yeah,
like
I would love to
Mistade
see
and
that
Kilika.
return. I think the
There's
world
a little bit in 12.
a little
Not
bit,
whole lot.
yeah.
13 has some. 13 has some.
I
And
haven't
we'll have
played
Costa del
either.
Sol in 7 Rebirth. But, you know, like it just an entire world that feels very unique and unlike anything that's come before. And I can say that about like when 7 came out, unlike anything came before. When 8 came out, unlike anything before it. 10, 13 even. Like these worlds were very unique. And I feel like I want to see that again. I want to feel like I'm in a world that no other game has ever done before when I play Final Fantasy. So I would like to see a return to that.
Milo said, let's have Final Fantasy Bahamas edition. I'd like it.
And that's all I have. Do we have any final words on Final Fantasy X before we wrap up this retrospective?
Because we're going to play Final Fantasy Jeopardy. Sorry.
Yeah, we do have Jeopardy on the way, but let's wrap this up. Allie, any final words on Final Fantasy X? What it means to you?
I think it's the coolest, most magical game ever, and it shaped me as a person, and hopefully someday another game can have that impact on me.
I think we all wish that. We all have these games where it's like, when am I going to experience that again? When am I gonna... And I think part of us is like never, probably, right? Because it was a product of its time. It was the nostalgia. It was that moment in my life when you know, the perfect storm of emotions and you know, life and what was going on in it. So sometimes I fear that I'll never have my Final Fantasy VII again for me. You know what I mean? But I get exactly what you're saying there, Allie. What about you, Shoop?
Just Final Fantasy X. No, I think if they ever remade it, I would absolutely play it. I don't care what kind of combat they use. I don't care what the character models look like. I don't care. As long as they stick true to the story, because I do feel like the PS2 version of the story is perfectly fine. It does not need any additions and nothing taken away. Maybe a couple little more character development, but that's about it. You guys won't see me for a little while. I'll be locked in a basement until I beat it twice. Like,
Yeah, seriously.
yeah.
Easily, final words.
So a lot of people know that I don't rate Final Fantasy X for repeat playthroughs, and I say that as I'm speedrunning it, obviously, because and the reason is because of the storytelling. It's quite slow paced for replays. I very firmly believe it is one of the single best Final Fantasies as a first playthrough, very firmly. And I think if you're going to play a Final Fantasy first, or if it's your only one, it should be 10. Hands down, I don't believe it any others compared to it for that. Other people do, but and if I could go back and replay 10 for the very first time in a heartbeat, I would, because it is phenomenal. I don't enjoy replaying it with the cutscenes
Okay.
more than once a year.
Once a year's a lot. I mean, I don't play almost any of these games more than like once every several years.
I kind of want to touch on something Easley said really quick before we wrap this portion up.
Yeah.
There is truly nothing more special, I feel like, than being able to experience Final Fantasy X for the first time. Like, I think that's one of the coolest things about this platform, too, is that, like, there are plenty of people like us who have played 10 countless times. And there are plenty of people in this community that have played, 7 growing up or never played 10 or just now getting into the Final Fantasy series as a whole. And Lynn, Draco, like there are just people in chat right this second who just finished Final Fantasy X for the very first time. And it's like getting to see somebody else's first experience with this game is so It feels like an honor to be able to be in the audience watching somebody else experience what we experienced so long ago.
My favorite thing ever.
Yeah.
You'll always find me in the chat. I'll always be there.
I think we have a problem because every time I'm like, oh, there's Allie, there's Shoop.
It's because we're all desperately trying to find that feeling again.
It's so special.
How many people stream 10 and they get to the end of the game and their view count triples? Mm-hmm. And that's not an exaggeration. They literally get so many more people for the end of the game.
It's a great ending. It really is. It's one of the all-time great endings in video games, in my opinion.
We're all just there to give that person that virtual hug at the end while we're all crying. But we're just like, we know there's nothing we can do for you, but just sit with you. We know it hurts, but it's beautiful and it hurts. But we're all here. We know now. One of us kind of thing.
Yeah. That was great. I really enjoyed getting to share our love for Final Fantasy X. That was great. Let's take a break, you guys.
Yeah,
we'll take a commercial break. We'll get set up. When we come back, everybody, we're gonna be playing Final Fantasy X Jeopardy, which I just cannot wait for this because I get to watch specifically Allie versus Shoop.
Wait, I'm
Final
scared.
Fantasy
I don't want a competition.
The Final Fantasy X sisters going head to head.
No.
Easily the Final Fantasy X speedrunner as well. Could he have an upset?
I don't think it's gonna be a knowledge based. I think it's gonna be who can click the button faster.
Yeah, I'm scared.
It's going to be very, very interesting.
In 10.
I'm going to blink out.
Speedrunning, I have no clue, so that's nothing to do with it.
Allie, watch there be like a whole category on speedrunning and you're just sitting here like,
so easily.
There's no speedrunning category. Don't worry. There's no speedrunning category. All right, so let's back out. We're going to take an ad break. Guys, give us like 5 minutes at least because I'm sure we're also going to want to stretch our legs, get a drink, go to bathroom. We got to get Jeopardy set up. So give us like 5 or so minutes. Enjoy some Final Fantasy music while you're in ad break. Apologize if you get ads. I hope they're good. Hope they're Taco Bell or something like that, and you enjoy them. But we will be right back, guys. Just hold on tight. Welcome back, everybody, to episode 6 of Crystal Bears, a Final Fantasy podcast. I just want to take one more moment here. Oh, Allie's still showing us. I don't know. Allie is not a part of this.
Wait, can y'all hear me?
Allie,
we can hear
advantage.
you. Let me refresh your camera real quick. It's probably just a refresh of your camera. But I just want to take one more moment since we're back from commercial break to welcome everybody that's watching. First off, we've had like 70 people in the room all night long, which is amazing. Thank you so much for all the follows, the gifted subs I've seen. Hit that follow button if you enjoy the show, of course. But also, I didn't say this earlier, and I should have. Give every single one of these fine people a follow as well. Easily 18, Ride the Shoe Puff, SweetheartAlyy, amazing streamers in general, but of course amazing Final Fantasy streamers if that's what you care about. So please give follows to our wonderful hosts, co-hosts, special guests, all that. And also don't forget about the Moogle mailbox because that comes up after Jeopardy. You can use that as a Twitch channel point redemption. We have 9 letters in the Moogle mailbox so far, and please make sure they are Final Fantasy focused so we don't have to filter through any craziness. We would appreciate that. And right now I'm excited because we get to play a little bit of Final Fantasy Jeopardy. Let's go, you guys.
This is a 1v1 and me and Drupal are spectators.
No! Wait, are we frozen again?
In that one you are for some reason.
At least Allie and I got good free frame.
I'm sure it'll pop back up in a moment.
I'm gone again.
I think we're good now.
Are we safe?
Yeah.
Are we allowed?
I'm pretty sure we're good.
Okay.
All right. Welcome to our Final Fantasy X Jeopardy, you guys. We have 6 categories in Final Fantasy X Jeopardy. We have, it's annoying, ha! That is going to be Albed that you must translate.
Oh, God.
But don't worry.
My gosh.
Don't be too scared. It's going to be like lines from like important moments in the game. You might actually remember more than you think. I'll give you a little bit of leniency as well. If you don't get it 100% perfect, I'll be the judge of that. I'll let you guys have a little bit of leniency when it comes to translating the Albed. Okay? We also have Where Are You? Now, Where Are You is a classic here. It's an image. It's a visual from Final Fantasy X, and you will have to name where we are in Final Fantasy X, the location. Okay? Quote unquote, simple. I'm going to give you guys a quote. Tell me who said that. Easy, right? Who am I? This one is important actually, because when we get to who am I, you need to close your eyes, all three of you.
Okay.
Okay, because what I'm going to do is there's 3 to 4 bullet points about each of these characters, and I don't want you to skip down the bullet points. I want you to listen to me say each bullet point one by one. Okay? So when we do those, I will ask you to close your eyes. All right, next up we have potpourri.
Make sure you hover your mouse over the buzz button before you close your eyes.
Yeah, that way you know you're clicking on the right thing. Potpourri is a mixture, an assortment of all different types of questions about Final Fantasy X. And finally, Blitzball is about Blitzball.
I'm so nervous.
I know, me too.
Well, guess what, Allie? You get to go first because you're our special guest.
Really? Oh, wait,
Yes.
I have a question. So,
Yes.
as someone who is not super familiar with Jeopardy, for example, if I answer, is like Shoop easily allowed to just buzz in if I got it wrong?
So if you get it wrong, as long as we're still within the time limit, which is 30 seconds per question, if you are still within that time limit, somebody else can buzz in. And everybody can buzz in all at once. It will tell me the order that you buzzed in. So if somebody gets it wrong, it'll go to the next person that buzzed in all the way up until the time limit is up. Okay?
Okay.
You
And if
gain
I'm
gil if you get it right. You lose gil if you get it wrong. So keep that in mind.
Okay.
You don't want to just go
And-
guessing around.
If I'm starting right now, for example, I'm not actually picking this, but let's say I was like, Blitzball for 500, and then the question shows up. Can everyone answer it?
Yes.
Anybody
Or is
can
it-
buzz in.
Anybody can buzz
Okay.
in, and you do have to buzz in, even if you're the person that chose 500 gil Blitzball. You do need to buzz in.
You don't have to buzz in. Like if you don't know the answer and you just have no idea, you don't have to buzz in and risk getting it wrong.
That's true as well. Yes, you do not have to buzz in. I'm just saying, if you want to answer it, you do have to buzz in.
Okay.
Okay.
I know, me too. I'm like,
All right. Start easy if you want, Allie. Go ahead. Well, you
All right,
are in
let's-
control of the board. Where do you want to go?
Let's do Who Am I for 100.
All right. Close your eyes,
Okay,
please.
make sure
And
we're hovering
put your
over the
mouse
buzz
over top
button.
of the buzzer button. Here we go. Who am I for 100? It's frozen. Give it a second. There
You
it goes.
also buzz in early.
All right, here we go.
yeah, you can. You can.
Okay.
You first meet me traveling along the Mihen High Road. 200. Ooh, okay. Allie.
Machen?
That is. Hold on. I need to look at. You didn't even let me go far enough to know. Hold on. I'm sorry. It is not Machen. You might have buzzed in a little too quick on that one. So no. But
Also,
it looks.
sorry, if I buzz in, then get it wrong, I can't buzz in again, right?
No, you cannot.
Okay.
But easily, you buzzed in after one as well. Go ahead.
Shalinda.
It is not Shalinda.
I'm gonna buzz in too, just
Shoot.
because.
Who is it?
I'm gonna say Belgamina.
It is. It's Belgamina. This is why I tell you guys to close your
Are we
eyes.
allowed to open our eyes?
Now you can open your eyes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
All right. Shoot
I
on the
was
board.
like, wait a minute. We've already gone through the people that we meet on Mihen High Road, and they're both wrong. And I was like, Belgamina.
Chat can answer because our contestants will not be looking at chat.
We didn't
Okay.
even. Yeah, we're not allowed to look at chat. We have it all closed. I didn't even like. I'm kind of curious what the other hints were to that question.
I wish I could go back and show
Did you
you.
buzz after, like, so we had already both answered, then did you buzz?
No, I buzzed in right after I heard the.
All right, I'll read off the other ones for you just so you can hear
Okay.
them all. You first meet me traveling along the Mihen High Road. 200 years ago, I sent fiends and humans on an ark to escape sin and make a
I
new
should've
life for
waited.
themselves. However, my pilgrimage to defeat sin ultimately ended in failure. For this reason, I've dedicated my life, or lack thereof, to training new summoners.
Okay.
That would have been the whole thing. Okay?
Dang it.
I feel like I just want to get this question this category out of the way, like as quickly as possible.
Okay.
It's annoying, huh? For 100.
It's annoying, ha! For 100. Who's Sujek Rain?
Oh my gosh, I have no idea.
I know the vowels.
Who's Sujek Rain?
I almost want to try.
Oh my god, Allie. Okay. What'd you
Does
go
he
with?
say like, is it a fiend or something?
It is not. No. You have 6 seconds. Anybody else want to give it a shot? This was literally the easiest one. I'm now nervous. Okay.
True, nobody decided to brush up on their alphabet before this.
The answer is No moving here.
Oh my god!
It's what they say to
one of the
Tidus.
easy ones?
That's one of the easy ones. It's like the very first one. They're on top of the
I can't
ship.
do these ones.
They're on the ship.
Neither.
Oh my
I
god.
think anyone reads the first line in the game?
It's so
We don't
early.
even have any Albed
Okay.
primers.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
This is not good. This is not good. All
I
right.
want to
Droop,
see
you're still in
chat, but I
control.
can't. It's annoying, huh? Isn't it, Drew? For 200.
200. Sineth Lusa. Itonic.
Oh, I know this one.
Sineth Lusa. Itonic.
Oh my gosh, I can't remember.
I know
I
where
can
they
hear-
say it. You can hear it, right?
Yeah.
Look at the length of the words. Don't forget, like, it's the same length, the same number of characters and stuff too. Easily.
Sin is here. Shoot it.
You got the first part. Close. You're actually not even close. Never mind.
Oh
The-
no.
okay.
The answer is sin is come under us.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
If
it's
I
still on the ship? We're still on the ship?
Wait, Sin has come? Is this Final Fantasy Tactics?
This is why I made
Yes, I am come.
I am come.
This is why I made 6 categories, because I had a feeling this might happen. Shoop, you're still in control.
I know how to say like 2 lines in Albed, and
Me
they're
too.
both Rikus. Like,
Fed.
Veteran, Kuvin.
All right, Shoop, what do you want to go with?
It's annoying, huh? For 300.
The Albed Sykes say, Imaito Summoner, Fasik Nabund.
I can't do it.
Hey, Chief knows this one.
I think I know what the second word is, the one before summoner, but I don't know the second sentence.
I know half of it
Yeah.
because I remember who says it.
All right, time's up, you guys.
It's in the
It is a
stadium
lady summoner.
Yeah.
We must
Lady.
report.
That's it. It was the last word. I was like, I know it's a lady summoner. We must. Then I was like, what's
Chief
the last
noted
word?
chat. Like, way to go, Chief. Let's go.
Woo!
All right, Shoop, you're still in control.
Get me out of this category. Where are you for 100?
Where are you for 100? Where are you? Allie,
Xanarkin.
you are in Xanarkand. Way to go. The Blitzball Stadium.
Oh,
Allie, you are in control, almost even.
Dude, where are you for 200?
Where are you for 200?
Whoa.
Easily.
That is in Guado Salam.
That
was
is
mentioned.
that is correct.
Yeah.
It is Guado Salam, Seymour's mansion.
Woo.
Easily. You are positive and tied with Shoop now. Go ahead.
Where are you? 300.
Where are you for 300? Shoop. I think I got it first. Wait. Hold a sec. Yeah, Shoop. Go ahead.
I've spent hundreds of hours there. It's the monster arena in the Calmland.
It's the Monster Arena. Let's go. Shoop up to 400 gil and in control.
Where are you for 400?
Where are you for 400? Shoop?
It's the Luca Sphere Theater.
Yes, that is correct.
I
Way
knew
to
it was Luca, but I
go.
couldn't quite pin it.
Way to go.
I saw the carpet and I was like, oh, wait, I know that.
Shoop at 800 and in control.
Finish out the category. Where are you for 500?
Where are you for 500? Shoop was first.
The SS Licky.
Oh my gosh, I see it now. Oh no.
It was the
It should
wrong-
still count.
It was the wrong
was the wrong
ship.
It's the wrong ship, though. I
so
thought it was
close,
right. I thought it
though.
was.
Is the Licky the one that takes you from Kilika to...
I'm sorry. I have to deduct the points.
No! The
That was a
Licky,
big one. That was a big
Licky's
one.
the one that takes you from
I apologize if you
Bislade.
guys hear this.
Yeah.
Because it's really loud. Okay, you don't have to hear it. You're down to 300, actually. That was 500.
Yeah, Licky takes you to Besaid, and then Winnow takes you to Luca.
I made this quite a while ago,
Yeah,
actually.
Vicky is Kilika and Winnow
Yeah.
is Luca.
Oh, my point!
It was a good attempt. I'm sorry. But Shoop, you're still in control, though.
Quote unquote for 100.
Quote unquote for 100. You say 100?
Yeah,
100.
one single 100.
Okay. 100. I am the troublemaker after all. Allie,
Oren.
that is Arin.
Yeah.
Allie, you are no longer in the negative.
Woo!
Drew, are you fluent in Albed? I'm not. I am not, Lynn. Go ahead, Allie. You're in control.
Let's do quote unquote for 200.
Here we go. I don't know who you are or where you came from. Allie.
Lulu.
That is Lulu.
Oh yeah.
Lulu is right, and Allie, you now have 200 gil.
I was
What do you
gonna
wanna go
say
next?
the Backstreet Boys. I don't
Let's do quote unquote for 300.
Touch me with that hand and I'll remove it. Allie.
Donna.
That is Donna. Way to go.
Allie's crushing the quote
Here we
category.
go. She knows the quotes. This is her category. Allie, you're in control.
Let's do quote unquote for 400.
Well, well, well. If it isn't the B-Sade Aurochs, they're a living, breathing, statistical impossibility. I have never seen a team this bad. Shoop.
I know the names of the announcers. I'm just
Which one is
scared that I'm
it?
gonna get it
Which one is
wrong.
it?
Is it Blappa?
Nope.
It's Bob.
Well, I'll give it to you. You said it's Baba. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
Because when I heard it in the back of my head, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Wait a minute!" He says Blappa in that. In like his
I'll give it
next
to you.
line.
I was nervous you were going to say
Okay.
Jimma.
I think
It's Baba and
Jimma. Luca Goer, I think. Maybe?
No, he's one of the.
Blappa's an Albed Psych.
Probably Blappa.
Blappa's an Albed Psych.
Yeah, it's
Maybe he plays
Baba.
Blitzball.
And Shoop, you're in control.
Thanks for the points.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Quote unquote for 500.
Quote unquote for 500. You ask for a phoenix, yet you offer chicken feed. That is who went first. It looks like it's Shoop got there first. It was close.
It's Yojimbo's faith.
It's Yojimbo's faith. That is right. Way to go. Shoop up to 1,200, but still a lot of gil left on the board. Shoop, you're in control. Where do you want to go?
Who am I for 200?
Close your eyes.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Put
Okay,
your
hold on.
mouse
Let me
over
wait.
the
Let
buzzer.
me hover.
All
Okay.
right.
Right.
Who am I for 200? I was born, raised in Bavel, the holy city of Spira. I believe the final Aeon is the only way to defeat sin. I've always been fascinated by the teachings of Yevon and the history of Spira. Joining the clergy at a young age, I devoted myself to the studying of scriptures and serving the people. Shoop,
Shalinda.
that is Shalinda. Way to go.
Yay.
Well done, well done. You're still in control.
I guess I'll close my eyes again. Who am I for 300?
All right. Hover over the buzzer, close your eyes. Who am I for 300? I am the Minister of Civil Affairs within Yevon. I am the only of my kind wearing Yevonite attire rather than tribal outfit or leather armor. I'm going to stop there because Allie buzzed in first. Allie?
I think maybe this isn't right, but is it Kelk?
It is. It is Kelk Ronso. Way to go, Allie. Way to go.
Well done.
Allie, you're in control.
Let's try the potpourri for 100.
Potpourri for 100. This is what happens when a soul spring is used on an enemy. Allie,
Does it take MP?
elaborate.
Does it do you get MP from it?
You do, and
HP?
HP. I just wanted to say both. I'm going to give it to you. Absorbs HP and MP. That's right. Yes. I'll give it to you. Allie, you're in control.
Let's do potpourri for 200.
This item is needed to customize a weapon with the break damage ability. Shoop.
Dark matter.
It is dark matter. Shoop, you're back in control. Where do you want to go?
Potpourri for 300.
Potpourri for 300. This is the only character whose celestial weapons power increases as the character's HP decreases. Shoop.
Orin.
It is Arin.
Pain in the ass, stupid weapon.
Shoop, still in control.
Potpourri for 400.
Potpourri for 400. This overdrive ability inflicts 4 different status ailments so long as the enemy is not immune. Shoop.
Bad breath?
No. Easily.
Is it status reels from Waka?
No. Allie, would you like to take a shot? There's 10 seconds left.
Oh my gosh.
This overdrive ability, you do not have to. This overdrive ability inflicts 4 different status ailments so long as the enemy is not
I know
immune.
what it is now.
Dang, I
time-
can't think of
time
anything
is
for
up.
some reason.
It
Can
is
I
Banishing
answer with you?
Blade. Sorry,
Oh.
sorry, Easily.
Nah, it's fine. I know I wouldn't get the points.
I was like, wait a minute. What?
I never
Alright.
used Vanishing Blade.
All right.
I only use shooting star.
Sorry, who's in control then? Who chose that one?
I did.
Shoop, you're in control.
It's annoying, huh? For 400.
It's annoying, ha, for 400. Here we go. Oh, God.
I just wanted to get rid of it.
Brother says this. Riku, ifem dam vidran. Oh, well, we went 2, but Shoop got there first.
Riku, I will tell father.
That is right.
Damn, let's
That
go.
is right. Way to go.
I knew father. I knew Vitron was father.
All right. There you go. Somebody got it. Let's go. Where do you want to go, Shoop?
Just get rid of the outbed. Finish it.
All right. It's annoying, ha, for 500. Sid says this. Necht peck fa peck.
Sid learning cuss words.
Necht peck fa
I don't know
peck.
the all bad.
I don't either. I like
Neck peck fa peck.
say it 5 times fast, Drew.
Neck peck 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 peck. I don't know. Nobody? That's your language, Sid. It's actually not him cursing at all. Just a hint.
The only vowel. Okay. What?
He's not cursing. Time is up. He's saying risk big, win big.
Okay.
Via got it in chat. Way to go, Via. All right, that category is done. There's still plenty of gil on the board for Allie to take the lead, and even you easily. You can take the lead as well still with all the gil on the board. So, Shoop, where do you want to go?
Potpourri for 500.
Potpourri for 500. This is the name of Isaru's version of Valfor.
Oh, my brain.
Shoop.
It's Terra, but it's spelled like pterodactyl, like with a P.
Yes, I'll give it to you. It's like Terria.
I didn't even remember him
Patera.
having a different name.
Yeah.
Somehow.
I've literally looked at that name 20 times this week, and I still didn't know it.
I don't remember he died so fast, says Lynn in chat. That's a big win there. 500 gil for Shoop. She's at 2,400. Shoop, you're in control.
Who am I? Oh, we got to close our eyes for this one, right?
Yep.
Okay. Who am I for 400?
All right, eyes over buzzer, eyes closed.
Okay.
I say eyes over buzzer?
You said eyes
Eyes
over
over
buzzer.
buzzer.
Mouse over, click over buzzer, whatever you want to call it. All right, here we go. Who am I for 400? I played Blitzball for the Kilika Beasts before becoming a summoner. I went on to become the 3rd summoner ever to bring the calm. I'm going to stop there. Allie?
Is it O'Holland?
It is. It is Lord O'Holland. Way to go.
Well done.
Allie, you're in control.
Let's do Blitzball for 100.
Blitzball?
I was about to close my eyes. Blitzball.
Blitzball for 100. This is the name of the Ronso Blitzball team. Allie?
Ronso Fangs.
The Fangs. That is right. Start easy. Allie, you're in control.
Let's do Blitzball for 200.
Blitzball for 200. He has the hardest shot of all players at level 99, which is surprising considering the team he plays or played for and his starting position. Easily got
you
there
buzzed
first.
in so quick. We meme about
It is Kipa. That is correct.
We meme about that way too much.
Almost out of the negative easily. You're in control.
Blitzball 300.
Blitzball for 300. These recurring minor characters of the Final Fantasy series are guards near Lucca Stadium and can be recruited to play. Shoop got there first.
It's Biggs and Wedge.
It's Biggs and Wedge. Classic Biggs and Wedge. Shoop, you're back in
Big
control.
Sucks and Wedge is good.
Oh, Blitzball for 400.
Blitzball for 400. Waka must be this level in Blitzball in order to learn the ability Auroch's Spirit.
My Waka never learned that.
My Waka learned like nap tackle.
Venom Tackle.
Oop.
I'm losing anyway.
Easley's going for it. What are you going with,
I
Easley?
don't even know.
50.
No.
I didn't even know there
it
was
is
an ability called
11.
Auroch's Spirit.
Level 11.
Neither.
Yeah, level 11.
11.
Yep. According to what I've read. Hopefully it's right.
Can't say I ever
I'm
use
so
it.
disappointed that there's probably not going to be a Jack Shot.
All right, there's 1,000 gills
Maybe.
still left on the board.
Maybe. Blitzball for 500.
Blitzball for 500. In the opening cinematic of the game, this is the Blitzball team the Xanarkin Abes were facing when Zin attacked. Sin attacked? I can't even talk. Zin attacked. The Xanarkin Zins. Easily, go ahead.
Was it Luca?
Got to give me the name.
Was it the Luca Goers?
Nope.
Dang it! What were the? I know the name and I cannot grab it.
I'm gonna know it like as soon as it pops up, but this is not like something.
Oh, Allie buzzed in. She's going for it.
Was it something to do with like the Doggles?
It's the Doggles. You got it. It's the Doggles. Way to go.
Right.
Random
This
fun
is getting
fact
interesting.
memory.
This is getting interesting. We have one left. It is Who Am I for 500. Close your eyes. All right, here we go. I lived in Spira 100 plus years ago. As a renowned member of the Crusaders, new members often mention me. However, I was also a high summoner and often trained outside the Cavern of the Stolen Faith. Allie buzzed in first.
Mihan? Lord Mihan?
It is not. I'm sorry. It is not Lord Mihan. Shoop, you buzzed in afterwards.
I was gonna say Lord Mian.
Oh, okay. This makes it interesting
hold on.
again.
Hold on, I didn't answer yet. Hold on, I can do this. Is it Yoken?
It is Lady Yoken.
Yay! Good job.
The timer was out. What is the rule there?
I think we should give it to Shoop.
Yeah, she can have the points.
Okay.
I don't think that anyone can win anyway. Like, Shoop's is higher than
Well, that's
500.
why I'm wondering, because if she gets this wrong, there's a big difference here. This is 500 gil.
How are we supposed to know what the timer is at if our eyes are closed?
I know what the timer's at. Obviously, I'm the host. All right. Chad is saying it counts. All right. 3,200 gil for Shoop. It is Lady Yoken.
Yay.
Woo, go Shoop.
But you can still have some fun here.
Oh.
I'm going to give easily 500 gil so he can have some fun.
Yeah, bet it all.
Go nuts easily. Allie with 1,400 and Shoop with 3,200. The category of the final factal is overdrives. Put in your wagers, please.
Might as well just go all the way.
Might as well.
Okay.
All right, here we go. There are 3 different abilities in the game. Overdrives from either characters or Aeons, with the potential to deal over 1 million damage in total. You have to tell me all 3 of those abilities. Dun, 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 dun,
This
dun.
counts for Aeons.
Aeons or characters. Overdrives. There are 3 different abilities in the game. They're all overdrives from either characters or Aeons. They have the potential to deal over 1 million damage in total. Tell me those 3 abilities.
Oh my gosh, I can't remember the name of one of them.
I hope my answer is right here. I did some research. I hope I'm right. I'm seeing some opposing answers in chat. I hope I'm right.
I did my best.
Yeah.
Are you sure that are they all overdrives?
Yes, they are all overdrives.
Yeah, I think I've got one of mine wrong.
They're overdrives. They have to be overdrives. 3 overdrives. Shoop, you have 8 seconds.
Yeah, pretty sure
Okay.
I've got one of
I
mine now.
submitted, but I think I got one of mine wrong too.
Okay, here we go. Shoop's answer was attack reels, oblivion, and delta attack. That is
Delta, which I think's
incorrect.
wrong.
That is incorrect.
That is
Then mine's
incorrect.
incorrect too.
Yeah.
Easily said oblivion, attack reels, delta force. Incorrect. Allie said attack reels, oblivion, Mega Sisters overdrive. The name escapes me.
Same thing.
Allie was the closest one. I know. I know where you're
We
going.
also
with
the
Allie.
same.
Allie?
Yeah.
You're the closest one, but it technically is not right.
We had all the same answers.
Yeah, we all said the same, I think.
Different.
Yeah.
Different.
The
Hold on.
Mega Sisters
I'll tell you.
don't hit over 1 million.
No, they don't.
According to my research, it's
Passado
enemies
is an
oblivion,
overdrive. That's
yeah.
why I
or
asked.
Lulu's Fury if you do at least 11
It is.
attacks.
Yeah, Posado's
It is
not an
her
overdrive.
Passado is Mindy's specific overdrive.
Because I knew Passado could hit over 1 million. That's why I didn't put it in.
But
I knew
it's not
Delta
used
attack
I thought it was
as
just
an
a regular
overdrive.
attack.
No, it is her specific overdrive use,
Huh.
but it doesn't use as an overdrive.
Mm-hmm.
But doesn't
Passado is her
attack reels-
special.
Doesn't
Yeah,
attack
her
reels
Can
do
attack
1
reels
million?
do over 1 million?
Attack reels can do over 1 million, yeah.
Attack reels is the strongest attack in the game.
I wonder why I didn't see attack reels.
I knew that Passato can do over 1 million because it hits for 15 times, and if something has a low defense, it'll hit for 99,999. But I didn't think
Lulu's
Passato.
Fury is impossible to hit that on remaster.
I could never do it.
Right, because they nerfed her, right?
And
on remaster.
And it reduces her magic attack power
damage.
as well.
Yeah.
It actually can't on the remaster.
Did anything change between Waka?
I contest that this entire answer is wrong.
Yeah. Waka's attack reel is the strongest attack in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oblivion is the second strongest attack in the game.
Delta, I didn't think could hit 1 million, but I couldn't think of anything
I mean,
else.
it doesn't really matter because everybody got it
hits
wrong.
for 600 or 700k. Delta does.
I mean, Shoop wins no matter what anyway.
That's not
GG
true.
Shoop.
That's not true. Look
Unless
how
you
much
wagered at all.
Look how much I wagered.
Well, let's find out
How much did you wager all of
how brazen is Shoop. Let's find out. The winner is still Shoop.
What?
Yay!
So much. I just
You
opened
lose with
chat.
31.
Oh, let me go back to the screen.
Ali bet all of her points.
I always bet with a 69 at the end.
GG Shoop.
Now I'm looking at chat and I agree with Via. I ruled this final Jeopardy question invalid.
That seems so weird to me though. Like, why would it not be listed as attack reels showing up as 1 million plus on the thing I was looking at?
I'm curious the thing you're looking at where it said where Passato was an overdrive. That's why my specific question was, are you sure it's an overdrive?
Isn't that Mindy's overdrive?
So attack reels can do up to 1.2 million. Just checked. Let's see.
And I believe Oblivion is just under that at like 1.1 mil. Or 1.08 mil.
Which one was that? Shoop?
Oblivion. I knew Delta Attack couldn't hit for over 1 million, but I typed it anyway because I was like, I don't know what else could possibly. But Lulu,
Yeah, I couldn't think of anything.
Right. So Xerxes says
I would never think it was
as well.
Lulu.
Yeah. So they're considered overdrives because their abilities are called overdrives. Yeah.
And they need to be when they have max overdrive bar to even do it as a regular thing.
I figured. Well, there's a weird way.
So
to
the one that was
control
missing
the
here was
Maggot
attack reels,
sisters,
then.
like individually, when you're when you want Mindy to use Passato, no matter what her overdrive gauge is filled as, if you tell her to do as you will, she will more than likely use Passato rather than her physical attack.
So really, I should give you guys all the points, every single one of you.
I'll take some points.
Oh, I was wrong about attack reels.
I mean, because you guys technically got it right, right?
More.
You just
Oh, really?
didn't list Lulu's Fury.
Chief
Lulu,
said,
it's just like we can't do it in the remaster.
"Yeah." Chief said, "Be right back. Getting my Game Shark to test Lulu hitting 1 mil."
Because everyone said Oblivion.
Oblivion has the potential on a non-boss enemy to hit 1.6 million.
Right.
But each individual hit is weak. So basically, you're not going to get max damage. Attack Reels has the most potential to do it as a regular occurrence, and Lulu, if on PlayStation 2, has the next highest damage.
Okay.
Then it's
Because then
Passato.
I was gonna say, because if we're going based off of that's the other issue is that in PS2,
I'm
at
making
least
a ruling.
And then hold on, in the North American release, I just want to give a fun fact. In the North American original release, Oblivion and Delta Attack could never break 99,999. They never did multiple hits like they did in the international and the HD remaster.
My ruling is everybody gets it right. Shoop has 6,369 points. Ali has 2,800, and I gave easily 500, so easily has 1,000.
We all win.
Way to go, you guys.
We all win.
Yeah.
Technically, Shoop still wins, but still, everybody wins.
Shoop.
Everybody got it right. Way to go, you
GG's
guys.
everybody.
I've determined.
And good job everyone in the chat too.
That was fun.
I'm
You guys
making
did
next
really
month's
well.
board. I'm making next month's board.
You guys did really well. Come on, that was fun.
No, it was. It was good.
Fun.
I know the Albed one was hard, but that's why I made 6 categories.
I could never answer those.
The Albed one was funny. I was like, what? Where's the Kuno? Like,
Let me close Factal so my computer doesn't explode. My goodness. All right, we do have one more segment left, you guys.
I gotta turn my ring light down. Oh my god, it's bright.
We have one segment left, and it is the Moogle Mailbox. you guys.
Look how cute.
Let's bring out our buddy Drew here. He's here to deliver the mail. Not sure why he's glitching out, but hi, Drew. All right.
Are all the letters in the mailbox going to be written in Albed?
I have no idea. I guess we'll find out.
We gotta translate.
All right. Well, first up, hopefully you guys. I don't even want to look at. I'm not even going to filter. I'm just going to hope that you guys are being kind tonight. Our first question, coming in from Viper Zook. If you could live in a part of Spira, what location would you live in? Well, it sounds like Luca's the safest, right? So
I'm going to Besaid. But wait, is Sin here? Is this pre-Sin or after Sin?
That's a good point. I feel like we need clarification here. Viper, are you still in chat? Because is Sin still? Is this Eternal Calm or is this pre-Eternal Calm? Because that really changes the answer here. Because I'm with Allie. If it's if it's post Eternal Calm, Besaid without a doubt. But if it's pre, it's Luca because I don't want to die.
Maybe I'm trying to think of the safest place. What place does not have any water? I'll go live in Omega Ruins.
Omega Ruins.
You're gonna go hunker down.
That's fine.
Technically, Bavel is safest because it's never been hit by Sin. And secondly would be Luca because it gets ignored whilst Jack's in control.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Once Jet is out of control anymore, though, we got to move from Luca, and you're not going to know that unless you're Titus.
It's true.
So that kind of calls us into question. You have an answer, Shoop?
I would definitely go with Besaid as well. Like, it's just something about the environment there is just peaceful, and it's like a retirement home, or not a retirement home. It's like a place you would go to retire.
Next question. We have from Via Final Fantasy. The debate about the shift in the plotline for Rebirth is hot. Right now, what are pivotal moments you're hoping stay or change in Rebirth? I have an answer to this right off the bat. Although, you know what? It probably won't be in Rebirth, so I feel like I shouldn't bring it up. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to bring it up because I'll just say it's the moment where Cloud is sort of pieced back together, which I do think will probably be part 3, and it needs to be exactly the same, in my opinion, as it was in OG, but that's technically part 3. I'll stew on this one. And easily, Allie, Shoop, I don't know if you really have a...
I'm not going to say exactly what it is, but same as Allie there, that exact moment, I think it has to happen because the story
exactly the same way?
Not in exactly the same way, but that event in some way has to happen for the story to actually peak.
With that character?
Or later,
can it be another
I don't
character?
know. It has to specifically be that character.
Okay.
Because otherwise the very, very end of the game has to change as well. So if they're going to change the whole game, not a problem. Absolutely not a problem. But
well, keep in mind, that's not necessarily true because they've already said that this game will lead into Advent Children in the same way. So if that is the case, this series will lead. So they could change something and then another thing could happen later on that course corrects or something like that. We're playing with fate and
Advent
time travel and stuff like that. So
has a specific scene with Cloud carrying someone in water.
Yes.
So therefore it kind of has to happen there.
Yes, kind of does. It also has the ending with the vision he sees at the very end.
Mm-hmm. The only other thing that I would like for it to stay is Cloud getting pieced together. Aside from that, I don't care what they do. I want to experience it and see what they've done and not know what's coming around the corner every 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think it's pivotal, but it's something that Drew and I have talked about as far as like the charm and like the cuteness of little things that are added and like just why things are so weird. Like we've seen like the trailers of like Red riding like the chocobo and things like that.
Yep.
I want to see Red in the sailor suit.
Just like the atmosphere, right? Like
I want it to still be very colorful and quirky and silly and like there's a cat dog in a sailor suit trying to walk on his hind legs. Like I hope they don't change that. I hope they keep that in.
And Barrett in the marshmallow sailor outfit, yeah.
Oh my God, Willis just giving all the experience to Easley.
Thanks, Willis.
Go,
Appreciate
Easley.
you. You'll receive your payment in 2 to 5 working days.
Once again, I am receiving the least amount of
Drew is
experience.
severely lacking.
I put this thing together for you all, and nobody appreciates me.
Yeah, but the funny thing is Shoop is way ahead of both of us on experience overall.
Overall, yeah, Drew I think is in not.
I'm in
lead
last
at all.
place.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Okay, but anyway.
Anyway, next question. We have from Taserface, who says, I actually might need to look this one up because it's not fitting on there. How do you think they will handle Kate Sith's lore? In some Final Fantasy VII media, he's portrayed as a robot being remotely controlled. In other media, the person pulling his strings is called an Inspire, someone with the supernatural ability to imbue sentience and life to inorganic beings. This is a little bit spoilery to say, I guess, but yes, Kate Sith is technically being controlled by another entity. It's always been a source of confusion within the series because it doesn't make any practical sense. You just kind of have to go with it. At least as a robot, it doesn't make any sense. Like, how the heck is this person controlling all of this, like, as a robot? Like, and also, why does he have a Scottish accent? It's like, what is this thing? It's so confusing.
I don't have an answer for
accent?
this.
Who?
Kate Sith has a Scottish accent, yeah.
Oh, wait,
yeah,
maybe I haven't heard
in
it.
both in Advent Children and in
the new one now, we've heard in the trailers.
Yeah.
I need to watch Advent Children again. It's been
Don't
so
get
long.
why, because it's not like the character who is that entity. It's not like they are specifically Scottish. I'm not going to say.
Right. It's almost like they're trying to hide who they are by putting on a Scottish accent, maybe. Like maybe they're like trying to dupe them by putting on an accent. I feel like that's going to be the explanation they go with in the game, that he's putting on an accent. But how is he controlling it? Is there like Shinra technology or Shinra like things that they use for mind control or something?
That's what I was thinking. Like
Kane in chat, I'm like on the same page as him where he said, I have never heard of the control being supernatural. I hadn't either until like literally now.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't have an answer.
Control, and given the advances in that part of that world, that would make sense to be a robot.
Or would it be better to just leave it ambiguous and never explain it?
I think that's okay. We can be like the imagination.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's been so far. And nobody's really been that upset about it.
Yeah.
But it is an interesting question. Thank you. Next up, we have a question from Sweet Honeybags. Here's a question that kind of pokes the brain a bit for everyone. If everyone would be able to summon one Aeon, Eidolon, icon to help the world become a better place, who would it be? I mean, Phoenix is probably the most... Phoenix and Carbuncle, and who else are like... The Aeons that don't do damage, they support. Right?
I was thinking Phoenix.
What was that?
I was thinking Phoenix earlier.
Yeah.
Said I'm not answering this.
Why?
Via, how did you say Hamutba in chat instead of Bahamut? Hamutba. How does that even happen? I do love me some Carbuncle. And also Carbuncle could be like a little like dog-like creature next to you.
Summon. I want to summon, but they wouldn't help the world.
Are you going to say Leviathan and everything just turns into Noah's Ark?
No, I want Diablos.
Oh, Diablos!
That was so cool.
The demon Diablos? My God.
Yeah, I want him, but he's not going to help anyone.
It's absolutely terrifying.
To make the world a better place? I don't know. I feel like...
Really,
Alexander.
I don't know about like making
Alexander only protects certain areas.
Yeah.
He can protect the world.
I was thinking along the lines of Alexander, but what made me think of Alexander was Valifor. Like, you know that part in 10 when Tidus finds out the truth and then he like hits Valifor's chest and Valifor just like sits with him in his sorrow and then kind of like wraps his wings and like gives him a little hug almost. Like, I think, and I mean, when I was a kid, I used to like daydream about like getting out of my algebra class and like Valifor like swooping in and I could just fly away.
I wish that was real life.
Yeah.
That'd be so cool.
Yeah. So that was like me daydreaming in 7th grade.
You could arguably say Leviathan for causing tidal waves locally for power. You could say Ixion or another Thunder style where it charges an area for power again.
I freaking love how nerdy this is getting.
Like
I like the thought process.
Shiva cooling people down in the
Phoenix
desert.
for healing. Yeah, Shiva could actually do that for the desert region. Yeah. You could have potential for Ixion to prepare, not Ixion, Ifrit to prepare the ground for crops to be planted after.
You could summon
because of the heat to burn.
You could summon Yojimbo and have him like rework the entire American economy.
Okay.
That didn't go the way I thought that was going to go.
No.
You just
no.
take all of the money for yourself. Come on now. Next question. We have Taserface once again coming in saying, what would you think of Final Fantasy XVI not having elemental weaknesses but elemental statuses? Think of how Stranger of Paradise builds up status effects over time, and some of them add vulnerability to elements when hit by them enough times.
I still need to play Stranger of Paradise.
Yeah, I've never played it, so I don't know. I don't have any experience with that. With like,
so
elemental
let me make sure I understand this.
When he says
correctly.
elemental statuses, does he mean like burn or freeze kind of thing?
That's what I'm trying to figure out here. Like, not a weakness that you would attack, but that you could... Are you saying that you could imbue elemental statuses to them? Like Shup was saying, like if you use fire, you can burn them, and then they are going to continue burning. If they're frozen, maybe they slow down or something.
I think that sounds cool.
Something like that.
Nifty.
I mean, it's kind of been done a little bit, right? Like, it's not completely... novel. It could be done. Like, it would have been better than nothing. I'll say that. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
Would have been better than nothing. I would have enjoyed any type of effect that you could have on the enemy in those games, like or on you as the character.
Each time, say you use fire, every time it adds a stacking debuff, which causes you to reduce additional damage from fire sources, which stacks.
It's almost like building up a tolerance to fire.
So Xerxes says in chat, in Stranger of Paradise, the more you got hit by the same element, it increased the damage you took from that element.
Oh.
Interesting.
So it actually broke down your defenses from...
Yeah, specifically for that element. Interesting. Okay. I mean, it's different from mainline series. I don't really recall any mainline game doing it that way. So I'm always open to new things, you know, in the strategic elements and things you have to guard against. So yeah. Totally.
Okay.
I'm down. Next up, we have Taser again. Would you be open to Final Fantasy XVII having a lighter, more comical tone? I love 16, but don't want them all to be dark and moody going forward. Final Fantasy always had a great balance of comedy and dark tones. Look at 6, 7, 9, and 10 in particular. Really, up until 16, I would argue that pretty much every single Final Fantasy game was balanced.
Yeah.
In this way. Mm-hmm. 16 is the only one that comes to mind that's like just oppressively depressing and somber and just a real downer really the whole way through.
I'm just going to say a solid yes to that question because like even like it's just we need levity. That's what makes like these games so fun is that they're so charming.
It's like almost a mainstay of the series. Like that is what Final Fantasy is.
How dark 16 was is why I didn't actually connect with the characters, because I just shut off and went, they're all going to die in this game.
Yeah.
And hold on, I'm not going to say anything. Never mind. I was going to comment on that.
No, but what I mean is that I was like, I don't want to get attached to any of these. It's all dark anyway. They're probably not going to survive. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know. So I chose to just shut off that connection, and I think that's why I didn't enjoy it as much.
I kind of like that, though. I like games that aren't afraid to just like take someone out.
Oh, I agree with you there, 100%. And it's not like the series hasn't done that before. I mean, God, some of them, like, what was one of the earlier ones? Was it 2? Where like feels like they literally have a death theme every time one of the characters dies. There's like 10 of them.
There's this little song that plays.
Yeah, it's like, oh my God, he's dead now. Oh my God, she's dead now. Oh my God, he's dead now.
I gotta play 2 still.
Yeah, like they just die all over the place.
Make sure you play the Pixel remaster.
So yeah, 2 loves killing characters. So it's not like you can't do that and also have moments of levity. That's the thing is we need that. We need to have a moment to recover from the depressing, somber moments and deaths and surprising, shocking reveals.
What I mean is that with how dark it was, I didn't feel like people had hope. So I didn't let it. I mean, it needs that little bit of hope, because even if 60% of the characters die, if you've had a funny story at the same time, you go, I can appreciate that's very sad, but I'm not but the game's not crap because it's that.
Right. Next up we have stab who asked, if you could add one Aeon to the world of Spira from any other Final Fantasy game, which one would you think is the best fit?
Leviathan.
Yeah.
Leviathan actually is probably the best answer. There's so much water.
Aeon.
Yeah, so much water. I feel like obviously Leviathan.
Especially since like it was really the first game that introduced water as an opposing element. Like you could cast water in Final Fantasy IX, and you could cast water in Final Fantasy VIII, but in 10, like finally lightning or thunder and water were actually opposing, just like fire and ice. There's no reason for us not to have a water Aeon, and it should have been Leviathan.
What about something that fits with the themes of 10 though? Something that's about death and rebirth and cycles.
Phoenix.
I thought
Phoenix.
Odin.
I thought Alexander would have been really good. Alexander and Odin, for the fact of Alexander's religion, it's a holy summon. Put him in the defender of Bavel.
Ooh. Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Apparently there was going to be a temple in Mount Gagaza. Have y'all ever heard that?
No, I haven't heard that.
I haven't either.
I wonder which one it was going to be.
Now I'm sad.
Me too.
I could imagine Titan on that.
That
All
would
right,
be
well now they have to
amazing.
remake 10 and they have to do a temple in Mount Gagaza.
An Earth Aeon would be cool, like inside the cave, like where they have to do those trials.
Yeah.
Yep.
Damn, that's cool. I didn't know that. I love that. Now I want it.
It is weird that they removed some of those other elements.
I think that I know that I read about why they didn't do a water Aeon, and it was more about, as funny as this word is going to be, realism. Like there was no way to have a water Aeon summoned onto land that you could control, so they scrapped it.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
It didn't make sense to have Leviathan in that situation.
He would just be flopping around like a Magikarp, like.
Milo Midori. It's a similar name. I've seen the connection made that Tidus is a summon. So that's why you can name him at the start like the other summons. Do you think that was a subtle 4D chess foreshadowing or just a coincidence that they wanted you to be able to name the main character? I always have hated
Main character.
that they allow you to name him. So I'm going to go with this. At least there will be a reason for it. I like it that there would be a subtle reason for it at least.
I'm going to use
like
that
it.
as an explanation. Yeah, I like it a lot.
It's
Yeah.
foreshadow.
I accept it now. It is now my canon. That's my head canon.
It's been really funny
it is
watching.
also
like-
the last.
Go ahead.
It's the last mainstay Final Fantasy where you could rename your main character.
Oh,
for
yeah.
good reason. Because once you get into voices and characters actually calling each other out by their voice, like, yeah, you can't do that anymore. It removes a huge element of the connection between the characters to not have them be able to name each other. You know?
Him. You know, I was talking about him.
Yeah, son of Jet.
Son of Jack, yeah. But I do think it's kind of funny because I've seen a bunch of speedrunners lately since I've been watching Easily Run 10. I've been watching a lot more 10 runs, and a lot of speedrunners leave his name completely blank.
No. We don't get a choice.
You don't get a choice?
You know when the name disappears?
What do you mean?
It's a bug on the cutscene remove mod where if you have a game over, Titus's name disappears.
What the
So he
heck?
literally just like, there's just like, we want to make this as canon as possible. His name is just.
So the first time that happened,
Huh.
I then named him blank on my next playthrough.
It's like Final Fantasy IX.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a few more left. Sweet Honey Bags asked, coming back to what Ali said, die and be free of pain, or live and fight your sorrow. If there is a quote that all four of you truly resonate with, what do you resonate with?
I know mine.
I think I know
can I
what
not
yours
pick that
probably
one?
is.
Do I gotta pick a
I
new
mean,
one?
yeah, you can certainly pick that one if that's your one. Yeah.
I guess I'll go with my other one. Now I forgot what it was. Oh, when she says, no, nothing frightens me now. I feel like
Aw.
as I've gotten older, and especially like, not to say anything bad about Twitch, but there's a lot of crazy people on Twitch. I feel like I've had to become really strong in order to deal with all of the craziness that can come from putting yourself out there.
Mm-hmm.
You and I have to go.
Aw.
Oh, your voice cracked when you said it, and it made me want to cry.
Aww.
Oh, man.
Wow. Okay, now I'm crying. Cool.
Are we specifically do we have to do 10?
Oh wait, is it Final Fantasy X or any Final
I think it
Fantasy?
could be any Final Fantasy. It doesn't say in there Final Fantasy 10. It just says, we'll quote.
Easily just made me
Huh.
cry because I just saw him
Aw.
put his hand on his hips in my head and go, Yuna, I have to go.
No.
Personally, I've always connected with the simplicity of you don't need a reason to help people.
Oh, from 9.
I've
From
always
9.
liked that one.
Yeah, it's just
Always
it's so
liked
Dawn.
simple. Yeah, it's the Dawn, yeah.
I'm just going to take my favorite one from 10, which is what I typed in chat earlier. when Yuna says, I fight for Spira, when Calgronto is asking her, like, basically when all odds are against you, like, what do you have left? Seriously. And she's like, I fight for this world. Like, I'm still going to do some good in it because of all the bad that's in the world. There's still so much good to save.
Everybody's crying in chat now. Look
No,
what we've done.
Well, good
Look what we've
job,
done.
Easley.
Next question. All right, what do we got here? We have Major Maze, who asked, which of the playable Final Fantasy X characters would you want as a best friend?
Aw, that's such a cute question. I don't know, Kimari.
I already said
I'll be besties with Kimari.
Riku, because of how upbeat she is should bring the energy out of me.
I think I'm going to
Kimari.
Yeah, as much as Kimari is like my favorite, I think I'm actually going to go with Riku on this one too.
I feel like it would be weird for me to say Riku.
Riku would be like my gym buddy. She'd be like, "Come on, Shoop, get up. We gotta work those abs."
I really want to be friends with a 16-year-old girl.
Well, think about how old when you first played the game, right? And when you played, she would grow up as a best friend with you. That's different. Don't think of it in a weird way.
I'm sure I would have been very, very good friends with Riku growing up. Yeah, she's good vibes.
You don't want to be friends with Keenock, Drew?
No, he's not playing.
He's so nasty. I hate him.
If I'm being honest, like I'm not sure I would be friends with like any of them. I don't know. I like all the characters. Don't get me wrong. I like all the characters, and Kimari is somebody that would like definitely take care of you.
Which
right?
one would you call up in the middle of the night for advice?
Kimari.
Yeah, right.
Do you really think Kimari's gonna like imbue a whole bunch of knowledge and
He'll
experience?
be there to
that?
listen.
I feel like he's never gonna. He's gonna listen. Yeah, exactly. Kimari's a listener.
He gave Riku great
Lulu.
advice. Kimari thinks Riku should stay Riku.
If you want advice, I don't think you go to Kimari. If you want somebody to listen, you go to Kimari. If you want advice, you probably go to Auron. He's got the experience. He's a
Lulu would
35,
give logical-
50-year-old man.
I think Lulu would give logical, non-biased advice.
I think Yuna
she'd
would
call
too.
you out on your shit as well.
Yuna would do good.
I think she'd call you out on your issues.
So none of us would be
Yeah.
friends with Tidus then?
Oh, I kind of forgot about him. I'll be friends with him.
Did you
I'll be
not hear
friends
me
with him.
say he had to go?
Yuna literally says never forget them at the end. Allie. Literally.
I did though.
And Allie goes and does it.
I'm
Forgets
sorry.
them. Oh my god.
It's the
I think Allie would be
Tonberry. I
friends
think the
with Seymour,
Tonberry is
though.
rubbing off on you,
Oh.
the stab.
Yeah, Easy's right. I'd be friends with Seymour. If I can.
Emmy in chat says, if you could go on vacation anywhere in Spirit, where would you go? Okay, let's talk about vacation. Not where you would live. Where would you go on vacation?
I'm not gonna say Besaid again.
Because you're living in BC.
Go, Kilika.
Maybe Kilika.
See, I feel like if I live in Besaid, if I went to Kilika, it would be like I live in Puerto Rico,
from
but I'm
home.
going to the Bahamas. You know what I mean? It's kind of
Yeah.
like similar vibes. So I don't know. I feel like I'd go to the Moonflow for vacation.
Ooh,
as
yeah.
silly as that is, as Rides You Shupa, I feel like
I love
it's like
that.
it's one of the most beautiful environments.
It is really pretty. I love the
So
music
pretty.
too. Nobody's gonna go to like Xanarkand, like Spira's Chernobyl. Like
It's like
see
going,
the devastation.
sweetheart. That's like going to a genocide museum, like on a
For
school
educational
field trip.
purposes. For history.
Maybe like
also
Thunder
really funny.
Plains. I like thunderstorms.
It's really funny. Shoop says Moonflow. First time I ever met Shoop, she was playing 10 and she was at the Moonflow.
Aw,
First stream I ever got of hers.
Easily lurked in my streams for like 5 months before he ever said anything.
really?
Aw.
And now he's like my best friend.
We have a few more. Let's see what they are. Thank you for the question, Emmy. Next question we have definitely the Via Purifica. Oh God, you going to get locked down in the dungeons of the
She's
Via
going for the
Purifica?
music.
I got Harry Bells. What would the sushi be like in Spira?
Amazing, delicious, perfect.
I feel like it would
Aside
be.
from the fiends.
Yeah, like all I can think about is a piranha. Like
I'll eat
from
fiend sushi.
like what other fish are there?
When you kill them, they disappear into fireflies.
I feel like it could go both ways. I think it would either be like immaculately fresh seafood because like so many like fisherman style type towns, or considering Sin is so close to those towns and always in the water, like wouldn't Sin's toxins like corrupt the fish? Like you could like die of like some Sin mercury poisoning or something.
Yeah, maybe.
I think the sushi would actually be non-existent because of the fact that there are just fiends in the water and you can't kill the fiends without them turning into fireflies. So unless you're just gonna, I'm not saying that, that's very brutal. No. So I think they're probably like fruit and land animals.
I also guess that some of the fiends would be like people who passed away, and I don't really want to eat them.
Oh God.
Oh God.
It's like cannibalism, but you don't even know.
Yeah.
It's going in different directions than I thought it would. Next up, we have Xerxes. Why do you think we never had a water elemental Aeon? We kind of talked about this.
Yeah.
As much as 10 likes to use the 4 elements and copy past fiends, yet we never see a Leviathan in the game. And based off of what Ali said, I don't think Leviathan would have been the Aeon for Mount Gagazet. No. So I don't think they ever planned on it.
But not
Leviathan the Lost once again.
But it couldn't have been Leviathan. It would have just been a summon that would have dealt water damage without being a giant fish.
Well, they introduced Ixion as the new Thunder Aeon.
Right.
The new Thunder summon.
They could have done it.
You know,
yeah, they could have absolutely done it. You could have got it somewhere not far off either Macalania, or maybe that was the one in Kilika, and you in fact got Ifrit somewhere else.
Yeah.
Here's
I just know that they scrapped it because of mechanical reasons and that it just wouldn't make sense.
Which Aeon from 10 would you like to, of the unique ones, would you like to see return? And I don't count Final Fantasy XIV in that, because Final Fantasy XIV is like everything. But like, which one would you like to see return?
I would love to see Valfor again.
Valfor is very cool. The loyalty of Valfor is awesome. I love Valfor.
Yeah.
As much as I would love to see Anima, I don't think it's going to happen just because Anima has such story-heavy
I agree,
plot tied to 10 alone. So I'd say Valfor as well. But I really
The
wish I could see Anima again.
Be reused because they already were reused to a degree, so they could be.
Well, they were originally in 4.
Yeah, that's where they first were, and then they're re-spoken about in 9, and then they're in 10.
Right.
And they're also spoilers. I don't want to say it. They're also in a more modern Final Fantasy too. But well, referenced to. They're not
referenced. Yeah.
To.
Yeah, they're referenced to. I mean, for me, it would be Ixion, but you'd have to be careful because Ramuh's such a prominent
Right, you can't replace him,
style
right?
summon. So would you slightly change the element and have like Ramuh being pure lightning and Ixion being, I don't know, lightning wind or something else?
Ixion could be a really cool.
I feel like I might be drawing a blank, but is there another Yojimbo throughout the series?
It's in Yojimbo's in 15. You can fight him in a dungeon,
but not as an Aeon,
dungeons.
not as a summon.
No.
I
would like to see Yojimbo come back as a summon.
I would love that.
Yeah, I always like Yojimbo.
If they did, I would like a different mechanic than a 1 in 4 pay 1 gil and he'll do his I kill you ability. I think it was too OP that he had a I'm going to one shot whatever it is ability.
Yeah, it can be hard to get to trigger though.
We have 2 more questions. Go ahead.
If you treat Yojimbo in the correct way and you bribe him early enough to be lower, you can pay him 1 gil every time and he'll always use it.
I thought it was funny watching Killer Draco's playthrough of 10 for the first time. His friendship with Yojimbo was like unmatched. I've never seen a first playthrough where somebody was like BFFs with Yojimbo.
So
like,
cute.
Yeah, he was Zanmatoing all over the place. Like, it was
love
great.
that.
A couple more coming in
He
here.
had more Zanmatos as well because of that.
Zarkano asked, something I always had to wonder about in 7 is Meteor emitting heat. Will towns areas start burning as Meteor draws near? Do you think Rebirth will give clarity on that? You see, it's kind of like once the meteor appears, it's just like in the sky, and then suddenly it's just there. It's like there's no in between, right? Like it's in the sky, and then final cutscene, it's like right over top of Midgar. So I don't know, like.
Well, it doesn't give off heat in the original. It caused its own forces cause tornadoes under it.
Right.
And the tornadoes, along with the red emission glow that it has around it, not heat, just emission glow, they cause the fires by the destruction of things. There's no heat given off of it.
Are we sure about that?
I always think it's kind of interesting. I don't want to spoil the end of OG7 for anybody who hasn't seen it. But if you've ever seen The Lion King, like what happens after a great fire, everything grows back like super green and everything flourishes because like ash is a natural what's it called? Like
That's
a
why I said
natural
Like a fertilizer?
fertilization. Yeah. So I think that there's heat that comes off a meteor, but I don't know if like areas are gonna start burning in the middle of the game or something due to the
Sounds really
closeness of it.
sad.
Yeah, it sounds kind of tragic.
All right, two more. I just thought of this. How would Leviathan work if it was given the opportunity of being the final Aeon? If only more aerial rather than water-based. I mean, in 15, Leviathan was very aerial.
Yeah.
He could be like Evray, maybe.
Yeah.
Look at 7 remakes, Leviathan.
Right, exactly. You can make it work. It doesn't have to be in the water. It can like summon water.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to be.
Just
You
like
can make
an
it work.
8.
Yeah, exactly. He summons the water down that like cliffside. It's awesome.
Yeah.
You can make it work.
I think it's also like interesting that Jecht as Braska's final Aeon was very fire based looking, but he was all about Blitzball, and like the way that he came to Spiro was that he got lost out at sea, and I feel like I was surprised that he didn't have like a water trope to him. It's really funny actually that we have Final Fantasy VIII's intro in the background of us, by the way. That we have the water going. But like I was surprised that Jecht didn't have more water based like stuff as Braska's final Aeon.
All right. One more question. Close off the night. And it is from Xerxes. So the devs said they made Ixion because they didn't want the Aeons to be human looking, which is why Ifrit is more beastly looking. Yet how do you explain Shiva?
I guess Shiva's just so iconic.
Yeah, you can't change Shiva.
Yeah.
Shiva's mommy. There's no changing Shiva.
How do you explain I feel, oh my God.
I mean, you're right. I mean, I guess there is no true way of explaining it, but
I think Ixion fits the thematic of the Thunder Plains more. And you'd have to imagine that Ixion, before being a faith, would have been a Thunder-style horse in the Thunder Plains. So that would track. Human there wouldn't really.
Milo says
So that's the only stretch I can go for.
Milo says in chat, the simple
She
solution,
does-
make Shiva 2 people and also a motorcycle. Boom, done.
She does look more of like a goddess, though. She doesn't necessarily look human. I mean, she has human features because she has 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head.
Humanoid.
But like, yeah, humanoid is a good word. But I think that she does, portray herself as an ice goddess. I don't know. She's perfect. I love her.
She's
No complaints.
perfect.
She's perfect.
That is it for the Moogle mailbox, and that is our show tonight, you guys. That's everything. We went through it all. This was a blast. I had so much fun talking Final Fantasy X with you guys. I'm going to say it once again. Please support our lovely guest star. We have SweetheartAlyy tonight. Very special guest star.
Thank you for having me.
Please
for
go
being with us.
you
follow
for joining
SweetheartAlyy.
us.
What are you
I
playing
had
right now,
very
Allie?
much fun.
What are you playing tonight? What are you playing next, I should say?
I'm playing Kingdom Hearts 1, and I've just started Star Fox 64. Was playing a little bit of Crash.
Nice. Going a little retro.
Yeah.
Old school. That's very cool. Also, of course, if you haven't already, follow the hosts of Crystal Bears. Follow Easily18, Risey Shupuff, and you can follow me too if you want, I guess. That's fine. You can do that.
This
Thank you
was
for all the
really
follows, man.
fun. I looked forward to this for a really long time. And I mean months ago when we first started even talking about doing segments dedicated to individual games. I was like, when we do Final Fantasy X, I don't want anybody else on here with us except for Allie. Like,
Yes.
you're like half of your heart, if not more, is like
It's all Final Fantasy X.
Yeah.
Now, you killed it tonight, Allie. In Jeopardy as well.
I
You
have
killed
a
it.
quick question for the room before we go.
Yeah, sure.
How many of you like Final Fantasy X-2?
Like
love it.
is probably where I would fall.
As
Like.
in, enjoy playing it.
I enjoy
adore
playing
it.
it.
I know she
I have
does.
not played it since it released, so I need to play it again.
I adore it. I love it so
So-
much.
In the Final Fantasy X speedrun Discord, there is a 10.2 section. And someone in there has just made a brand new randomizer
Ooh.
for dress spheres.
Ooh.
There's a bit more to it than that, but basically, it's not the same every time. It is completely random what each dress sphere does and where you get them from.
That's so cool.
I'm going to see if I can try it at some point.
Imagine getting the mascot
That sounds
dress for as
amazing.
soon as the game starts.
That would be game breaking.
Right?
I do also want to mention that campaigning works. I now am in the lead in experience points tonight.
Yay! Drew
2150.
finally caught up. You
For the
got
first
your
time.
experience tonight.
For the first time, I might actually take this one. Let's go. All right, guys.
Don't let him take it, guys. Don't let him do it.
Our very next episode of Crystal Bears will hopefully be next month, early next month. I'd like to get into the habit of sticking to the first Thursday or second Thursday of the month like we used to do. So look forward to another episode of Crystal Bearers next month. And if you want to be a part of the Crystal Bearers community, even when we are not live, go to the Discord. It's a part of my Discord. I'll put the link in chat for you guys, CB Discord.
It's in a separate, like Drew has his own personal, and then he has a whole separate thing specifically for Crystal Bearers every month.
You could literally turn off everything except Crystal Bearers if you would like. There's like an interview sort of when you join the server that will ask you what you want to see. And if you want to just see Crystal Bearers, that's fine. Go ahead. You don't need to focus on any Drupal stuff if you don't want, but we have dedicated channels to pretty much all the Final Fantasy games. Of course, we have Question of the Month, which you can answer and potentially be featured on the show. Memes, artwork, all this good stuff over there on the Discord. Otherwise, please subscribe on podcast services too. This will go up on Apple Podcasts and it'll go up on Spotify. And we would really appreciate the follow and the subscribe, and especially a nice review. If you guys want to give us a nice review, that way we can climb up in the algorithm. And that's it for me.
Yay!
That's it for all of us.
Yes, it's going on, and it's going on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and do you put it on YouTube?
I do put it on YouTube. Yes, if you want the video archive, it will go up on YouTube, of course. That's it for me. That's it for all of us. Guys, thank you so much for watching. We hope you have an amazing rest of the week if we don't see you. Until then, take care. And as always, don't forget to level up, you guys. Bye.
Bye.